Ward by J.C. McCrae. A production by Parahuman Audio. Performed by a cast of fans and volunteers. Please visit parahumanaudio.com to learn more. Thank you and enjoy. Arc 7, Torch, Chapter 5. I don't know how I'm going to help these guys, Jessica. I found myself actually hesitating before approaching Sveta, Tristan, and Chris. The group had lost 2 of its members and its mentor in a matter of 9 days. Kenzie was missing, I noted. She was always early, barring extraordinary event. Worrying when she was first or tied for first place among those I was most concerned about, she had just lost her friend, or whatever it was that Ashley was to her. Hard to pin down. That was the first half of it. The second half was the underlying threat within this group that Jessica had been so concerned about. What do I even do? The big question mark-shaped space where Kenzie was supposed to be was enough for me to get over my hesitation. They were standing at the top of a set of concrete stairs. The stairs were supposed to lead up to a shopping center, the sort of building that had a mall on the ground floor and in the basement, and offices for the second floor and above. It had been looted on a prior occasion, and now the doors and display windows were boarded up, shutters closed where the shutters were intact. Sveta had started painting her body again, now that the court proceedings were done. Forest green again, with teal blues for the select details and animals. It was only partial, and she used the negative, unpainted space in a neat way, with a mandala or kaleidoscope pattern to what was painted and what wasn't. Her top was another of the simple tops with knots at each shoulder and below each armpit. There was a navy blue base to the cloth and more teal for the lettering around an anchor design. Her pants looked like sweats. Her feet were bare, being only the prosthetic feet, and I could see where the tops of the feet were painted, the toes left alone. Tristan had a white jacket on over a crimson top, jeans so faded they were almost white, and white sneakers. He hadn't found the time to apply more paint to his hair, it seemed, and he hadn't shaved. I could see the faint shadow even from a distance. And Chris was very much Chris. His hood was up, and his hoodie zipped up all the way. He had dark circles under red eyes. His braces were on and looped around his head, and he had a different set of headphones on, with a forward-sweeping bar that clipped the front of his hood. It looked a bit like he'd done it himself, and I was left to wonder just why he'd wanted to keep his head that securely covered. The pressure differential between portals was responsible for strong wind on a good day these days. Clouds and weather came rolling through with little warning beyond what the scientists on the far side could figure out. Today wasn't such a good day. There were 2 portals in reasonably close proximity here, and the 2 played off each other to make the wind issue twice as bad as it might otherwise be. The tallest buildings were swaying. It wasn't bad enough of a gale that there wasn't much traffic on the road or sidewalks. I was forced to fly close to the ground. "Heya," Sveta said, as I flew over to join the group, staying near to the ground. She reached out for my good arm and gave it a squeeze. I shifted position and gave her a better one-armed hug. "Where's Kenzie?" I asked. "She's running late," Tristan said, "and this is her neighborhood." "And it's her project we're here to see," Chris said. "Did you guys call her?" I asked. "Moment I arrived and she wasn't here," Tristan said. "No response." "It's ominous," Chris said. "I would say something about the sky falling, but there's already a Chicken Little out there. I'd say something about the world coming to an end, but that joke got tired a year ago." "Not really a joke, that last one," Tristan said. "Meh. There's a warlord out there with the fire-to-ice stick and a demon mask, and I'd bet money he did it so he could make the reference every chance he got. I can't use hell freezing over because it's tainted with that guy's suck." "He sounds fallen," Sveta said. "No," I said, "just a douche." "We ran out of good names, and now all the good themes and ideas are being taken or spoiled," Chris complained. "I have no fancy way of saying that kid is never late." "Kid?" Tristan asked. "You're only 2 years older than her." "She's way more of a kid than I am," Chris said. "I don't know, Chris," I said. "I think she has the edge when it comes to certain kinds of maturity. Work ethic, maintaining the relationship pillars." "What the hokey garbage fuck is a relationship pillar?" Chris asked. "And she's more polite," I said, teasing. "The pillars are honesty, trust, respect, caring, sharing." Chris withered like he was in physical pain, a vampire exposed to the cross, hissing through his teeth and braces. "She's pretty on the ball with that stuff," I said. I craned my head and flew up until my feet were just above the others' heads so I could try to spot Kenzie. Chris continued hissing. He was very good at his inhuman sounds. He stopped hissing to say, "I regret asking. I miss Ashley and Rain already. Without them to balance out the group, we're going to end up getting back together as Team Caramel Friendship with tramp stamps like the Love Bugs have." "I hate that term," Tristan said. "Tramp stamp." "It's a label for a reason," Chris said. "I had a crush on a guy in high school who had a lower back tattoo, and he wasn't a tramp," Tristan said. "It gets me when I think of that term getting thrown around and an awesome guy getting shit because of it." "He should have paid more attention then," Chris said. "His fault." "Let's not fight," I said. "Kenzie, at what point do we spread out and hunt for her?" I asked. "Soon," Tristan said. "I thought we'd give her 10 minutes, and that was 4 minutes ago." There was a pause. The wind whipped past us. I was hoping they'd put up a nice structure around each portal to control the pressures and block the wind. I wasn't sure of the logistics of it, but it would be really nice to fly again without it being the effort it was now. "I've never seen the love bugs," Sveta commented. Chris snorted. "Count yourself lucky. The younger kids at the institution are always watching that kind of crap. It's so high-pitched it sets my nerves on edge when my senses aren't heightened." "Are the love bugs the ones with sayings and puns around their symbols, like scroll work on a coat of arms?" Tristan asked. "I wonder if there's a good goat pun I could do for my Caramel Friendship team lower back tattoo." "That's a different show," Chris said. "I can't tell you how much I hate that I know that." Tristan's watch beeped. He sighed. "Time to swap?" I asked. He nodded. "Better go look for Kenz. Make sure she didn't get mugged or blown away in this wind." Chris snorted. "Hey, Byron," Tristan said. "I'll give you 3 hours later if you give me an hour now." He changed, blurring. Byron appeared, and immediately had the wind blow his hair into his face. He fixed it. He wasn't wearing a jacket, only a thin sweatshirt that was more for the hood and graphic than for the warmth, black skater pants, and sneakers. Between the dip in temperature and the wind, he should have reacted more to the chill. I supposed his temperature resistance helped. "Nah," Byron said. "Feels weird, Trist. You coming out this way when you had almost no time left. I know it's not far, but..." He shrugged. "Going to play it safe and stick to the routine." "It's good to have you with us, Byron," I said. "We don't talk enough." "I'm here when Tristan is." "You have us at a disadvantage, then," I said. "You know us and we don't know you." "Guess so." "Are you leaving or will you stay?" Sveta asked. Byron made a face. "Stay," she said, punching him lightly in the arm. "Okay, sure. I'll help look and compromise for Tristan." "Which way is her house?" I asked. Nobody knew, so we had to get phones out. All three of us looked. "Got it," Chris said. "Damn it," I said. He'd won the race. At a glance, Byron didn't seem to care one way or the other, but he was a hard guy to read. Chris turned on the spot, then pointed. "You guys go straight, Sveta go more left, I'll go right?" I asked. That got multiple nods of affirmation. As I got ready to take off, checking for traffic since I didn't want to fly high, I heard Byron in the background. "Tristan, was your crush Jet Marion? Wasn't it a role-playing game tattoo? He had back hair when he was 14. Chris cackled. I shook my head. Poor Tristan. The areas where the portals had opened up were in worse shape than the others. People had reacted, and the violent reaction was only a small part of things. Some had realized their close call and moved away from the portals that could potentially expand again. Abandoned property, harsher weather, and the fact that a lot of the constructions had been rushed meant that there was a kind of decrepitude setting in. Debris, trash, broken windows, and the occasional door left open. I imagined there were people out there who would have happily claimed the empty houses, even with the proximity to the portal, but it was the same kind of dynamic as in Hollow Point. In a lot of places, the people that had abandoned properties hadn't gone through official channels or put up listings to let others know the properties were available. On street, a bus parked to block off the road, with another 2 vehicles parked further down that same road. It was there, it seemed, to break the wind that would have blown straight into the main road through Norwalk Station. I did 1 loop, seeing only crowds and countermeasures. There were signs warning that the main road was blocked by the portal, with instructions for detours and flow. The signs had been hastily put together. A flash in the distance got my attention. That would be her. 4 people were blinded and sitting on their asses, backs to the wall. Kenzie was there, uncostumed, her face blurred. "Everything okay?" I asked. The blur faded away and Kenzie smiled. "I'm good, except I've been waiting way too long." "We'll talk about that in a second. Who are these guys?" "I'm blind," one shouted. "New person, help!" "They wanted what I was carrying, and I said no. They insisted. I shot him. I set it to a 2. "There are settings?" "They'll be blind for 2 hours. Where were you all? I was lonely. Geez." "We were waiting at the stairs of the financial building, where the mall closed up." Kenzie smiled. "What? No, I sent a new location." "Check again." She did, fishing out her phone. "Don't try running just because I'm not looking or aiming at you." She fiddled with her phone. She wore a blue polo top with heart-shaped buttons down the collar and a pink stripe across the chest. She had a pink shirt, blue leggings, and an hourglass hairpin. Her eye hook extended out from her belt, and she had her flash gun dangling from her pinky. The box she'd brought for the day was sitting beside her. It was just large enough that I imagined it had to be inconvenient. Larger than a backpack, just broad and tall enough that holding by the handles on either side had to be a pain. Kenzie wasn't fully grown, either. The box had been painted to match her outfit, it seemed. 2 triangles with 1 point touching formed an hourglass shape, and that shape repeated across the box, from a predominantly pink hue at one corner to a deeper blue at the opposite corner. "I like the color matching," I said. "My outfit?" she asked, typing at her phone. She smiled. "They were my back-to-school clothes. I like them." I tried my phone, sending a message to the others to let them know where we were. I saw the tiny red warning icon on each text message I sent. "My messages aren't going through." "That's what's going on," Kenzie said. One of the thugs who'd tried to rob Kenzie lurched to his feet, then ran, blind, down the street. "Cell towers might be struggling," I said, while I kept an eye on the guy. Kenzie didn't look up from her phone, but her eye hook turned to track the runner. The guy didn't run in a straight line, and as he veered, he ran straight into a pile of trash, tripping head over heels. The others who remained looked alarmed at the noise that caused. "What the hell are you guys doing mugging a kid?" "We weren't mugging her, we were questioning her." "And demanding my box," Kenzie said. "There's so much going wrong. You mentioned the cell towers. That's been breaking as fast as we fix it. The power's fucked, and we're getting blackouts, and some food that was supposed to be delivered wasn't. Now some kid turns up with suspicious stuff?" I looked at Kenzie. She shrugged, saying, "The power outages aren't that bad. I don't know about the other stuff. Looks like the cell towers are off. I connected online, though. I'm stealing someone's internet." "Their story doesn't jar with what they said to you?" I asked. "No, but if they were telling the truth, then they were major jerkasses about it." "We heard the portal was broken by a group of people. We're keeping an eye out. Neighborhood watch thing." "You ignored a bunch of other people and came after me instead," Kenzie said. "Is it because I'm a kid?" "You were carrying a weird, colorful thing." "Weird thing aside," I said, "I mean, come on, guys. She's got to be the least threatening person you'll run into in the next while. She's, 5 feet tall and 90 pounds? "Close. 81¼ pounds, Kenzie whispered. 4 feet 10½ inches, but thank you for thinking I'm bigger and taller. I'm flattered." "You can't know," the guy said. "Maybe they got away with it because they were kids. Parahumans are dangerous. They could be anywhere." Another of the guys said, "Young ones are more dangerous if anything. They don't have the impulse control."
"Even if that was eerily accurate and true, you guys were nasty about it," Kenzie said. "That wasn't okay."
"Fuck," one said under his breath. The guy who'd tripped over the trash hadn't quite found his feet. He tripped over the trash he'd knocked out of the pile, falling again. I walked over to him, grabbed him by the scruff, and dragged him back to the others. Kenzie had approached too, but it wasn't to help the guy. She used her eye hook to pick up the trash. "We were the ones who helped stop the portal thing from being worse, you dingbats," I said. "Do you want to make this a thing, look-see? We could arrest them."
"Nah, I think they learned not to mug potential capes, and to be nicer, right? Don't call people names or go straight to being rough."
"Not mugging," the guy I'd just brought back to his friends said. "We were investigating and looking out for trouble."
"I'm trying to be nice," she said. "You keep arguing points or swearing instead of saying sorry. Maybe we should call the police after all."
"For all the good that'll do." The men gave their apologies in near unison. Kenzie nodded, satisfied. Her face and hair briefly went blurry again as someone drove past. "Do you guys have a number I can try calling?" I asked. "Or an email we can send? We'll call someone to pick you up. You'll get your eyes back in 2 hours." They gave me an email. Kenzie sent the message to the families of the blinded men. "I asked before," I said, my voice quiet. "Are you okay? With Ashley's pre-court proceeding not going well, same for Rain, the group being in a weird place, how are you holding up?"
"I'm holding," Kenzie said, smiling. "Ashley told me to be tough, so I'm being tough. I'm focusing more on my stuff, but it's a good distraction."
"You're sleeping okay? Eating okay?"
"Not sleeping, but nothing too bad. I'm staying up until midnight, sometimes 1 or 2 in the morning, working on stuff like my box here. I was working on Tristan and Byron's thing, too. I have some stuff that has a 1% chance of working, max, and it would be video only if it worked, but it would maybe let us see Byron while Tristan is out and vice versa."
"Eating?"
"Eating! That reminds me. Do you want to come over sometime soon?"
"I'll answer your question if you answer mine."
"I eat 3 regulars. My parents were always very big on sitting down and eating as a family. Unless it's an emergency, I don't miss dinner."
I'd told myself I wanted to check on them. This worked. I could remember how horrified the others had been at the prospect of my going over to her place for dinner, but this seemed important. Then yes, I'll come over.
Tonight or tomorrow? Do you have a preference for what to eat?
Sure, and no preference for day or food. Just let me know and double-check that the message got through. I don't want to miss this because of a missed message.
Will do,
she replied, with all of the seriousness she would have shown if she were receiving a field order. I've got to say, it's concerning if people are reading this failure of infrastructure as sabotage.
For sure.
Our guys showed up around the same time the vigilantes' backup did. We left them to their backup with a brief explanation, then walked in the direction of Sveta, Chris, and Byron. Because the box was heavy-ish and I only had the one hand, I took one handle and Kenzie took the other. We explained in brief. Your dad didn't give you a ride? Byron asked.
He's busy with stuff. His work isn't doing so great right now, she said. My mom wants to move, but can't find a good place to go. I'm not too bothered.
You brought a thing? Chris asked. Kenzie gave her box a pat.
We don't have far to go. At first I thought we'd use the abandoned shopping center, but I think we'll get better results at this place. It's managed by a real estate company that's rivals with my dad's. We kind of have to break in.
Sweet, Chris said. Not sweet, Byron said. Concerning. Concerning on multiple fronts, I agreed.
Can you go with me on this? She asked. It's a good location, not too much noise, I think, and I'm super-duper 80, 70, maybe 60% sure this is going to be totally worth it.
What are you up to? I asked.
Nothing. Field test. It's hard to get optimal conditions, targets, and stuff. I still need to fine-tune.
She's up to something, Byron said.
No. Yes, but not in a bad way.
Kenzie, Sveta said, what are you doing?
Please. I've worked so hard on this project, and the idea of this moment with the flashy reveal and everything has been keeping my mood up since one of my favorite people got sent to a Cape gulag.
It's a block of buildings in an isolated area with heavy supervision, limited time outdoors, and explosive trans-dimensional ankle monitors, I said. It's not that uncomfortable. Has to have slave labor to be a gulag, Chris said. Kenzie tried her best puppy dog eyes. If we caved to this, what kind of precedent would we be setting? Sveta asked. It's not even good puppy dog eyes, compared to what you could really do, I said. At least step up your game. Give us a quivering lip, change your posture, here, like this. I adjusted her stance, having her draw her shoulders together, hands clasped in front of her. I changed the angle of her chin. Kenzie made her lip quiver, then said, This could be the last thing we do as a team. I shook my head. Too much. BS, by the way, because we're more likely to fizzle out than just stop today. Unless this is a huge fuck-up, Chris said. Try harder. It's illegal, Byron said. Her composure broke.
Come on! It's too much, and it's not enough, and it's illegal. Cut me some slack. You know I'd do something quasi-illegal for any and all of you any time.
That's not a good thing, Sveta said. It's also fully illegal, not quasi-illegal, Byron pointed out. Breaking and entering, criminal trespass.
But it is a good thing, right? Kenzie asked. Actually, it's very much a good thing, because you're good guys. You wouldn't ask me unless you thought it was for the greater good, and I'm asking you because I think this is for the greater good. I'm asking for the benefit of a doubt. I have so many doubts when it comes to you, Chris said. Ha ha,
Kenzie said, smirking.
Keep teasing. I bet I can shoot you at least 3 times and give you a wedgie with my eye hook before you can transform.
You're only proving my point. Kenzie, I said, you can't hold back on this for dramatic potential when it's illegal. Dish. She fidgeted.
I think I found something. I want to see with my cameras, and I want you guys to be a part of it. If you aren't, then I might not be able to explain it after.
I looked at the others.
It might be big,
Kenzie said. You're, how did you put it? Mostly 60% sure it's maybe totally worth it? I asked.
Something like that. 57% sure.
All right, I said. I'll try this. If the others don't want to, I'm willing to risk it, since I have people I can ask for help.
I'll come,
Sveta said. I was good to go at the start, Chris said. I was less convinced the more you talked, Kenz.
Ha ha.
I'll hang back, Byron said. He was the only one to duck out. He followed us up until we reached the destination, and then went for a walk around the block. The building was a nice place, with brass-capped white pillars at the outside. It looked like a hotel, stately, but there was no sign of any occupancy, and the wear and tear of age that I'd noted earlier seemed to have caught the outside, leaving it dusty and plastered with a few pieces of trash that had blown up against the building face and then stuck there with residual grime, dust, and rain.
This place has a keypad lock, Kenzie said. I was thinking of the shopping center. That would work too, but getting inside would be hard. Instead...
She slapped a box the size of a smartphone onto the side of the front door keypad, tapped it once, and then pushed the door open. It's concerning just how naturally you did that, I said.
Psh!
I helped her lift the box. What's concerning is that she probably spent 4 hours building that, instead of looking up one of the thousands of tutorials online on how to break a keypad lock, Chris said.
1.5 hours, thank you very much. Except it was closer to 3 because I was splitting my attention between watching television, homework, and building that.
So, pretty close to 4 hours then? Or are you doing that thing where you took 3 hours to get it technically finished and another half hour to build a nice case that matched the outfit you were going to wear today? Kenzie sighed. Or was it 45 minutes? Was it an actual hour? Was I actually right on the nose with my guess about it taking 4 hours total?
It was 20 minutes to build the case, you booger. I made resin and glassworking machines since I like my work to look nice and I make a lot of lenses. It cut down on the time, even if it wastes material if I'm not paying attention.
I was close, he gloated.
You were sorta close, you booger.
Sveta let her hand drop to the floor. She brought it back up, a cigarette butt clasped between 2 fingers. People have been here, I said. They might still be here, Sveta said. Kenzie said. She consulted her phone.
This way.
This way was to the penthouse, which took up the entirety of the 4th floor. The stately, crimson carpet, white pillar look was in full force for the open concept room. The window was open, and the fierce wind blew the sheer curtains into the room. Even the heavier crimson velvet curtains were moving. Cigarettes littered the floor by the window. The wind had blown them and the ash across the floor, and moisture or humidity had given the cigarettes and their ash enough dampness to run and stain the tiled floor beneath them. Kenzie indicated for the box to go down. We eased it to the floor.
I hope this works,
she said. She traced her finger along the pattern at the top of the box, zigzagging across the surface. Colored particles, each spherical and about an inch across, began to fill the room. It was seemingly random at first, but slowly patterns began to emerge.
So, my focus is on space, not time, and this is wonky, she said. So, initial capture is going to be all impressions since the date I specified.
Each figure was a smear that filled the room to the point things got dark. Skin tone spheres began to cluster into groupings that looked like faces, but where one person walked across the room, every space that their face had occupied began to get the dots. The room filled to the point that it began to get dark. The faint ambient glow of each dot became more apparent. This is messy, Chris said.
Yep.
Finer dots began to appear, piercing the larger ones and replacing them in clusters. It took minutes, and I was reminded of using the internet in recent months, when the servers were first going online. Each image load had taken 12 passes, each pass taking a minute or two. It wasn't only resolution that mattered, though. Each person had been in the room for extended periods of time, and each one was a smear of every action and movement they'd taken while in the space. I folded my arms, walking around and through images, looking for ones where a face stuck out without smearing one way or the other.
"Color isn't accurate, by the way,"
Kenzie said. "Good to know," I said. One face, a woman, strawberry blonde with one tattooed arm. I could see the impression she'd left where she had slept on the edge of the bed, but had climbed off the bed on the opposite side. I could see other activity with a lot of flesh tones. Going by profile, there were 2 men, and there was another woman who wasn't present much.
"And resolution is as good as it's going to get," Kenzie said. "But some are sharper than others, where one person or thing was still for a very long time. Sleeping faces and such."
I peered down at the sleeping face of the woman. "Who are these guys?" I asked.
"Give me 5-10 minutes, maybe 15 or 20. I want to sweep and see what we can pick up."
Thin lines that formed cubes began to dance around the room, seemingly at random. Where each cube touched a face, they began to roll along the track formed by each blurry caterpillar of merged images, pausing now and again. There was one, however, that wasn't looking for faces. It moved along the chest of dressers, pausing on the Bible that lay on one shelf. It went over to the television, then the VCR. The longer it wandered, the more frantic and jerky it seemed to get. It settled on the box Kenzie and I had hauled into the room.
"Oh my God, you stupid box," Kenzie said. "No, I do not need you to find yourself."
She kicked the box. The cube frame continued to dance around the room. "You know you're absolutely terrifying, right?" Chris asked.
"You can turn into a spider face. You can turn into a blob of brain tissue and tentacles. You have a rage form," Kenzie said.
"And yet you're way scarier than I am."
"Who are these people?"
Sveta asked. I continued to walk around the room, studying the men. The other woman was too blurry to make out, her visits too fleeting. From the way one man danced around the door, he might have repeatedly gone out with her. Dark hair, dark clothes, pale face, dark eyes or sunglasses for her. One man had a red hat, it looked like. The other was bald. While I stared, the door opened. Byron came in. "Change your mind?" Chris asked. "I saw the dots outside. I came to see what you were doing," Byron said.
"I'll clean that up before anyone else notices," Kenzie said. "Probably picking up birds."
She fiddled for a bit.
"No, stupid box,"
Kenzie said. The cube frame had settled on the box again. She kicked the box twice. "Watch, you're going to destroy that thing through your percussive maintenance," Chris said.
"Am not. I know how it works. Aha! Thank you, box."
The cube frame had settled on the table by the window. A silver and black smear covered most of the table. Now the cube danced through the smear.
"And isolating," she said. "I'm going to pull out the best images, going by what seems to be the most accurate, medians and modes."
The woman's image at the end of the bed remained, while the rest of her disappeared. There was another image of her on the bed. She was in the middle of coitus with the bald man. Sveta made a sound as she saw it, and moved to block Kenzie's eyes. When the eye hook looked over Sveta's head, she pulled it down.
"I need to see to take it down. There. We don't need that, thank you," Kenzie said.
She tapped the top of the box. The image disappeared. "You're going to be so much scarier when you're older," Chris said.
"Well," Kenzie said, "probably. I'm hoping to get a handle on things before then."
Breaking and entering and getting footage of people in bed isn't progress, Byron said.
This is important,
Kenzie said. Her expression was serious. We had our images. Kenzie had saved 3 to 4 images of each person as they stood in the room. The strawberry blonde with tattoos down her arm wore a cat mask and a bodysuit as she leaned against the wall. The bald man wore war paint. The man with the dyed red hair was someone I'd met before, if only briefly. He was the smoker, and he'd slept sitting up in the armchair. Kingdom Come, I said. I ran into him at the community center.
Yep,
Sveta said.
Might explain why Norwalk went south.
I nodded. There was no ID or good resolution on the woman at the door. Too much movement, not enough of a stay. The images weren't a snapshot. The woman and Kingdom Come had been captured sleeping. The bald man had tossed and turned too much to be captured at any one point while he slept, so the best resolution was when he'd sat eating. Even through the images frozen in time, they were out of sync, each one at a different moment.
You knew who they were already,
I said.
I had some idea. This place and the mall were the big locations where they made calls to and from, in the big network of call locations for this group,
Kenzie said. On the table by the window, the blur had solidified into a concrete image. It was clearest of them all, to the point it looked real. Human faces moved and adjusted, but the rectangle was static in shape, inflexible. It was the Tinker device that had blown up the portal. This would presumably be the one that had successfully been used on the Norwalk portal.
You wanted to rope us into this by showing us this scene,
I said.
It's a lead.
A big lead.
Yeah,
Kenzie said. You're not pulling our legs? Chris asked.
This was really tedious to do, she said. If I was going to pull your legs or try to get you all on board as a team, I'd have done something easier and more fun. More convincing, probably.
Don't be dishonest to get us to stay together, I said.
Okay. I wasn't dishonest this time. This is real.
We walked around the room, looking at the culprits.
Did it work?
Yes, Sveta said. Yep, Chris said. Fuck yeah, this worked, I said. I want to get these assholes. I glanced at Byron and I saw him nod. Kenzie didn't smile or cheer. Her expression was intense and unmoving, with something like a blue fire in her eyes as the box glowed before her.
Perfect.
Arc 7, Torch, Chapter 6. The shopping floor of the financial building gradually illuminated as the adjustable lights and shutters were replicated by the time camera. It made for an unusual picture, where the shutters and the covers for the lights were closed, but the light that passed through was painted as especially intense. Meanwhile, on the floor of the center, the shadows of people passing through streaked the area, darkening it. The yellow of construction vests and hats cut through the darkness of clothing, some skin, and equipment being rolled through as the building was used as a shortcut. The other members of the group were standing at higher vantage points, on the stair-like ledges at the edges of the shopping floor's main concourse, and on the stone edge around the simple fountain. Having the higher ground let them see over the heads of the blurs. Next to me, Kenzie had the best vantage point in the place, sitting on Byron's shoulders. The silent unfolding of the scene was punctuated by Byron telling her to stop wiggling so she wouldn't fall. I took the easier route and floated, trying to see the areas the camera covered that the others couldn't. There were people leaning in nooks and crannies, people sitting with papers beside them. Most of the covert leaning was done by one construction employee who carried an empty container and smoked, the ashes being tapped off into the container. Multiple instances of smoke became a gossamer haze that hid their face. The papers littered the places where people grabbed lunch and did some reading. I flew past, noting the papers, and I saw ads for apartments, newspapers, and some kind of legal documentation that scanned as hazy with the way the time camera worked.
A lot of people pass through this supposedly abandoned area, Sveta said. I'm glad we called to ask for permission before breaking in this time, because this kind of traffic would have made it really dumb to try to sneak in.
They would notice the sea of blurry images before they noticed us, Chris said. Especially if any of those images have the same height and general shape as them. That's gotta be weird.
This is over a few weeks, Kenzie said. It's not actually that many people. Wait until I run facial identification and thin it out.
I can picture one of these guys showing up. Hey, Leon, the security guy. Sorry to surprise you. We're just replaying footage of every single thing you did in this building since the start of September. Is that you scratching your butt there? Then their jaws drop. That wouldn't happen, Chris, I said. Do you think they'd shoot the scary parahumans first and ask questions later? Chris asked. I think you wouldn't say sorry, I said. Ha! Why did this place close down? Sveta asked. She was peering into a store that still had a banner down the window, featuring some game character. I wasn't sure if it was a board game or video game.
It looks like it closed down before the portal.
It wasn't built to fill a need, Chris said. It was put here to make things feel like the home we lost. It's a lot of upkeep and money to prop up something symbolic. It's close to the station. Stores look decent, I said, looking at the remnants of what used to be. A solid sign with plexiglass on it showed the stores the place had once had. It's fine for location, a little grocery store and pharmacy for the people in nearby apartment complexes, or anyone working upstairs coming down. I don't think that's it. It's already gone to pieces, Byron said. He kicked at the stone boundary of the fountain he was standing on. A stone or two were missing. Problems, maybe. That makes more sense to me, I said. A safety issue and forced evacuation. It would be easier to get established somewhere else than to try to fix anything expensive. As the blurs stretched out like so many misshapen caterpillars, many of them yellow-striped from the hard hats and vests, I saw one blur in one of the stores. I flew down to investigate. Dark clothes, dark hair, and a consistent slash of darkness at eye level. Blurs intersected with her. Can you focus your facial recognition program on any area? I called out.
I have to finish first, which is soon.
When you're finished? I asked.
I can choose a place as a starting point. I can start it over there,
Kenzie called out. Her voice echoed through the large space.
I'll scan all of this before we're done, though.
Sure, I said. I think I found the woman with the sunglasses in... I think this was a computer store?
Woo!
I folded my arm over the arm I still had in the sling as I walked around the perimeter of the computer store. I tried to assess what the woman with the sunglasses was doing. Something with computers and phones. There were enough points where papers and a laptop rested on one of the long wooden tables that the table was now a blur of her work material. No chair. She'd worked from a standing position. Was there a point where she stayed still for a long period?
Done,
Kenzie called out.
Facial recognition 1 is live. Sticking it on the sunglasses woman for you, Victoria.
The cube frame began dancing across the sunglass woman's head, flowing around the room as it tracked her pacing around the computer store.
Facial recognition 2 live. Chris's man, Leon the security guy. Facial recognition 3 is a go, and because it's bratty, let's change priority, give it a head start, and... Our 4th scan is live, looking for curious boxes.
Wait, I could hear Chris say. The reason it kept finding itself is because you told it to look for boxes?
Under a certain size, with certain internal properties, yeah. I told the compiler and the face and person searches to ignore you guys, but I forgot to make the box searcher ignore itself. 5th scan live.
I stepped out of the store, glancing around. As the cubes danced through the streams and waves of people, some were eliminated, cutting up the caterpillars. That answers one question and leaves me with so many more. These things see inside people?
They can,
Kenzie said.
There isn't much point, though. There is a point when I'm looking for Tinkertech portal bombs.
If we identify any of our targets, do you think we could get a look inside them?
You just want to see their underwear, I bet. So gross.
There was a pause. I could imagine Chris sighing. I wasn't close enough to hear, and my attention was focused elsewhere. What are you looking for, Chris? Byron asked.
The way people are put together is interesting, Chris said. I'll know it when I see it.
Can you do that, Kenz? I asked. Give us a view of their insides?
Sure, I guess. We'll try it when this part is done. The resolution might suck for things that aren't normally visible, and I have to concentrate it on one area.
While you're at it, Chris said, can you draw a line through everyone? Keep the however many images of people you want, but show the paths they traveled by giving each person a certain color of line that runs through their hearts or whatever?
Belt buckle, maybe. People don't change belts that often, and they're nice and unique. Yeah, I can,
Kenzie said. She motioned for Byron to put her down, and then went to get her computer out. She was wholly focused on what she was doing now. You're surprising me with how into this you are, Byron said to Chris. Byron rubbed at his own shoulders where Kenzie had been sitting. It's interesting. This is neat, Chris said. Kenzie made a pleased sound, and Chris said, Don't go getting a big head just because I gave you a compliment.
It's neat that you think it's neat,
Kenzie said.
Why the focus on the way they're put together and where they are, Chris?
Sveta asked.
Are you looking for a shapeshifter or someone in disguise?
Nah, Chris said as he walked towards us, studying the security guy in passing. I'm thinking outside the box. Plus, she shuts up when she's working hard on stuff. Kenzie snorted. As the images started reducing down to a small enough number that people could walk between them without being blinded by the projections in their faces, the others stepped down from their vantage points, getting a look at our players in this scene.
How are you these days, Bai?
Sveta asked. Dealing. Some days I'm fine, some days it catches up with me and I'm the furthest thing from fine. It's times like that where I think a lot about... He lowered his voice. How there's not a lot of Case 70s left. Even before Gold Morning, most were dead or they had totally gone off the deep end.
From one name in a numbered case file to another, there are answers, Sveta said. It's the upside of things being as messy and complicated as they are. There's a lot of weirdness out there. There are a lot of capes, and there's Tinkertech. There has to be a key to things out there.
I was left to wonder about that. Sveta maintained a kind of optimism I wasn't sure I held. When I thought about my own issues, which might have been smaller than the problems of the members of this team, I didn't generally think of fixes. I held my tongue. Byron spoke in a way that made it sound like he had to work to bring himself to say it. It was easier when I could tell myself that we were researching it and reaching out to people who might be able to help or answer. Progress is slow lately. With less people to reach out to, communication being slower and more awkward.
I'm working on your thing,
Kenzie said. She didn't look up from her computer as she talked.
I know it's not a fix, but it'll give you options.
I appreciate the sentiment, Kenz, Byron said. You've been working on that for a while, though. If it's too hard...
It's not too hard. It's just weird. If I had more scans of some specific cross-dimensional, intersectional sorts of things, it would feel less weird. I've had other things over the past few weeks, like this bratty time box, and then the cameras we used at the Fallen camp for Rain and Ashley's eye camera, and a bunch of other stuff. But I work on it every day.
All right, Byron said. Thanks, Kenz. Don't agonize on it. If it's too hard, leave it. Kenzie had to raise her voice to be heard from the other side of the concourse.
It's fine. I could finish it in a day or two if I did nothing else. Do you want me to do that? It would mean postponing other stuff, but I'd do it if you'd take me out for a treat. Thank me by taking me to get something nice at a restaurant or pastry shop.
It's a trap, Chris whispered.
Shut it, Chris,
Kenzie said, her voice echoing. I could see Byron's expression change. It was interesting just how distinct he was from Tristan. Tristan had a way of moving his arms and shoulders and showing his emotions in a whole-body kind of way. Byron contained it to his eyes and eyebrows, with the slightest of changes to his mouth, lips pressing together, eyebrows drawing together, while his eyes looked at nothing in particular. He was tempted to say yes, I was 90% sure. "No," Byron said. "Do what you need to. This is more important." I couldn't hold my tongue. "If you're actually thinking about death or losing it, Byron, that might warrant other people doing something." "I'm not," he said. "That's the bad moments, and in those moments I can see how things might end up that way." "So you are thinking about those things?" "Not directly. Besides, I'd feel worse knowing you guys could be helping others and you weren't because you were trying to make me feel better. I'm used to handling stuff myself. I've gotten this far. I can keep going."
"Introverts unite," Chris said.
"You know you can always reach out to us," Sveta said. "Yeah, thanks." All around us, the images were condensing into an isolated few. There were some passing visits from other figures I saw. The scans of the woman with the sunglasses had finished, and now that cube was searching out the infrequent visitors. Kids snuck in, going straight to the stores. Then Kingdom Come, the bald man, and the strawberry blonde woman with the sleeve tattoo. I glanced at Byron. Sveta was investigating the group of people we'd seen in the penthouse apartment. Chris was looking over Kenzie's shoulder. "You were saying something about you didn't want to dwell on your problem," I said. "You see other things as more important?" Byron gave me a one-shouldered shrug. "I have some experience with that," I said. "Not me, specifically. My sister. She was like that. She did the introverted thing, doing stuff on her own, dealing on her own." "You don't like talking about her." I started, then I laughed, and the one-note laugh came out with a hitch, making it sound awkward. "I really don't. Yeah. It's easy to make that call, and then to make it again and again and again. I imagine you tell yourself that you can deal, like you said. You've dealt so far, right?" "Right." "There will be bad days, Byron. Then something happens, and when you're in a position like you are, like my sister was, it doesn't take much to leave you unable to deal anymore. And where you could have asked for help before, you can't after you get to that point." Byron nodded slowly. "Yeah." I looked away, and I could see that the others were listening in. No conversation between them. Whatever, it was fine. "Just, be careful," I said. "We're parahumans. The casualties are more numerous and grislier." "Yeah," he said. "No, I get it, believe me. I have some experience with that already." I nodded. My awareness of once having been a casualty made me feel uncomfortable. I'd said my piece, and I tried to look casual as I checked the surroundings and flew off in the direction of the store with the woman with the sunglasses. She stood over a laptop on the desk, gripping the edge of the table as her weight rested on the heels of her hands. Straight black hair in a utilitarian cut, with straight-cut bangs and her hair tied back. She wore sunglasses, a black long-sleeved shirt, jeans, and black boots. Her shirt was pulled over a bulge that had to be a gun. The image was fuzzy, but I could see the straps beneath her shirt. That was her casual wear, as she was in this room. When? Sometime between the passage of construction and the security patrols. Another her was by the door of the computer store. She stood there, staring down at her phone, looking like she'd settled in to stand there for a while. A different outfit. Nothing suggested she stayed there. Which made this... what? It was her office? A meeting place with very few meetings? The refinement process had isolated the papers that had sat untouched on the desk the longest. Because they were the least necessary, they also had the least information. Envelopes had been torn open, left beneath stacks of other things that remained blurry or indistinct, with only company names or logos in the corner to set them apart. I noted the wires that extended off the table to the wall. There were bags under the table.
We have our fourth target, I see,
Sveta said. Seems like, I said. I thought there was one laptop she moved around, but this is 3 laptops. The store was set up to have internet, power, and other things. There might have been leftover stock. She came here for the hookup. The others caught up with us.
She hooked into this place's security, Kenzie said. The cameras moved to watch the entrances.
She made this a base of operations, I said. Computers, supplies, internet, power, entrances watched so she could bolt if she needed to. The papers aren't readable, Chris said. I investigated them. Construction company, agriculture company, more agriculture, which might have been the same company, I couldn't be sure. The name Mortari stood out to me. Kenzie had her laptop tucked under one arm. She put it on the table, then typed a bit. A pulsing, pastel-purple line threaded its way through the room. The woman's course, or the snake reduced down to a simple line. Not an easy-to-follow line, but it gave us a sense of things. A lot of time at the door, Byron said. Do you think we can do that deep scan? Chris asked.
Yeah,
Kenzie said. The scan was localized into an area about 4 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet across. It was localized around the woman, and it took almost as long as the entire mall had. We all did our patrols, studying the images, came back, wandered off again. From a pure curiosity standpoint, it was interesting to see the woman. People were dark inside, so Kenzie was forced to cast the images in black and white. From there, it was like seeing slices of an MRI scan or X-ray. I'd been right about the gun, I noted. As the image filled in from the back forward, flickering violently at points, Chris got up onto the table, bending over. I flew to get a better look. The front of the brain, the mind's eye. Corona Palentia, I said. She has powers. We could have guessed that, Chris said. They take different forms. There aren't hard and fast rules, but I've heard that if you trigger young, it takes more of a hold, with more... It's called dimpling, like a hand is actually pressing it down into the brain. That right there looks like dimpling.
Creepy,
Kenzie said. You get more cloudiness in some kinds of scans where it expands out into the webbing around the brain, but we're not getting that. It's been way too long since I studied this, I said. The corona starts as a single marker, like a quarter-sized knot in wood, or a ball the size of a golf ball pushed in between the 2 lobes. Then, when we trigger, it surges into life. It's part of the reason we black out. It expands slightly, veins swell. But most of the time, an unactivated corona is hard to tell apart from an activated one, and a surprising number of people have unactivated ones. Sometimes you look at them and the larger veins or structures suggest what the power is linked to. What does this tell us? Chris asked. She triggered young. It's deeper set. People who had a corona for a long time didn't get dimpling, I'm pretty sure. Looking at the veins, where it seems to have reached out... Can you rewind? Slowly go back. Show us slices further back?
Sure,
Kenzie said. We went further back. Resolution's too blurry in parts, I said. Couldn't begin to guess, but going further back...
Going,
Kenzie said. There. That didn't look right. I searched on my phone, waited for a minute as it loaded, then held up the phone, comparing. Veins, or vein-like solid structures, ran through one portion of the brain like the roots of a tree had been seeking nutrients. The cerebellum, Chris said. Right, I said. You apparently know more than I do on this. I've had to pay attention to it. If you go to a doctor and they say your pancreas almost tore itself in half, then it's a great mnemonic for remembering the pancreas and what it's for. Cerebellum is senses, seeing, hearing, coordination of movement.
That makes me think of Mama Mathers,
Sveta said. If thinkers had an emphasis, I think it leans more toward frontal lobe. This could be a perception power, I guess. I think we're pretty far into the weeds, Byron said. Yeah, I said. I still considered for a moment longer. What if she's a master and that's whatever control system she needs to manage her minions? See, hear, coordinate? Could be, Chris said. Okay, I didn't want to say it because it was my idea. Good idea, Byron said. Yeah. But it took forever and I'm bored. I gotta piss and I'm hungry, Chris said. He walked over the top of the table, stepping through things that weren't really there. We can wrap up soon, I said. The trails, the image of her standing at the door, is it possible to find the time she was waiting and see if anyone was there around that time?
This is awkward,
Kenzie said. Awkward how? I asked.
So, as you know, I work primarily with space. I can't really know if any images are related in proximity and time because I didn't gather any of that data.
You made a camera that can look through time. Chris was incredulous. How did you not implement timestamps?
I bulk collected.
It's fine, I said. No stress.
It's a little stressful when he's giving me a hard time,
Kenzie said. Hypothetically speaking, is it possible to narrow down times of day? Cut out every image that came up between 2 past midnight and 4 in the afternoon?
No.
Or days? Limiting things to just the day before the attack?
Maybe, but there might not be many good images.
We could simplify, Byron said. The lines. She was waiting here a lot. There's a scribbly sort of connection of lines here. We stepped away from the image of the woman. Chris jumped down from the table he was standing on. And the only other line that's really clustered here... Leon the security guard, Chris said.
Whose name,
Kenzie observed, before running over a few feet to where an image of Leon was stuffing a bag into the trash,
was Durbin, according to the name tag.
Taz Durbin fidgeted. He was outnumbered. A 19-year-old guy with a very dense growth of facial hair that had been short and the edges cut in exacting straight lines, creating an effect where it looked like it was fake. The hair around his temples and hairline was overly meticulous in the same way. He sat alone, and he looked tired as hell. He worked nights, and this was firmly in the later hours of his sleep schedule. The cops had already questioned him, adding to how frazzled he was. Sveta, Capricorn, and I were there, facing him down, with Chris and Luxie sitting by a table in the corner, sitting with Natalie. Capricorn was in goat mode, Tristan. 2 of Foresight's members were also present. Effervescent was the cape with the unreliable emotion read who had helped scupper my interview for the team. Annalise was the dashing rogue who had tried to be nice about things. The group was rounded out with 3 officers. 2 stood in the corner by the door. The third was behind Durbin, an older guy who stood near the kids and Natalie. You met the woman who was using the shopping center for a base of operations, Capricorn said. You knew she was there. It was an office, I thought, Durbin said. I didn't think it was doing any harm. She brought gas for the generator. She didn't leave any mess. She had access to security, Capricorn said. I don't know anything about that. You didn't notice the cameras moved? There was no part in your patrol where you'd go to the security office, look at the monitors, and realize they weren't pointed where they should be? The guy looked so scared. I did my job. Answer the question, an officer said. She paid me to look the other way. I looked the other way. I already admitted this. She was one of the terrorists who blew up the Norwalk portal, Annalise cut in. It wasn't the first time he'd heard that, but the fear intensified as it was hammered in. I'd seen that expression so many times when I'd used my power, something with presence and magnitude taking hold of everything from heart to muscle to the dilation of eyes. I wouldn't have gone straight for that. From the glance Capricorn shot me, he wouldn't have either. Still, connections mattered. Information was currency, and we'd decided it was essential to buy cooperation. Bringing foresight in would help more in the long run, I hoped.
Taz, I said, you weren't sympathetic with them, were you? You weren't happy about this portal thing?
No, God no. Then help us. Anything you can tell us about her, Capricorn said. I really don't know. Jesus, I can't think.
Can I talk to you guys outside? Effervescent asked the cops. After a nod, she led them to the door. Though Durbin turned to look at the reflective glass, aware that there were even more eyes on him, of a number he couldn't know, the people leaving the interrogation room served to lower the pressure. I chose to back off, myself. Annalise and Capricorn could take point. I stepped off to the side. If needed, I'd try to play nice.
Did she give you a name? Capricorn asked.
Durbin shook his head.
How did she approach you? Annalise asked.
She caught me on the way through the door by the elevators, Durbin said. Other entrances are boarded up. She asked if there was a place she could set up, and I thought she meant the offices above. I told her about having to talk to people upstairs. I didn't know anything, you know. She clarified she wanted to be more discreet, do something less expensive than buying office space. Said it was to get her company up and running.
And she raised the subject of the gas?
That was after. The power shuts off after a certain time. I do my patrol with my flashlight. After a few times, when she lost her work, she said she'd bring in gas for the emergency generator. She knew people. I thought it was great for both of us.
She offered you cash at first, then?
Durbin nodded. Yeah, not a lot. Not worth this. I bought myself sneakers with the money after a few weeks. It's hard to get good shoes these days.
A few weeks? How long total? Capricorn asked.
Since June, I guess. It was hot out when I first saw her, and it was late. I remember thinking about the fact that she was wearing black on such a warm evening.
Were you aware she was a parahuman? Annalise asked.
No idea. Who is she?
Annalise didn't answer, instead glancing at Capricorn and I. I wasn't sure I was a fan of how he kept giving up information on how much we knew, but I wasn't about to stop him or ask him to leave. Durbin wasn't a mastermind. He wasn't going to break or stop being able to testify. It was more a question of getting him to realize and parse just how much he knew.
What did you talk about? Capricorn asked. Weather? Stuff I'd seen on television, recent events. She'd wait for me, hand me my cash, we'd say one or two things. Sometimes she'd ask when my relief was coming because she was planning on staying late.
You seem awfully cool with this arrangement, Annalise said. Nameless woman, random approach, gas from nowhere.
I was happy to have my lights on while I did my route, and a bit of pocket money, Durbin said. I thought it was a good thing, being able to see things and make sure nobody was hiding in the shadows, spot any vandalism, which there wasn't much.
Kinda defeats the purpose of having security if the security lets people into the building, doesn't it? Annalise asked.
Taz Durbin looked miserable. He nodded.
She didn't tell you her name. She didn't tell you where she was from, or anything about the business? Was there any kind of marking on the can or barrel she used for the gas? Capricorn asked. Barrel? No. No mark that I saw. I think it was the same barrel every time.
What color was the barrel? Annalise asked.
No idea. It was dark and light green or gray.
Witness testimony was bad when it came to things like that.
You never met her friends? Capricorn asked.
When Durbin shook his head, Capricorn pressed.
You never saw anyone go in with her, or go in to see her? No.
Did you ever see her with her sunglasses off? I asked.
Durbin looked startled at the question. He shook his head.
No. She said she had a vision problem. Is that useful?
Maybe. Could have been a lie. Some physical mutations might be hidden with sunglasses.
Could be, Sveta said.
Holy,
Durbin said.
Holy, I didn't think she was dangerous. Focus, okay? Capricorn told the shell-shocked guy. Were there any moments you had doubts? Anything peculiar that put you off? She did her thing, I did mine, Durbin said. We talked for a minute a night, or not even. I didn't want to interrupt her too much. She really did that with the portal?
She was in contact with 2 other groups, Looksee said.
Durbin had to twist around in the chair that was bolted to the ground in order to see her.
I think she was coordinating 3 of the attacks.
Oh, Durbin said. Color leached from his face.
Yeah, that's... God.
Capricorn tapped the table, and Durbin's head whipped around like Capricorn had slammed his hand down. Capricorn's voice was gentle. Focus. You talked for a minute every night, right? There could be clues in that.
We talked about weather,
Durbin said. Any mention of travel? Capricorn asked. Having to drive in the rain? Durbin shook his head.
Was like, oh, the weather's getting cooler, nothing big.
What else then? What did you talk about?
TV?
What shows? Capricorn pressed, insistent.
Shit, I don't think she talked about much. I mostly blathered. I'd recommend stuff. She'd say she would get to it when she wasn't so busy with getting her business started.
What shows did you talk to her about? Capricorn asked. Is this so important? Annalise asked. What shows? Capricorn asked, more firmly. The competitive streak might have been coming out. He very naturally took the lead in this questioning when we had invited Foresight to the table. On a level, I couldn't blame him. I had issues with Annalise's approach to the interrogation. With Capricorn, there seemed to be a thrust to it. He had something in mind.
TVA? It's Earth Aleph stuff. I'd complain because they don't always have all the episodes at the station, and it's not like we can get more. Sometimes I'd watch a show and it would skip episodes, and it got really confusing with this one modern supernatural show because it actually skipped an episode on purpose because of time magic.
Focus.
Yeah. Some trashy television, reality stuff. I tried to pitch it to her, but she seemed repulsed.
That's good. That's the sort of small detail that might be useful, Capricorn said. Taz nodded, seemingly eager to be giving us anything that might help.
I'd bring up sports when there was a match. Parahuman brawling, she wasn't a fan.
Repulsed again? I asked.
Nah, just not a fan. I brought up basketball a lot. The high school teams have a league this year, with a lot of the athletic students focusing on sports during their half-days. She said she missed watching.
Which means she had some interest. Who did she root for? Capricorn asked.
Oh, the Heralds.
She liked them?
She really liked them,
Durbin said. That's not Earth Gimel, Annalise said. That'd be the school in Whalings, Earth N. Lord of Loss's territory, I said. You don't think he's responsible, do you? Annalise asked. I shook my head. No idea, but it says something if they're maybe coming from a place that's not a part of the megalopolis and they attacked it in the way they did. It also explains why they set up shop here. They're not connected to us, Annalise said. For internet, information, cell, they had to come here. It's thin, Capricorn said. It's a place to look, though. Durbin, I said. When he didn't snap his attention to me, I said, Taz.
Yeah?
When she paid you, what did she give you?
40 a night, 20 if she brought gas.
No, I mean, what type of currency?
New dollars, Durbin said. In my pocket, I still have some. It's hard to exchange.
I remained where I was and let Annalise be the one to fish in Durbin's pocket, drawing out the wallet. He opened it up and fished out a bill. Tracking number might help us trace it back.
Ooh, Looksee said. Wait, hold it flat.
She approached the table,
Annalise held the bill flat, and Looksee took a picture of it.
"Fingerprints," she said.
"I wasn't happy about it being new dollars," Durbin volunteered. "She was nice about giving me more when the value dropped." Annalise nodded, looking at me. Unconventional currency for the unconventional settlement of whalings. The trading dollar was the dominant currency across the megalopolis. Other currencies were tied to natural resources, to other Earth currencies, but they had their issues. The new dollar had its issues, but it was still used in places on the fringes. The hypothesis is getting less thin now. There was a knock on the window. We'd asked for a turn at questioning in exchange for giving them this info. It seemed our time was up. We filed out, and the room that had been a dozen people facing down Durbin became just a room with only a miserable, tired Durbin sitting in his metal chair, elbows on the metal table. The door shut, and the cop locked it. Others were already out in the hallway. Effervescent stepped out of the room with the one-way window.
"Effie?"
Annalise asked.
"He's telling the truth. He has a drug habit he hasn't mentioned, but it's minor. He was scared of her. No indication powers screwed with his head or mind."
"If she is a master, it's not necessarily that?" I asked. "Could it be subtle? You had a hard time getting a read on me." Effie looked annoyed at that.
"I don't think it's subtle. I don't think there are any blocks or scrambles either."
"It was a very mundane infiltration, then," Annalise said.
"It would be interesting to know if he was being watched," I said. "If I were them, I wouldn't let something I saw as critical be reliant on one stranger's conscience." "I can check stuff," Looksee said.
"Don't overwork," I said.
"I won't. This is easy and fun."
I glanced at Natalie, who was silent, and then at the oldest cop in the room.
"This is good to know," he said.
"I know we've been reeling," I said. "Stuff's all over the place, with the wardens gone and key people gone, missing or being moved around. We could have gone this alone, but we decided it's key to share information. The greatest strength the good guys have is that we work together."
"What do you want?"
the cop asked. "The people who were arrested when we stopped some from getting the portals. Interrogation logs, information, anything that could point us in the right direction. Whatever we get, we'll share with you. Whatever you have, give us access."
"I'll talk to people, see about cutting away the red tape."
"Same with us?" Annalise asked. "And the other teams," Capricorn said.
"There's really only one other," Annalise said. "Advance guards having trouble bouncing back. They got hurt badly by the injuries and loss of infrastructure."
"Maybe a mission will help," Capricorn said.
"Maybe,"
Annalise conceded. "Can you ask around? See if anyone has a good enough relationship with Lord of Lost to open communication?" Capricorn asked. "Don't tip him off, but ask if some heroes could visit whalings."
"I'll ask, see if anyone knows. You should know that a lot of the Hollow Point guys that didn't get offed fell back to the border territories."
"We'll be careful," Capricorn said. A younger officer approached, a stack of printouts in his arms the size of a phone book. Capricorn took half. Chris and Sveta each took the remainder. Our files. There was a brief exchange of numbers and cards. We shook hands with the cops, and then we shook hands with Annalise. He held my hand a touch longer than was necessary, looking me in the eyes, and said,
"This was good."
"I'm glad," I said. He freed my hand. The groups split up, with Durbin left in the care of the police.
"The GN portal was one of the data points," Looksee said. "Calls made to and from that area."
"There's no cell signal from the other side," Capricorn said.
"They come through and make calls as soon as they have signals," Looksee said. "Give me a bit of time to get the wheels spinning, and I can start on facial recognition, license plates, and start checking on people around there. It's even close-ish to my place." "After you get permission from the authorities for that kind of surveillance, you mean?" Natalie said. "Of course," Looksee said. The last time I'd faced Lord of Loss, we'd fought brute to breaker. It hadn't been pretty, but
he'd played by the rules. The people he seemed to be hosting in his territory were very much not playing by those rules. There was a chance that he knew, which meant another Earth, however small a set of settlements, that was aligned against Gimel. A chance he didn't know, which would mean Earth N faced the same kind of subversive attack that we'd weathered in Gimel. I mentally revised my schedule, trying to keep key duties and events straight in my head. Visit the orphanage where Chris was staying and make sure all was well. Make time for Sveta. Make time for Crystal and get her something nice. Call Rain and Ashley and catch them up, see if they had input. Move. Ugh. Have dinner with Kenzie's family. Have a conversation with the villain warlord of Earth N, potentially with the fate of whole Earths on the line. Arc 7, Torch, Chapter 7. I flew down and at an angle to try to break away, and I felt the near miss, a rush of air that made my hood flap and my hair fly out in disarray. The rush was cause for me to change direction, evasive maneuvers. Driving required an expanded awareness of the world. It was a mode that I presumed could be switched on, and it was a mode that I'd never really mastered. I'd read that the reason cell phones were so bad for driving was that they pulled the driver out of that mode into the 5x3-inch world of the glowing screen. Flying was another mode shift, especially when it came to aerial encounters. To be aware of the above, the below, left, right, forward, back. Flying typically saw a person flying with their body parallel to the ground because the ground was worth paying attention to, and because the shape of a human body meant either the ground or the sky were faced. To fly facing forward with the body upright meant flying against the air resistance. I was too slow to flip over and look up. I felt contact on my back, pressing against the bag I wore. My breastplate was in two pieces in the bag, and I felt one piece slide against the other, catching me in one shoulder blade. Then the pressure. The steady push downward. If I were a plane, it would have been forcing me into a nosedive. I flipped around, grabbed Crystal's ankle, and used the rotation of my body with a yank of my arm to fling her off. She created a force field to land on, her back, hands and feet pressing against it, then launched herself at me, breaking the field in the process of the launch. Experience told me that she'd go for something she could grab, and I hauled my knees in toward my chest to pull my ankles out of the way of her grip. She passed close behind me while I somersaulted once in the air. The weight of my bag meant I had to be careful about getting back to a proper flying posture. "You're playing rough today," I called out.
"I've always had to play rough to make a dent," she said. "Did that change somehow?"
"Somehow," I said. "Catch my bag?" She held out her hands. I let my bag slide down my arm and caught the strap, then slung it at her. She caught it.
"Oof, that's heavy. Somehow? Bullet in the arm somehow?"
I tried to use my fingers to get my hair sorted out, but it was caught in clothing and tangled around my costume top, hood, and neck. No, Crystal, not bullet in the arm somehow. "Yeah," was all I said. I flipped upside down, using gravity to help get my hair to a better position, leaving me to just pluck at it where it had looped around things and let it fall up.
"Remember when my mom would make us do the flying in formation thing? You, me, Eric, sometimes her?"
"Oh yeah," I said. "I'm pretty sure that was my mom's idea."
"Really? Damn it, Aunt Carol."
"It made flying so boring," I said. "Maintain course, fly in parallel. People on the ground might be taking pictures."
"We had to match speed to Eric, and he was the slowest. Flying can be so boring, even when you don't have to do that stuff."
I didn't feel that way at all. I'd had issues with flying before, when a panicky feeling would start to set in and the nearest real thing was 400 feet below me, but flying was totally amazing. I flipped back around the other way. my hand up at my hair to help guide it. Crystal was flying in a lazy circle around me while I floated in place.
Having to fly to match Eric was worse for you than it was for me.
Little brothers are a pain, she said. She smiled, but it was a little melancholy.
I meant because you're fast.
But you can do that, see? You just did this thing. You can turn upside down and right side up without getting dizzy.
I get dizzy.
But you can do that, she said. I have to be careful about any serious flipping or I'll be green around the gills for 5 minutes.
I'll remember that for next time, I teased.
Ha ha. Don't, or I'll hurl and I'll ruin someone's day down there on the ground.
Over water, then.
Or never.
Never?
Come on, you stepped on me. Surfed. I used you as a surfboard.
Yeah, that's so much better.
It kind of is. Besides, no dirt on these feet.
I fixed my hair and adjusted my outfit. It was my costume, minus the metal bits, which wound up being somewhat dark, but the white trim, my belt, and the bag helped to break it up. I reached for my bag and she handed it over.
Thank you.
You mentioned you didn't have long before we had to go in separate directions, Crystal said.
I pulled out my phone. The map was the first thing that came up.
I overshot, I said. I have to fly back the way we came.
I'm sorry I can't help with the move.
I shook my head.
Duties, I get it. I don't have much anyway, and I can call Dad.
It might be a little while before we cross paths. Stuff's going on.
I know.
I wish I could tell you more.
I know.
If you changed your mind and wanted to stay, you'd have my place all to yourself.
It's your place, I said. It's you. I need a place for me. I need to do something for me.
That sounds good, she said.
Though it is technically someone else's place.
Take care of yourself until I get back, she said.
She flew a quarter circle around me, as if flitting around and fretting were the same thing.
I worry.
I worry about you, I said. This classified mission to places unmentioned?
It's not classified. I'm just not supposed to talk about it because of orders.
It's classified.
They haven't used that word.
Be safe, I said.
I'll try.
She gave me a hug, coming in from the side so as not to jostle or bump the sling. We parted, and I flew backward, watching as she flew away, until she was just a speck in the distance. I put my phone away. Now that I wasn't being bullied mid-flight by my big cousin, I was free to keep an eye on where I was going. The portal slashing through Norfair was one thing. I termed it a slash because it was thinner than some of the others. There were more clouds in the sky on the far side. I flew over it, giving it a wide berth to be safe. Past the portal, the endless sea of city was harder to navigate. I looked for landmarks. The financial buildings with the shopping center we'd been in yesterday was a new one for me. Kenzie's area was a bit to the north of it, Norwalk. I kept an eye out for and found the Norfair Community Center. I knew the location, and the yellow tarps that were still around the damaged portions of the building were very visible from the air, especially given its relative proximity to the water. It had been one thing I'd kept an eye on my prior flights across the megalopolis. The Norfair Community Center was the middle ground between Norwalk and Fairfield. Play structures of painted wood and bars were a good clue I was in the right place. The building from above resembled what I'd seen with a check online. I landed a few blocks away and walked the rest of the way. Kids were out and playing, many wearing hooded sweatshirts or jackets. A handful of adults were out, spread out to see more of the play area. I approached the fence. Kids saw me, and an adult took notice. An older woman, with gray hair and clothes of the super comfortable, easy sort that fit a barely mobile 90-year-old, rather than what I presumed was a 70-year-old.
"Can I help you?" she asked.
"I'm here about Chris Ellman?" She pointed.
"Talk to her. She knows him."
I walked along the fence until I reached a woman who was handling some of the 5 to 11-year-olds at the edge of the sandbox. They looked like a pretty vicious bunch. She was of Middle Eastern descent, with makeup I might have deemed evening makeup for going to a club if I'd worn it. Very distinct eyeliner, eyeshadow, and bold lipstick that would have stood out in dim lighting. She made it work. Her clothes were nice, a red dress with a leaf pattern at the hem, on the folded collar with the decorative edge, and her sleeves. At a glance, she seemed to be the youngest adult in the yard. "Yes?" she asked. However young she was, by the stern tone alone, I could imagine she was the one I would have wanted to cross least if I was 10 years younger. "I'm looking for a kid I volunteer with, Chris Ellman." Her expression changed. She pointed at one of the kids. "Sky, don't be a brat. Play on your own for a bit." That order given, she approached the chain-link fence. "Chris Ellman." "He lives here, right?" "You don't sound sure." She was roughly my age, and it was the kind of voice that made me think Mama Bear. "He's kind of the kind of kid who doesn't leave you feeling very sure about anything," I said. She paused, then smiled. "Yes, he is." I tried to call him, but there wasn't a response. I know some of the cell towers have been down, so I thought I'd check in. "We've had outages. Not as bad as some areas. That could be it, but you could have waited and tried again instead of coming from Bridgeport for now. I kind of wanted to—" I hesitated. "Make sure everything was okay." "It's hard to say anything that wouldn't be construed as a breach of his trust," she said. "I'm one of the few adults he seems to be willing to tolerate." Maybe because you're pretty, I thought. Then I thought again. Chris seemed like the type to prefer a hard-nosed adult he could predict and rely on over the friendly sort. Maybe it was both. "It's a sensitive boundary, apparently. I don't want either of us to cross it. Also, behind you." One of the girls was holding a boy down and spitting repeatedly in his face. Both kids seemed to be 7 or so. "Sky!" The woman barked the word, and the kids froze, eyes going wide, with only the culprit ignoring the order, continuing to spit. She strode over, hauled the little girl off, and pulled her away by one arm. The little girl fought as well as she was able, not giving an inch. All fight. This stern teacher didn't slow her down or make her hesitate a second. The yard monitor wrapped the child's own arms around the child's stomach, forming an X like a straitjacket without the jacket, and knelt, hugging her to secure her in that position. The kid kicked and threw her weight around. I had instincts that made me want to hop over the fence and help. Still, outing myself as a cape at Chris's home would do more harm than any good I could do here. "Sorry," the woman said. "Not a problem," I said. Sky shrieked. The little girl gradually stopped kicking, as she didn't get much of a response. I waited. "I can send somebody to get Chris, if you like. He should be in his room, if he didn't go for a walk." "Chris?" Sky asked. "Yes," the woman said. "Why don't you go, Sky? You'll burn off some energy if you run." Sky looked between us. "I don't want to." "Well, you have to now. Spitting isn't allowed. This can be your time out. You know where his room is?" "Everyone knows," the little girl said. She was still breathing hard from the struggle. "Great. Katie, go with Sky. Hold her hand tight. Tell Chris his friend is here." One of the older girls approached, an 11-year-old. Sky was released from the hold and, after hesitating, took Katie's hand. "Scoot," the yard monitor said, and she might as well have cracked a whip because the kids picked up the pace. I watched them go into the building. The yard monitor wiped away most of the dirt that the kneeling and kicking had deposited onto her knees and upper shins. "There'll be a minute. He's on the top floor and he's probably in bed." "Got it," I said. "I'm Victoria, by the way." Val, we can talk until he arrives. Sure, I said. I frowned slightly as I tried to think of how to phrase it. Worries, questions, or warnings? She asked. Well, it's telling that the kids are scared of him, and of the 3 possible topics you just mentioned. Worries were one and warnings were another. Val smiled. He's unique. Yeah. He's okay. He's managing. I only know what I see when he's here, and he's mostly here to sleep. He spends some of his time, volunteering, Val said. Her sharply penciled eyebrow went up. So she knew about the Cape stuff. I nodded. A lot of his time is spent on walks, she added. You've brought that up twice, the walks. We talk about it among the staff. It's been more of an issue lately, and it's on my mind. We could call his therapist, but... I saw her expression change. I shook my head. She nodded. The fence bent slightly with her weight as she leaned back against it, her back to me while she watched the children. I liked her, Val said. She was terrific. I'm kind of holding out hope, but it's a horrible mess either way, I replied. My voice was a bit hollow as I tried to keep from letting any emotion into it. I don't know. Why is it a big deal? He turned up last night at 2:30 in the morning. That was the latest he's ever come in. We took away privileges, but if we take away one thing, he finds other things to do. We're divided on whether to be stricter about curfew or to let him be. I'm one of the only people who gets along with him in some form, which means they keep asking me for my input. I never know what to say. That's a tough spot to be in. Was he volunteering? I don't want to say anything he wouldn't want me to say, I said. Okay, fair. I didn't get the impression he was volunteering. Should we stop the walks? Let me know if you're not comfortable saying. I wondered if he was going out to change. Given his situation, he might need it. It's hard to say. It would depend on how he's doing here. Her head turned, and she looked at me with one eye. How do you think he's doing? The kids are scared of him, apparently. He's odd. He celebrates being odd. It seemed like a tepid response, a half answer. Is that it? Or is there more? A number of the other teachers and the admin are scared of him, she admitted. I am, sometimes. Why? Because when you see him with any regularity, you notice changes day to day. He's had 2 roommates, and one asked to be moved to another room. The second was made of sterner stuff, but he gave up after sharing a room with Chris over the late winter and spring. Chris can be tough to get along with, I said. He was scared, Val said. He wasn't and isn't comfortable being in the same room as Chris. He's been uneasy even when Chris wasn't present, and it has been that way for 2 months. And now he's in a room with 2 beds and no roommate? We've had lengthy debates about that, too. We decided it was best to leave him be and let him have his room, at least for now. Makes sense? We watched the kids playing for a little bit. Things were calmer with the spitter on her errand. The boy had wiped his face and was now carrying on making a dirt pile like nothing had happened. There was something else. We had a theft issue, Val said. With Chris? If this was explicitly Chris, I wouldn't be comfortable telling you, she said. We had several thefts. Chris was cleared of wrongdoings for the biggest one. Some of the children say they had seen him out for a walk at the time it happened. Chris's former roommate was one of them. Okay, I said. I'm not sure I follow, then. He was under suspicion? He was the first many of us thought of. Some, she said, and she paused. She met my eyes and continued talking at a lower volume. Feel that he is clever enough to get away with it, and they don't want to clear him of suspicion so easily. A theft of what? I asked.
Things from the nurse's office.
I winced. I wasn't sure how to feel about that, knowing what little I did about Chris. If it were anything else, I could feel upset about it, but if it was stuff he was trying to keep on hand for his own benefit... Damn it, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Val made a noise as if my silence had confirmed something.
He leaves you unsure about things.
Not unsure in the way she might have been picturing. I was pretty sure he was the culprit. When it came to blaming him, though... Yeah, unsure was a good word.
You mentioned that you get along with him,
I said.
As much as anyone does, which isn't a lot.
Some others actually get along with him in a normal-ish way, I think, I said. Rain specifically. Tristan and Byron in a way. Ashley in a way. Kenzie in a love-hate reaching kind of way. I hadn't known him to connect with Sveta.
Do you?
She asked. I hesitated, then said,
No. I wish I could give you advice, she said. I don't think I can without betraying his trust. There are some things I've picked up on that I've only ever mentioned to his therapist.
No need, I said.
I'm trying to find my footing and figure out where things stand before I push or do anything substantial. Not just with Chris. This has already been pretty helpful, I think. We have 300 children here, with some in a partial or daycare-like capacity. I don't see him much. I don't want you to get me wrong. He's only here to sleep, play games, or get things. Others take up our attention. It's understandable. It sounds like you're doing the best you can. The roommate thing is a bit of a worry, though.
Yes.
And this theft he was cleared of.
Yes, she said.
With 300 children here, I have seen a number of types. Angry children.
Sky, I said.
The desperate, the scared, she said. I can't give him a type. He's uncanny. I wish you could solve this riddle for me.
Uncanny was a really good word, capturing what I'd noticed about Chris when I'd first seen him in Yamada's group therapy session. Uncanny in every way.
I wish I could solve this riddle for me, I said. But when it comes to the volunteer work, he's helping. He's doing good. That's something, isn't it?
She gave me a curious look.
Yeah. Can I pass that along to the staff?
Yeah. The front door of the building slammed. Chris stood just beyond the doors, looking for me, finally spotting me. Oh, he looked pissed.
I don't know if it helps with the riddle, she said, but out of all of the desperate and all of the scared, I've never had a kid who was so desperate for something where I couldn't figure out what they really wanted.
I might have ideas, I said.
It's not the obvious answer. It's not his health. That's the weirder thing.
I shifted my stance, leaning against the fence in my best attempt to get a good look at her face. Chris was stalking towards us, his bag in his hand. Other kids stared.
I've never had a child to look after who had so many reasons to be scared, who wasn't.
You don't think he's scared? I murmured.
I used to. It was camouflaged desperation I saw.
The talk of feelings and emotions and the tie-in to Chris as a cape made me wonder what the form would look like. Camouflaged desperation. Nothing camouflaged at the moment. Chris marched his way toward us. He had to dodge around two kids playing who got in his way. Other kids got out of his way, seemingly by dint of his reputation alone.
He really is doing good?
She asked. Yeah, I said, in his grouchy, surly way. Chris caught up to us. He huffed. What the hell are you doing here?
You didn't answer your phone.
My battery died. Email is a thing.
Internet dropped for this area, I said.
You came without being invited. Not fucking okay.
Language, Val said. Keep it clean with the littles around.
I hate that word. Littles.
I won't use it if you stop being bad.
You say that like I'm a dog and I crapped in the house. Bad. I'm trying to explain why this isn't cool. It's about respect and boundaries.
I'm trying to respect your boundaries, I said.
You came here from another area entirely without telling me first.
No phone, no internet. There is, as far as I know, no telegraph or established way of transmitting smoke signals, I said.
You wanted an excuse to snoop, he said, because you can talk about relationship pillars and trust and respect and caring and boning.
Chris,
Val said. Or whatever, and you don't live up to your own freaking hype, Vic. You'd want me to show respect, and you show me none if you freaking surprise me like this.
Something came up. I came to let you know.
Don't lie to me, he said.
If he were any angrier, he might have a vein standing out on his forehead.
You wanted to snoop. You quizzed Val. You came to my place and you poked your nose in where it doesn't belong.
There were times when he seemed so adult, and there were times he seemed so young. This was the latter. Victoria told me you were doing a good job with volunteering.
Why tell Val anything? Chris asked, voice raised. It's none of your business.
She also, Val said, staying calm, her voice quieter, said your breaking curfew shouldn't be a big deal. I can tell the other teachers that.
I don't give a shit. She shouldn't say anything, and you shouldn't have brought it up.
Language, Val said. Break the rules, and I'll go into your room and take the save cards for your consoles. If you really push it, I won't give them back.
I need those.
I need you to calm down and be a good example for the little ones. I saw as Chris worked to suppress the anger, seemingly only now becoming aware that the other kids existed. He looked around before identifying one.
You.
That's Sam, Chris. His room is 2 doors from yours.
Whatever. How long were they talking before I got here?
A boy about 12 gave the answer. Sam.
A while?
A while, Chris said, locking eyes with me. Yeah, that's great.
Everyone's getting together this afternoon, I said. If we waited for the internet to come back or for you to turn your phone on, you might have missed it. If you don't like it, keep your phone charged.
Okay, I'm going out, Val, Chris said.
He stormed past her and toward the gates.
Don't go in my room.
You don't get to set the rules, Chris, Val said.
Don't, he said, giving her the evil eye. I'll do my own laundry for now.
Then he walked away. It seemed like he was expecting me to have to follow. It was nice talking to you, Victoria, Val said. Maybe we could meet for a friendly coffee sometime. Chris wheeled around, ready to jump right into the fray with more incensed words. Val put up her hands in a mock surrender. It didn't necessarily help me, but I could almost see why she'd done that. The push, the pull, letting Chris know she could fight back. I matched Chris's pace, which wasn't hard. His legs were shorter than mine. The area was a little Spartan. The buildings either the quickly put-together sort, or the type that had been most common just after Gold Morning, or the big brick edifices with zero personality.
What did you talk about?
General things. She hinted that she knows about the Cape stuff.
Yeah, all the staff do. It's a pain.
She needed help telling what was you being a troublemaker and what was you being a Cape. I honestly wasn't sure. I said I figured it was more the second one.
It's not your job and it's not your place, he said. You don't need to check on me.
I need to check up on everyone, at least a little, I said. I was too slow with Rain and Ashley. I worry about you. I'm concerned about Sveta. Byron's going through a tough time, and Kenzie...
You're skipping Tristan?
I'm trying not to skip anyone, I said.
You need to focus on people other than me. Figure out your priorities. I'm stable. I'm dealing with my shit myself. I haven't asked for help, and I'm doing my share. Compare that to Kenzie, the living personification of a cry for help in so many ways. I'm having dinner with Kenzie's family tonight. Her place isn't far from the GN portal. Chris snorted. What? Good luck, he said. Have fun. Come back from that and tell me again how I'm a priority on your watch list. That's not what I said, I told him. I'm trying to keep an eye out for everyone, because that's what Jessica would have wanted. Yeah, well, what I want is for people to leave me the fuck be. I'm sticking to the rules. Mostly, I said. I could see his expression change. His shoulders rising like steam was building up inside him, and it was all he could do to keep it contained. Chris, I said, I didn't go beyond the gates. Neither she nor I shared anything that you would have wanted kept in confidence. I want everything kept in confidence, he said, steam still building. It doesn't work that way. I've heard from multiple people now that people are scared of you and you're bending the rules. That warrants someone asking a few mild questions to figure out if everything's handled. You literally make people afraid of you with your power. Chris's words could only be described as a resentful growl. Does that warrant someone asking some questions or making sure you're handled? That's different. Or did your sister handle you when she tightened? I grabbed him by the shoulder, hard, stopping him from walking. The screws, he finished, locking his eyes to mine. Cold anger, resentment. A twist of something that might have been triumph in his eyes. You don't go there, I whispered. You don't come here, he said, and a fleck of spit left his mouth as he shouted, to land somewhere on my top. I have to fucking balance everything. I lose my heart or I lose my body. I've gone to the fucking bathroom in the morning and there was blood and meat in the bowl when I was done, and there's 2 people I can trust to handle the clog or leave me alone so I can handle it. She was one of them. You can't fuck with that. I didn't. You did. You said stuff and you might have changed her mind about stuff, and I can't know how to balance it if I don't know what was said. She changes my sheets when there's fluids on the bed that aren't blood, semen, piss, or shit. No questions asked, because Jessica said it's under control. Now Jessica isn't here, and you're putting ideas in her head, and she might change her mind about things. What the hell is going on, Chris, that you're dealing with stuff like that? Powers don't usually tear you up like that. I saw a flicker of something in his expression, between the outrage and the reckless madness I'd seen as he talked about fluids and Jessica. Not his powers? None of your business! Is it not your powers? I asked. Someone else's? Someone did this to you? None of your business, and fuck you! Have you shared about this with the others? No, of course not, because I don't fucking want any fucking people fucking with me. Chris, I said, we can't help you if you don't share. I know power stuff. I studied it. I saw a lot of it at the asylum. Read my lips, he said, panting as he said it. Now he had the vein in his forehead. I don't want help. Not from you. I want to be left alone, and I'm willing to do the hero thing because it works for me. I'm fine. I'm fine, he said. He stared me down, and there was no waver in his eyes, no sign of anything in his face or posture besides repressed outrage. No fear. Are you fine because you're striking that balance emotionally? I asked. With the forms? If I want help, he said, if my body starts growing screwy and there's no way to salvage it, I'll go down to the 7-7 building, near where the warden's headquarters used to be. I shook my head. What are you talking about? It's housing the wardens used. Odds are pretty good it's where your sister's living. My heart sank roughly to where my knees were, but the place it had been wasn't left intact. It was cold and empty and sick and painful all at once. My heart didn't feel like it was beating right, and my breathing wasn't right either. I let go of his shoulder. I hadn't wanted to know where she was. I'll go to her for help before I go to you. I'd go to Bonesaw if she was still around. I shook my head, walking away. He raised his voice. You want to push me? I'll push back! I stopped in my tracks. That kind of pushing gets you killed, I said, or worse. Don't worry, I've got a handle on worse, he said. I have for a while. Dying? Meh. The meh was both dismissive and an epithet at the same time. Fine, I said. You want this? Go for it. That's all I ever asked for. But where I draw the line is scaring or hurting others. Make nice. Don't give people a reason to ask questions. Yeah, whatev, he said. And don't give the other members of the team a reason to grieve. I don't want to see Kenzie or Sveta crying over you. I like how you say other. I'm off your grieving list? Chris asked. Keep mentioning my sister and you'll get there. He snorted. Man, I could have slapped him. Train station's this way, he said. Walk fast. GN portal. The meeting with Lord of Loss is at 2. I left him to hike it. I flew. For his benefit, really. I landed where the others had assembled. There was a blown-up image of Tempera and 2 capes I didn't recognize printed on the wall of the station. When we'd passed out word that the other stations were potentially being targeted, GN had been one of the stations that had been saved. I was heartened to see just who had managed it. I needed a bit of heartening. It was good to see the other members of the group happy. Sveta was smiling, and Kenzie was bouncing around while talking to Tristan. Chris is on his way. He caught the 12:30 train. It'll be 30 minutes, I said. Awesome, Tristan said. Listen, because this just came up, and it's a good opportunity. We were talking back hair, Kenzie said. Yeah, Tristan said. I think if I liked anyone, I could like someone with back hair, Kenzie said. No, Kenzie, that's not okay, Sveta said. But you said you could be okay with it. I said I feel obligated to say I'd be okay with it because my boyfriend has back forks and back wires. He keeps it tidy, but at his place he sometimes has to position loose material. I feel obligated because some of my favorite people in the world had back hair, Kenzie said. Again, please, not okay, Sveta said. Why not? Because back hair means older, and that's skeevy. Didn't the boy Tristan like to have back hair at 14? 14 isn't old. Well, it is to me, but that's because it's... I did not like Jet Marion, Tristan said. Please, let me get a word in edgewise. I can see where Byron got it wrong, but I liked Tyler Redmond. He was a senior, he was tall, he had long hair, and he was good at art. He had a lower back tattoo and no back hair. I'm not down for that. I'm not down for that, I said. Wax, shave, deal with it somehow. Thank you, Tristan said. I value and appreciate your sanity. I'm not changing my answer, Kenzie said. Kenzie and Tristan bickered. Sveta approached me, leaning into my good arm. You okay? I shook my head. I murmured my answer. Spat with Chris. She nodded, no commentary. Can we get some fresh air? I asked. Wait on the other side of the portal, at least until Chris's train arrives? I can keep an eye out, Kenzie said, holding up her phone. Oh, we need to talk about dinner. I hope this doesn't run late and we don't get a mob of assassins or zombies chasing after us, because my mom's making this pasta dish. Is pasta okay? Pasta's great, I said. Keeping an eye out is great, just... I motioned toward the station and the portal within. We made our way through. There wasn't much traffic, but there was a lot of security. Patrol block was out in force, checking our ID twice. I had to hand over my bag. Kenzie unloaded all of her trinkets and things, which ended up taking a few minutes. The pressure of the city and of accumulated stresses were weighing on me. It was hard to breathe. When we finally got through, it got easier. It was a question of walking down a hallway, past a blurry area, and up a half-flight of stairs, passing through doors. Earth N. Fresh air, trees, birds, fields. There wasn't much civilization at all, beyond the standard buildings that surrounded portals in foreign worlds. Supplies, basic needs, a small hospital, administration, not even a small town. Enemy territory. Arc 7, Torch, Chapter 8. The arrival of Chris's train at the GN portal station had Kenzie running off to go get him. The initial wave of trucks and cargo from the train began to flow from the station and out into Earth N. I'd seen the process before, but it had been as part of the patrol block, and I'd usually had duties or I'd been a part of the convoy. Sveta sat on the hill, while Tristan stood near me. There were other people sitting around the slope or hanging around in the shade of the station, but we were mostly clear of eavesdroppers. It was a question of waiting for a few people to walk away before speaking. "Chris and I had a disagreement," I said. I watched the trucks go. "I was wondering why you looked pissed," Tristan said. "I didn't want to say anything." He didn't like that I showed up unannounced. "I've run into that," Tristan said. "He complains if we turn up unannounced. He complains if we don't invite him to stuff like our group's visit to the warden's headquarters, when we were asking about hiring a lawyer and sounding people out on Hollow Point. I think he likes complaining." It bummed me out a bit that Cedar Point's name hadn't survived with all we'd done. "It wasn't complaining. He was pissed," I said. "I'm telling you guys so you know. He might be bothered enough to bring it up." "How pissed was he?" Tristan asked. Scale of 1 to 10. "Pissed enough to weaponize things I told the group in confidence. 7? "Okay," Tristan said. "Did you get the rage vibe from him? Do we need to disinvite him from the meeting with Lord of Loss?" No, I said. "My first instinct is no, we don't. But I don't want to go by first instincts only. The situation made it hard to tell if it was lingering rage, and the more I try to find words, the less sure I am about disinviting him." Sveta was quiet. "It sets a bad precedent." "Yeah," I said. "Shutting people out, and I don't think he'd forgive it very easily. I could have handled it better, but Chris isn't the sort of person I really get. I feel like every time I find out something more, I just have more questions." "I think if you asked him," Sveta said, "he'd say you don't need to get him or get answers. You should just respect his boundaries and let him do what he wants." "People in his day-to-day are scared of him," I said. "Teachers, kids. I need some answers, just to make sure I'm not standing around doing nothing while missing something important or dangerous." "Yeah," Sveta said. She looked up at me and said with grave sincerity, "I totally, 100% get that." "You're thinking about the irregulars?" Tristan asked. "Yeah," she said. "It gives me the worst feeling when I look back on things in retrospect. So many stupid things we should have paid attention to. So many. We let a lot of things slide because we were worried about how it would change the tone of things, and because of friendship, or what we thought was friendship. I'd rather see people get upset now than have it all go wrong later." "Yeah, we've talked about that," Tristan said. Then, like he was remembering I was there, he turned to me. "Both of our teams capsized. We've done the whole thing before, where you go out, get drunk, and rant about the past." "No, we didn't," Sveta said. "Let me finish. We did it without the drinking part, I mean." "Oh, yeah," Sveta said. "I guess." "Yeah," I said. "A good rant can be healthy. Get it out." "We've done that. The drunken bemoaning of existence without being drunk," she said. "I wasn't able to talk," I said. "Still, you worked the keyboard." I shrugged.
I'm trying to be balanced about this, she said. I made this mistake once, and I don't want to be blind, but I feel like pushing too hard or prying might make things break down, and that doesn't make it better. I'm not going to say you're doing it wrong, Victoria.
I don't know if I'm doing it right.
Yeah, but you do what feels right, because I don't know if I'm doing it right either. I want to help people stay together. That means protecting each other, being supportive. That's my priority. We have to know each other, that's part of it, and it's the part where I don't necessarily sympathize with Chris.
I don't want to repeat my error from earlier and pry, I said, checking to see if Kenzie and Chris were coming. But has he talked about his background? His deal? No, Tristan said. At the same time, Sveta shook her head.
Some,
Sveta said.
But hypotheticals. He's real about the stuff like the center he's living at now and his health issues, his power, but even that's...
Yeah, Tristan said. He doesn't leave you very sure about it, I said. Sveta nodded.
I'm not going to pry or dig, but I am going to pay attention. Not just talking about Chris for the record.
I'm not good at that, Tristan said. I hear you two. I get it. We made a mistake with Ashley. That hard conversation with Rain took far too long. He left, and he didn't really reconnect until the whole thing with the Fallen camp ended. And he went straight from there to jail, pretty much. Ashley... I felt like utter shit sitting there in the pre-court thing, knowing we put her in that position.
Yeah,
Sveta said.
Definitely. Especially when I helped set her up to do it, and then made her turn herself in, too.
She turned herself in herself, I said. She went to the patrol block. Sveta shrugged. I get it, Tristan said, repeating himself. We have to watch out that it doesn't happen again. That's why you're talking about this stuff, right, Victoria?
Yeah,
I said.
A part of it. I think it's what Jessica wanted from me.
So I'm not good at that, Tristan said, repeating himself. His fist smacked down into the flat of his palm. I want to chase the parts where we click as a team. We had a few of those good moments. If we have more, that could be where the walls come down, or where the team members who don't click.
You're reminding me of Kenzie's seating chart,
Sveta said. Seating? I asked.
Figuring out the group relationships, Sveta said, smiling. It started out normal, having to do with who sat where in the group therapy session, but she kept working on it.
It looked like a Tinker blueprint at one point. Mrs. Yamada ended up banning the chart and the topic of the chart from the room, Tristan said. If you ever need to distract her from something, you can mention the chart. She'll talk about it until someone stops her.
She's not a dog you distract with a toy, I said.
No, but... Tristan said, his head turned. Hey, taking your time. Chris and Kenzie were approaching, as part of a loose crowd of 60 or so people. Most of those people wore work clothes.
We had to wait for trucks and stuff to unload,
Kenzie said. She wore a navy gingham dress with a folded white collar and a heart hairpin I'd seen before.
If you wanted me to show up sooner, you should have sent your messenger sooner, Chris said. You were talking about me?
I mentioned we'd argued, I said. That led to talks about group dynamics.
What?
Kenzie asked.
Argue?
Did you mention that you threatened to kill me or do worse? Chris asked.
What?
Kenzie asked. No, I said, because I didn't. I said the kind of thing you were talking about. I stopped myself.
Go on,
he said.
Can I bring this up here? Do you want to rehash this with these guys here, or do you want to let this be?
Go on. I really want to hear how you justify it, he said.
Going to Bonesaw for help before you went to me out of spite? That's the kind of thing that gets you killed or worse.
He stared at me.
I can't remember how I worded it, but that was not what I meant. I'm sorry if it came across that way.
I've hurt people badly enough to risk killing them, like Vale for, but I don't set out to kill. I definitely don't set out to do worse than kill people. That's not me. He continued to stare until Kenzie elbowed him. Don't do that, he told her.
Say something to her.
I'm not cool with you showing up.
Chris,
Kenzie said. He glared at me. She elbowed him again. Stop, Kenz. And I believe you, he told me. I buy it. That in no way is me being okay with you showing up. I'm still ticked. That's fine, I said. You and I can talk about it after, Tristan said. You've had a few times where you were incommunicado. We had to do something.
I could do a phone thing,
Kenzie said. You're doing too many things, I told Kenzie.
It's important that we can stay in touch, though,
she said. There's got to be a simpler answer or policy than you going the extra mile every time, Tristan said. Chris, your phone isn't working at all? Was it an outage? Chris shrugged. It wasn't charged. I was stressed, so I went out last night, went to the middle of nowhere, changed to quiet awe. I put on some music and lounged, tried to shut out the world. I spent too long like that, changed back by accident, went straight back to that form. Came back at 1 a.m, probably. Power was off. I couldn't charge it. I met Sveta's eyes. Quiet awe didn't sound like a derivation of anger. We'll figure something out, Tristan said. All right. Are we changing here? Chris asked. We'll go down into the town, find a spot, and then change out, Tristan said. We'll stand out less, and there won't be as many cameras as there are here at the station. I turned my head to look. Kenzie pointed at 2. Don't point at them, Chris admonished her.
They're so shoddy it's barely worth calling them cameras. I'm scrambling our faces so they can't track our secret identities.
We've got 2 team members without secret identities, Chris said, looking at Sveta and I. And Tristan looks so much like a hero out of costume that it doesn't fool anyone. No, I don't, Tristan said. You look like Legend probably did when he was a teen, except light brown with a modern haircut. I don't, Tristan started. He stopped as the last few passengers of the train and the people who were picking them up emerged. As the crowd fanned out, they approached the point where they might be in earshot. You know it's true, Chris said. Whatever. Let's disappear into this crowd and find a place to change.
I'll try to scramble recording devices pointed our way, Kenzie said.
The road down to the settlement proper was a bit sloped, so I gave Sveta my good arm to help her keep her footing. Earth N was not a very populated Earth. This settlement and the surrounding area were more or less it, with a few stations at key points around the globe, harvesting the most accessible resources that lined up with what we knew about from other Earths. But with roughly 150,000 people settled on this world, 90% of them within 25 miles of the portal, it didn't take much clout to control it. Lord of Loss and his clique managed that. Things weren't as nice as they were in the megalopolis. Roofs often were corrugated steel. I saw houses with additions that were plywood with plastic tacked to them. Others were best described as cabins. It marked a stark contrast from a city where vast quantities of materials had apparently been arranged and even brought to key locations before gold morning. The stores were basic, and any design beyond the bare bones had clearly been tacked on after the fact. A long lineup outside of a larger building made me think of a soup kitchen or other kind of rationing. There were 2 people with visible injuries in the loose crowd we'd joined. People from the train station. They were young, they might have been friends, and one sported a black eye, while the other had a cut on his cheek that extended to his ear. The injuries hadn't seen enough attention. Left to heal with the weight of the skin pulling the injury open, it would scar into an open line. Both those 2 and roughly half of the remainder looked like they were denizens of Earth N. Their clothes and hair reflected the same standards and ideas that the buildings did. A lot was being done with very little, and that little was already a bit worn around the edges, strained by hard living and a lack of infrastructure. I saw clothes which were clearly less than 2 years old, yet worn. I imagined they had been washed with hard scrubbing in water outdoors.
"Fresh air,"
Kenzie said. She drew in a deep breath.
"It's so nice."
"It's not like we don't have fresh air in our neighborhoods," Chris said. "There's barely been an opportunity to screw anything up."
"It's still nice."
I wasn't sure I agreed. I'd been here before, but it had been in the winter, and I barely recognized the place now. I'd seen other places like it, and it had always felt strained and desperate. Sveta squeezed my arm. I looked past her to Tristan, and I saw that he was indicating a route. Off the road, into the midst of houses and high fences. We found a spot where the fences met in a broad V shape, not really in full view of anyone standing at the main road looking down our way. Tristan and I put down our bags. Kenzie began unrolling the sleeves of her costume from beneath her dress to her ankles, kicking off the shoes she wore over her costume footies. "I'll wait," Chris said. "I'll use this spot when you're vacated."
"I can leave you a cloaking thing, if you're worried about dropping trow in public,"
Kenzie said. She messed with her phone, and the cloaking dropped away from the bag she wore at her back. Her helmet hung from the outside of the bag, her gloves stuffed inside it. "Sure," Chris said, "so long as you can't watch me through it."
"Stop saying that. I wouldn't."
I put my breastplate on, strapping the 2 individual halves, which were curved out so I could bend over without it being too rigid. The upper 25% of the armor was already attached to the upper half, needing only to be pressed against my collarbones and the inside of each shoulder. The front corner of my hood, that might have clipped up beneath my chin, hung over most of that band of armor. The spiked attachments on hood, sleeve, the center front of the breastplate, and at either side of my boots were last. I had only one good arm, which meant that I was only about as fast as Tristan putting on his whole set of armor, and I was only doing my armor and decorations over top of the costume-ish outfit.
"What form are you doing, Chris?"
Kenzie asked. "Strained peace," Chris said.
"Strained peas? As in baby food?"
Kenzie asked. "You know how blind people can train their minds to emphasize their hearing?" Chris asked. "Well, you've done the opposite. You've stared so much at your cameras and screens that your ears stopped working."
"Ha ha,"
she said. "Made worse by you being a dolt." Kenzie smiled.
"So harsh. Is peace on the awe or happiness line?"
"Happiness," Chris said. "Why strained?" I asked. Chris shot me a hostile look. I didn't press, leaving him be. I finished sorting out the straps of my sling and thought about getting a cape that would cover the one arm. I hadn't ever really loved full capes, though. Strained is a modifier for forms. It goes around the circle with repressed anger, tense acceptance, paralyzed fear, stifled disgust, yada yada, Chris said. He took Kenzie's cloaking device. All of which are the bases, but with faster reactions and movements in a pinch, like I'm made of elastic bands that are all taut, ready to release, or I'm a gun with a trigger that needs only a light touch to fire. "That's not a good thing," Capricorn said. "It's fine. Faster action, lower stamina, lower strength, more durability. Changes the abilities that manifest. Strained peace doesn't really have that much in the way of special features, so there isn't a trigger to pull."
"Why choose it then?"
Sveta asked. She'd attached the last of her stylized additions to her exterior. They'd been painted, much as she had, but it was the same mandala-style effect, where some hadn't been filled in, and the absence looked like a conscious choice. "Because we don't want to fight, and peace works for that," he said, and the easygoing tone from before was gone. I need to get it out of the way. It works. Trust me when I say it works out.
Sveta put up her hands in surrender. We'll give you a minute, Capricorn said. He stuffed everyone's bags into the open big gym bag.
I'll hold that,
Chris said.
Sure, Tristan said.
Chris held up the tinker device Kenzie had given him and hit the button. The camouflage effect crept over him. The guy with the black eye from the crowd was hanging out at the front of a store, talking to two others, and he saw us as we emerged from the residential side road. He wasn't the only one who seemed to notice, but he was the most blatant about his reaction. Instant hostility, a glare. Even the low-level hubbub of the street and the workers on the street changed, conversations dropping in volume. Others stopped talking to see why.
Wow, I said under my breath.
I kept my back straight, my apparent confidence up. It would not be a good look if we gave the wrong impression and Lord of Loss's town picked a fight with us before our meeting.
I remember times like this with the irregulars,
Sveta said.
Especially when we turned up without warning. Except you guys aren't Case 53s.
Bit of a gut punch, Capricorn said.
Yeah,
Sveta said. I'd say we get out of here, but we can't bail on C, Capricorn murmured. I feel like this is going to become something.
Anyone noticing the injuries? I asked.
The one with the shiner was the most obvious and the closest to us. The silence on the main street had drawn a few people outside, and it had brought others from side areas and streets. A dozen of them had their wounds, arms and face more than legs, some skinned knees. Defensive wounds. Luxie raised her hand, giving the crowd of stone-faced glares a little wave.
Easy does it,
Sveta said. Luxie dropped her hand. Then, because the last thing we needed was a monster showing up, Chris materialized, dropping the cloak. The indulgence form had apparently been derived from the happiness line, as far as I understood things. There were similarities. The form was tall, but where the other one had been broad in the gut, shaped like a teardrop with a tiny head and thick elephantine limbs, this one was shrouded. What I thought was a shawl at first was loose skin with no pigment, draped in a fashion that resembled a hooded robe. Hair and a wisp of what should have been a beard hung down, long and growing as I watched. The length of hair and the hood hiding his face, even though he loomed a foot or two above the tallest person present. The long, narrow limbs and frame within that shroud were gaunt, and stood tense with muscles strained and tendons standing out. By the way the joints came together and the weight of the skin shroud, it was forced into a permanent crouch, hands bent in and back toward the body, head bent and turned toward the ground. The teardrop shape remained, but it was well hidden.
Looks good,
Luxie said. It was something, but Chris's peace form had raised the local tensions to a palpable degree. A long finger with a raw nail bed instead of a fingernail reached down into the dirt of the road, scratching out 2 words. The red nail bed had grit caked in it when the finger came away. Where to?
We're supposed to head east from the camp, I said.
He said it was a 10-minute walk away, past a hill, Capricorn said.
Peace, Chris turned his head slowly until he looked down on Capricorn.
I could imagine his expression, were he normal, the unimpressed glare. This form lacked in stamina, he'd said. What were you going to do? Capricorn asked. Not change? The peace form turned to look in the direction we were supposed to go. The robe billowed out slightly, puffing. The form's head seemed to lack a mouth, or even any clear features besides maybe eyes and the waves of brown hair that hung in front, but something in the midst of the shroud had served for the exhalation. I could have flown,
But as I'd observed a few days ago, flying had a way of disconnecting me from things. I floated alongside the group. "You saw the injuries?" Capricorn asked when we were a little ways away, walking along dirt and grass with rocks at irregular intervals. Up to a point, trees had been cut down to use for the building of the settlement on this side of the GN portal. Past that point, the woods were dense. From the looks of it, we wouldn't necessarily get that far out. "Defensive," I said. "Soldiers?" he asked. "Soldiers would have run off to tell their bosses," I said. "Made a phone call, even texted. They didn't. They didn't run. They didn't care enough to challenge or confront us." "Are they not locals, then?" Sveta asked. "They're local. The clothes," I said. "They fight, but they're not soldiers." "Lord of Loss might have a situation going on," Capricorn said. "It could be tied to our suspicions. Another faction in his territory." "If it is tied to it, he can't not know about it," I said.
"It's times like this that I feel really dumb," Luxie said. "I don't pay much attention to any of that stuff. But someone did make a call, though."
"What call?" Capricorn asked.
From the city to one of the local towers," Luxie said. She pointed off into the distance, where something I'd thought was a tree stood out against the sky. "This is unfamiliar ground, so I don't know where the call went after the tower got it." "Probably someone calling Lord of Loss to let him know we turned up," I said. "Or if the portal attackers are really here, they're passing on word," Sveta murmured. "Luxie, you mentioned the cameras at the station," I said. "Did you tap into them?" "I did, but it wasn't me being sneaky, I swear. I was bored because Mr. Peaceful here was being so slow and we were waiting so long."
Chris moved, skin billowing around him as he dropped into a crouch with a jerky snap, then moved forward with another, until his face was a few feet from Luxie's. She barely flinched.
"Yeah, you were slow."
He straightened, standing taller than he had been before turning away. Luxie reached out to pat his leg. "The cameras?" I asked.
"I was curious about them because they looked analog and low res, and I was wondering if they were trying to be clever and hiding something fancier. Nope. They're just crummy cameras that were out of date when I was in diapers."
Chris turned her way.
"Can't talk, huh? Bet you had a line,"
she said. To me, she said,
480p, black and white, record to tapes in the station that have zero security. They write over the old tape after an hour and a half."
"Can you use them?" I asked. "Keep an eye out for anyone running for it while our backs are turned?" Luxie nodded. "Good," I said. We reached the top of the hill. The wind was cool as it blew past us. The sky above was blue, the sun shining, but it didn't penetrate the ambient cold air. At most, I just felt cooler when we were in the areas of shadow, like the side street and beneath the buildings. The area was a dozen buildings framing a kind of cul-de-sac, where a lot of people had gathered on the road. More uniformity to the materials and construction than we'd seen in the last spot. No road ran from it to elsewhere. There was only the road to it, as if it was a defined endpoint. There was a nicer house at the far end. I could guess who lived there. The response to our arrival at Lord of Loss's site was as cold as the send-off from the portal station had been. Every step of the way, things caught my attention. A lot more injuries. More defensive wounds. The injured were corralled, kept in groups with capes or intact soldiers in front of, behind, and to either side of each group. They kept their eyes down. We walked down the hill. Nursery and Lord of Loss were standing at the path leading between the manor and the dirt road. Lord of Loss was in his human form, massive. There were a lot of people standing to either side of the path we had to travel to reach them, and he wasn't walking forward to meet us halfway. "Be careful," Sveta murmured. Capes aplenty. I recognized a few. Bitter Pill was one. No Prancer, and none of the hyper-violent capes I'd come to think of as being the red-tagged, like the old capes on the Parahuman online site who'd had the "Do Not Approach" banners across their profile. Not that anyone here looked friendly. Several in dark clothes with loose threads and designs bleached into them, like fish bones and snakes. Teenagers, at a guess. They stood opposite a couple in white armor with crisp black designs painted on them. That armor hadn't seen a fight in recent memory. Moons and astrological symbols. 3 men were staring us down. They wore simpler costumes with maximized utility between the belts, pouches, and bandoliers they'd strapped on. As I walked past, I realized that they weren't focused on me, Chris, or Looksee. Sveta was between me and Capricorn. They were looking at her or him. Not her, I realized, as I saw past the eye slit in Capricorn's helmet and saw his sharp focus on those same men. Sveta didn't seem to notice them. Okay. We walked further. We were effectively surrounded, because the people we'd left behind us were free to come at us from behind, and there were plenty to either side of us. Lord of Loss raised his hand, indicating for us to stop. We stopped, and Chris immediately dropped into a sitting position, hunching over. 100 feet still separated us. A man stepped out of the crowd to our right, bearded, with parted hair, a hard mask and crisp clothing, a button-up shirt that was rolled up to the elbows, and a vest. He walked with his hands clasped behind his back. "Any guns?" he asked.
"Flash gun,"
Looksee said.
"Non-lethal."
"Would you set it down on the ground?" he asked. "It's symbolic." She looked at us for confirmation, got a nod from Capricorn, and then drew the gun and set it down on the dirt road. A little too fast a draw. In another situation, that kind of recklessness might have provoked a reaction. "I'd like to use my power to search you," he said. He held up his hand, and a shape manifested in his palm, swelling to take the form of something that looked like an origami onion, the layers folding back and into themselves. "I would sweep it over you and become aware of anything on your persons." "No effect?" Capricorn asked. "No," the man said. "I'm fine," Capricorn said. "No objection," I said.
"I'm pretty much all armor," Sveta said. "It contains me."
"That's fine. Can I take a look?" She nodded.
"I've got more stuff," Looksee said. "I can put it on the ground."
"Please." She began unloading. The heart hairpin, phone, batteries, the eye hook, the projector disc. "And you?" the bearded cape asked Chris. Chris shook his head. Kenzie put a pair of the little boxes like the one she'd used to hack the keypad lock on the ground. "I must insist. I could do a physical, full-body search if you wanted," the bearded man said. "You would have to adjust your robe." "It's skin," Capricorn said. "Ah, so it is." Lord of Loss and the parahumans of Earth N were patiently waiting while we were investigated by this man. Dangerous territory indeed. If they took issue with us, we wouldn't have a great shot. We'd been promised safety, but promises were thin, and at least a few people here could have grudges against us. "I must insist I be allowed to search you. I'm circumspect. I'll only tell Lord of Loss what he needs to know. What I want is for this to go smoothly." Chris hesitated. "What the hell were you doing, Chris?" Chris nodded, giving his assent. He stooped down lower, head bent. The origami onion unfolded into a whirling frame of lines and flat planes. Where it passed over Chris's leg, the leg on dirt, the dirt settled, flattening down, like there was a gravity or space warping effect in play. Meanwhile, Looksee was putting a pair of pens, a few marble-sized metal spheres, and a glass case with what looked like 3 memory cards inside it down on the ground. The man with the beard and parted hair walked behind Chris, the effect sweeping up and down Chris's back. He searched Chris's midsection.
"There we are. I see the shape of things now," the man with the parted hair murmured.
His eyes were alive behind the hard ivory-white mask.
"I can extend you a measure of trust, I think. Do us a favor and stay still. Give us no reason to be concerned."
Chris was still for a moment before nodding slowly. The man moved from Chris to Looksee. The process was faster, a quick up and down. From Looksee to me. I felt my costume rustle against my skin as it swept over me. My hood moved. The effect passed. Then Sveta. He made no remark or comment before moving on to Capricorn. Capricorn barely paid attention to the power that was sweeping over him. He was focused wholly on the 3 men that had been staring at him earlier. They'd moved from their position, approaching Lord of Loss, and were now leaning close, exchanging words at a low volume. Nursery had stepped away to give the 3 and Lord of Loss some measure of privacy.
"Good. Leave your things where they are and remain still," the man said. "Do you have a name?"
"Beg pardon?" Capricorn asked. He tore his eyes away from the 3 men and Lord of Loss, all of whom were looking at us.
"A name, so I can announce you."
The 3 men stepped back and walked away, in the direction of the side of the largest house.
Oh, Jesus," Capricorn said. "No, we've been putting it off for forever. It'd be easier if you asked us to go pick a fight with Goddess or something."
"We're not asking for that," the man said.
"You want our cape names, or group, or—"
"All of the above," the man with the parted hair said. "It matters. This is a place where formality, titles, and roles matter. The name you choose is important."
"Can you give us a moment?" Capricorn asked.
"I can," the man said. He glanced back at Lord of Loss, then over at the crowd. No statement to any grand effect, but the point was clear. This was a large crowd, and it would be poor form to keep them waiting. "I'll be waiting. Signal me when you're ready, and then announce yourselves."
"Talk to me," Capricorn said, before the man was even gone. "Fast."
"We have you and Looksee hammered out,"
Sveta said.
"No," Looksee said. I'll be Lookout. Change me to Lookout as an inside joke because of what he said after the Fallen thing."
"Lookout?" Capricorn asked. Beside Lookout, Chris was clasping his hands together, head tilting high with hair falling across his face like he was praying. He reached out and gave Lookout a pat on the helmet.
"A bit dark, but I'm not going to complain with the time constraint," Capricorn said. "Lookout, right. Me, you, Sveta?"
Sveta said a single word in Russian.
"It wasn't my first choice, but Weld told me if I didn't choose, someone would choose for me. I guess our hands are being forced. Tress. Because it sounds pretty, at least. But call me Sveta when it's not official."
Capricorn turned to Chris. The word was already on the dirt, scratched out. Cryptid. No surprise. It had been the last thing I'd seen on the whiteboard in the hideout before we'd moved everything out. They looked at me. "I'm breaking every single rule," I said, "because it's a name that needs an explanation, and you're not supposed to do that. There's no time to spell it out."
"I don't care," Capricorn said. "Out with it."
"Antares," I said.
"The heart of the scorpion?" he asked.
When I arched an eyebrow, he said,
"I pay attention to stars, and I look up some when you mentioned you were thinking in that direction. That wasn't on my top 20.
I nodded. I had reasons and explanations, but we didn't have the time, as I'd said.
"I'm not about to complain," he said. "Team name."
"We talked about defense mechanism," Lookout said. "We said it was too tinkery," Sveta said. "I'm not complaining,"
Lookout said.
"But I get it."
"And we're not very defense-oriented," Capricorn said. "Calling us defense when I'm the only defender is like going with mechanism when you're the only tinker."
"It's a little on the nose, by the way,"
I said. "Anything else?" Capricorn asked.
"When we were talking about names in that conversation where defense mechanism came up, we mentioned one, and it might be too on the nose, but Swansong liked it," Lookout said. "She's not here right now, but it might be nice if she got a say, and it suits Rain, which would be nice."
"What was it?" I asked.
"Breakthrough."
There was a silence. Capricorn had his arms folded. The others were quiet. "At this point, it's better than no name," Capricorn said.
"It works with the original focus of cracking the tougher nuts," I said.
Sveta nodded. "Let's do that," Capricorn said. He drew in a deep breath and sighed, before turning to face Lord of Loss. Capricorn gave a nod to the man. Lord of Loss extended a hand, palm up, an invitation. "Team Breakthrough. Capricorn, Tress, Antares, Lookout, and Cryptid. We're here to talk about the state of things, and to see about sharing information."
Technically, we came to find out about the attack on the portals, but we can't say that outright.
"Lord of Loss, leader of Earth N," the man with the parted hair said. "We welcome you." Lord of Loss's body language was magnanimous, hands spread. He seemed warm, even, for a giant in ragged armor. He approached at a walk. "I'm sorry for the mess. Things have been chaotic. I recognize the heroine from the community center. Antares?"
"Yes."
"We did that to try and get ahead of what we're seeing today, serving up a scapegoat. We had a riot 2 days ago because we weren't able to get out ahead of things or give the masses another sacrifice."
"It shouldn't be about sacrifices," I said.
"It all comes down to blood and bread," he said. "With snowfall only 50 or so days from now, we don't have the bread. Will the community center and its outcome be a problem?"
I shook my head. "Not especially."
"Good," he said. "What brought you here, Breakthrough?" "Can we talk about this alone, our team and you?" Capricorn asked. "I don't know all of your powers, and I won't call in any of the expensive favors needed to get that information. You keep your 5, I'll keep 4 I trust. Fair?"
Capricorn glanced at Sveta, then me. He gave Lord of Loss a nod. Lord of Loss selected his people. The others were dismissed with a wave of the hand. Nursery had an updated costume, I noted. It was fitted to her slender frame, a curved golden band at her belly highlighting the slight bump. She stayed. Oddly, it wasn't the professional-looking man or woman in the white armor with the sharp designs that were tapped for his retinue here. He turned to the group of teenagers with the bleached animal designs. One was asked to stay, a boy with fangs bleached onto the black fabric of the bandana that covered his lower face. The man with the parted hair, too, stayed. I thought it might be because he was Lord of Loss's lieutenant. He wasn't. Lord of Loss turned toward the house behind him, paused, then beckoned. Another cape stepped out, walking down the dirt path, and joined us. Most of the others in the area were gone by the time he reached us. The one with the parted hair stood just behind him, as Nursery and the Fang Kid stood at either side of Lord of Loss. Tall, with long brown hair that passed his shoulders, carefully cultivated facial hair, and reading glasses that he looked over most of the time. He had a billowing shirt that 99% of people wouldn't have been able to pull off, and tight black jeans tucked into boots. His fingers had a lot of rings, and another ring hung from a simple leather cord at his neck. Marquis, Amy's bio dad. He met my eyes and smiled. Arc 7, Torch,
Chapter 9. Capricorn, Antares, Tress, Cryptid, and Lookout. Lord of Loss made the introductions. This is Nursery, Marquis, Spruce, and Carnassial.
Or Carn,
the guy with the toothy bandana said.
not Carney.
Ah, name pronunciations, Marquis said. I admire those that can reinvent themselves.
He met my eyes again. Capricorn, too, gave me a glance. What was I supposed to say or do? Was it better to walk away? Could I afford that weakness? I hated doubting myself. I hated when the questions and anxiety seeped in. What was supposed to be me moving away from being the overconfident, violent heroine and toward something more measured was twisted by the doubts. It took the same dynamic and same decisions, but made them into a loss of confidence and strength in favor of self-compromise and hesitation.
Is there a bit of history or something here? Carn asked.
My head turned, eyes widening. How was I supposed to answer that? How did I frame in one answer something I couldn't frame in hours of wrestling with my interpretation of things alone? A minor conflict of interest, Lord of Loss said. It's handled. The handled thing was a point I tripped on. He wasn't talking about Marquis and I. The focus was on Capricorn and the 3 men who had walked away.
You invited me to your inner circle, Carn said. I get that. I'm glad. I think we've rewarded your trust with good work.
You have, Lord of Loss said.
Is there a past history between you and this group? How does that impact the ferrymen?
The only immediate conflict of interest with this team is to do with the community center attack that Nursery and I participated in. Antares. She and I both feel this isn't a problem. We can do business. I was very aware of the way Marquis was watching me. He'd seen how I'd reacted when I thought our relationship had come up. Damn it. Capricorn spoke up. There isn't any connection between me and Lord of Loss, aside from us knowing some of the same people.
Our community of powers is a small world, Nursery said. Incestuous.
I feel the need to speak up, Marquis said. No, you asshole. Another conflict of interest. I don't think it should change anything, but I also have something of a connection to Antares.
What kind?
Nursery asked. A family connection, Marquis said. My mouth opened, but the words took a second longer. Lord of Loss took the opportunity to talk over my non-existent words. I didn't know that. I used the words I hadn't been able to find, trying to stay measured when I felt anything but. I wouldn't say family. We're related, and even that is a forced use of the term. Panacea is my daughter. She is also your sister. The distinction between relations and family is one of weight. Good or bad, she has an important place in our hearts. Shit, I heard Capricorn, barely audible. She's my adopted sister, I said. I was 100% aware of how petty it seemed to seize on adopted, and how I was doing the exact same thing that had left me utterly enraged in the past when others had done it. I'm not focusing on the adoption because she wasn't family. I'm trying to make it clear that you and I aren't that connected. There's an additional half step of separation. We're connected through shared association with one meaningful person. I don't want to mislead my colleagues. I grit my teeth for a second. More and more, it felt like I was having to measure out or calculate my words. It was the handling of something volatile in the same way the building of a sensitive bomb might be. One mistake, and things would get messy. Careful, avoid the disaster, keep it simple with your eye on the objective. No disrespect intended, Marquis, but you weren't in our lives when she... Don't fuck it up now, Victoria, I thought, as emotions got in the way of words. Don't show weakness, don't snap. and I grew up together. I haven't been a part of her life since you entered the picture. You and I aren't connected in any, what did you say, impactful way?
Important, Marquis said.
Yeah, I said.
I'll concede the point.
Thank you, I said. I was proud, but not of winning the argument, because it was a petty argument in a way. I was proud of getting through it. It was the kind of pride I couldn't really explain to anyone, even Sveta. Maybe Dr. Darnall.
Marquis turned to Lord of Loss. Her family was the group that put me in the birdcage for 13 years, 4 months. No hard feelings, that was the risk I took. They took it on themselves to raise my daughter, part of that being my suggestion. I do have hard feelings. It's to do with how they raised her. She wasn't happy.
Pride was gone. Heavy feelings seeped in and swelled inside me. No, I said. I wanted this conversation to be done with. She wasn't.
But, Marquis said, she sang your praises, Antares, as much as she was able to speak of any of it. She loved you, and she felt loved.
I don't disagree, I said, my voice tight. But is this relevant?
It's relevant. Marquis said it with an assured confidence. You were or are her family, and that mattered. I feel I owe you a debt, especially considering the nightmarish way things ended.
It was a gut punch to hear that. There was no armor or means of really defending against it. I couldn't come up with words, and as I stood there, taking that in, I thought I might fly away. Sveta touched my arm, and I hesitated in flying. Through that moment of hesitation, the flying became harder to do because I couldn't explain why I was leaving now instead of a moment ago. The team was hearing this. I stayed put, brought my arm up to the arm in the sling to a position where I was effectively folding my arms, and nodded.
I mentioned this, Marquis said, and he was facing Lord of Loss as he said it, because I am biased. I might not have a vote or anything resembling one in this arrangement of convenience we have, but I would consider it a favor if we could extend every courtesy to Antares and her team.
Your soft favors are more effective than the hard promises and oaths, Marquis, Lord of Loss said.
I have no idea what you mean, Marquis said. I always keep my promises and oaths.
It's when there are unclear words and rules that are open to interpretation that you're most comfortable and most dangerous, Lord of Loss said. We don't know Breakthrough or what they want. You want to ask for this kind of favor now? Marquis offered a half-smile, the point of mustache at one corner of his mouth rising.
Yes.
Annoyingly open-ended, Lord of Loss said. Fine. Talk to me, Breakthrough. Capricorn glanced at me, then asked, How well do you know the people in your territory? It depends on who and where, Lord of Loss said. Is every cape or criminal here working for you? Tristan asked. No, Lord of Loss said. Why? We heard you controlled Earth N. It's common knowledge. I do control it. We have 3 medium-sized towns and several small areas we're occupying. I know the people there. These satellite areas are focused on a combination of farming, fishing, foraging, and lumber, with strictly temporary accommodation. When the seasons are inappropriate for the work being done, or the resource industries falter because there are greener pastures elsewhere, we rent out the cabins. To capes and criminals? Capricorn asked. It would be a very brave and adventurous person who would use the money they could spend on an apartment in Norwalk or Fairfield to rent a small cabin here instead. We're a whole other world away, and the retreats put the people staying there a good distance from conveniences and necessities. People come here to hide, Capricorn said. You facilitate that. Some people want their privacy. In the late fall, winter, and early spring,
These cabins serve no purpose and offer little connection to society. We tapped a market that wanted that isolation.
Stuff like tinkers building things? Lookout asked.
Perhaps. Are you here about errant tinkers? Lord of Lost asked. We're here because people may be using Earth N as a staging ground for their activities, Capricorn said. That would be the nature of the arrangement, Lord of Lost said. We keep an eye out for anything that would bring too much trouble down on Earth N. We intervene in cases of serious weapons, intent to do harm to members of Earth N, kidnap victims being taken to one of the retreats for holding.
What about intent to do harm to anyone outside of Earth N? I asked. Would you catch that?
We have powers available to us that could see that kind of intent, if in the right time and place. What about other times and places? Capricorn asked. How much of an eye are you keeping on them? Very little, Lord of Lost said. I'm going to be honest, as part of Marquis's open-ended request. We have other things we do. The retreats, they aren't valuable. It's not worth excessive time, it's not worth excessive manpower, and being too careful would ruin the point of those retreats. The fact that a hero team is knocking on our door and asking about things suggests it might be important, Marquis said. He looked so much like her. The eyes, the hair, the mouth, the shoulders. True, Lord of Lost admitted. He seated his large armored form on the ground, one hand behind him to prop himself up. It's not an everyday thing. Sveta, Capricorn, Lookout, and I exchanged looks. Cryptid was being very still and tense, his clothes occasionally moving a fraction when the wind blew strong. I thought of the sports team. Was the woman's inability to work because she was busy, or was it something else? These retreats, they have internet? Is there cell service? It's out more often than not. It's easier to travel into the Norfair span and use facilities there than it is to rely on what the cabins offer. The service is up for 1 or 2 hours a day, and it's restricted at those times.
It was better, but that was before, Nursery said. The attacks have been knocking out services. The city has had outages. Amen, Lookout said.
Cryptid nodded. You said attacks? I asked. These aren't accidents or poorly laid groundwork breaking down?
Sveta added. Some people were suggesting the outages were malicious, but the people in charge have been quiet. If there are any arrests, they aren't telling anyone about them. It's very malicious, Nursery said. Enemies of Gimel know they can't pick a fight. Our population is small, but the number of capes scares them off. They know where Gimel is vulnerable.
I had some idea, too. I'd thought about how much damage the outages, communication loss, and disruption of both work and supply had done, especially with the timing. The colder months were coming. We were already in a bad spot, but if infrastructure was stressed or disabled, the costs and loss of labor would have an immense impact. This is the war. We're being attacked, I said.
Undermined,
Nursery said. They were going after the weak points, hitting them again and again so the cracks would fan out. Something would give. Can you give us the details on these attacks so we can confirm that ourselves? Capricorn asked. There might be a lead we can chase.
Possibly, but not now,
Nursery said.
I have to talk to people before I share our sources, and some don't like your team very much. It may take convincing.
Capricorn nodded. Nursery had been tied into Prancer's group by some fashion. There would be some upset people.
Are these the same people we're after? Sveta asked me. It's similar MOs. They're hurting us by attacking the city.
Maybe, I said. If so, they have an uncanny ability to hide their activities and hit the city where it hurts. These people, Lord of Lost said. Am I right in guessing you're after the culprits of the portal attacks? Damn it. It wasn't a hard conclusion to draw, but it put us in an awkward spot. "Yes," Capricorn said. "Yeah, you're right." I really hoped Lord of Loss and his trusted people weren't on the enemy's side, or we'd tipped them off and they were now covering every base. Capricorn nodded. "We have reasons to believe you weren't directly involved. One of those reasons is that we have pictures with their faces."
"You'll recognize one," I said.
He held out his hand in Lookout's direction. She gave him a phone, the screen glowing. Capricorn found what he was looking for. "These are the ones we have so far." The others approached Marquis, who took the phone and held it in a position where most of the others could see it. I hung back a bit. It was unnerving. I didn't trust myself like this.
"That looks like Kingdom Come," Nursery observed. "That's the one I'm meant to recognize?"
"Yeah," I said.
"That was my thought. You've worked with him. Can you point us in his general direction?" "No, he didn't share much. Not location, not what he's doing now that the community center is gone. I saw him 4 times at one place where villains meet, and he turned down 5 jobs in that span of time. He's picky about picking jobs that don't weigh on his sense of morality."
One thing that I'd picked up from familial osmosis was that routines were a trap. If Kingdom Come spent long periods of time in a place like a drinking establishment, and if he always attended the same church on set dates, then that was something we could use to track him down. Knowing his routine was a win. I wished we had more.
"You have no idea where he lived?" I asked. "No. I had the impression it was outside of Gimel, but not Earth N. He attended church daily."
"He wasn't fallen?" Capricorn asked.
She shook her head. "I don't know. He didn't give me that impression. No tattoos, no drugs, no vulgarity. His faith seemed genuine, and I've known a lot of faithful over the years. I think I could tell if he was fallen."
If it was only that easy, I thought. Some broadcast what they were, but others, like Scapegoat, it was a surprise. That made me think. "Do you think," I said, "that he could sympathize with the fallen? Not being a member, but helping and communicating with them?"
"He likes leading people to good things or the right path. He could have done that with the fallen, thinking they needed saving and shepherding."
"And he would then work with them, share information?"
"I don't know," Nursery said. "He was decent."
"Aside from taking over crowds and attacking community centers," I said.
"He did it because he thought it was just and right."
"And because of the money," Lord of Loss said. "He asked for pay in new dollars, if that helps." "Anything else?" Capricorn asked. "Any information about him could help us." Lord of Loss shook his head. "I'll pass on anything I think of. I can find you online?" "I'm easy to find," Capricorn said. "Email or phone?" Lord of Loss nodded. He reached down for the phone that Marquis held, and then gestured with a finger as long as my forearm, the digit wrapped in the same bands of metal as the rest of him.
"I can't help but notice the lack of costumes on these images," Karn said. "These are civilian identities." "Composites," Lookout said. "3-dimensional models pulled from other places. They're best guesses."
I was so glad she didn't elaborate. I glanced at Cryptid and saw his hand move slightly. It was as if he'd read my mind. He was ready to shut Lookout up if need be. "These images are all we have. These guys will strike again," Capricorn said. "We need to stop that from happening. Some bending of the rules against people willing to act on this major a scale makes sense."
"The civilian identities matter. You can't go after people in their civilian guises," Karn said.
"No matter what they've done?" Capricorn asked. "That's dangerous and ridiculous. They tore holes in reality. A lot of people died."
"Find another way if you want my help," Karn said.
Sorry, Lord of Loss, Marquis, I can't support this.
Step away, then, Lord of Loss said. Stay in sight, no phone calls.
I've lost your trust so easily? Karn asked.
My trust isn't the question, Lord of Loss said. Theirs is. I trust you enough, but I can't have their mistrust for you or yours for them disturb business.
Karn hesitated. Narrowed eyes swept over all of us. He walked off a distance to one of the large rocks in front of a lawn that served as a roost. He sat on it, not facing us.
I know this woman with the glasses and black hair, Lord of Loss said. She was popular with several of the people who had cabins in the same area. Usually they kept to themselves and wanted their isolation, but she ran poker games twice a week and most attended.
That's a potential list of people who could have ties to her and the greater operation, I said.
One that exists entirely in my head. I won't give you that list. I'll call and inquire myself, Lord of Loss said. That would help, Capricorn said.
It helped, but it left me less sure of Lord of Loss and of this stage in things. The investigation hasn't moved forward, has it? Marquis asked.
We made some significant progress sharing information just now, Capricorn said.
I didn't mean here. I meant media, government, and courts, Marquis said. Any progress? Answers from those in power? I shook my head. No news. They aren't naming culprits, which is weird. People need that closure. Pay attention to that, Marquis said. He said that, and I felt a chill as the sound of his voice echoed with memory. On the battlefield after Gold Morning, Amy, my traitorous, mutilated heart had soared on recognizing her. She'd veered between cultivated confidence and being distraught. I hadn't recognized any of the faces she'd shown me. I didn't recognize the voices. Here, I could match Amy's voice from back then. I recognized the cadence and the confidence. She'd picked it up from being around Marquis. I'd claimed there was no real connection, and now it was harder to defend that claim. It was a stupid, mindless link between past and present, and I still felt chilled. I couldn't even remember what he'd said just now, or the conversation before it. I was saved from embarrassing myself only by Lord of Loss stating, "That one arrived last night and hasn't left today. They've been here for a little while." He was indicating the phone with the pictures, which Marquis was holding up for him to look down on. Capricorn took a step forward. "Which? May I approach?" He got a wave of the hand, giving the permission, and approached, finding a position to see between Marquis and Lord of Loss. For our benefit, he said, "The woman with the black hair. She was a leader for this particular cell." "She rented one of the retreats," Lord of Loss said. "We take note when capes and people with money enter or leave the station. She was one." "That would be my focus," Spruce said. "If you have questions, I can answer them."
You set up and managed the security cameras?
Lookout asked. "Among other things."
I see.
Lookout said.
It's good you're trying. I've got your footage, and my computers back home are looking it over. It looks like she left yesterday at the usual time, but her bag looks bigger. She might have packed up.
"She might not have packed up everything," Sveta said. I imagined my imminent move to Ashley's apartment. Yeah, it's hard to get everything. The other possibility is that she's up to something. "More use of Earth N as a staging ground," Capricorn said. It was an unnecessary dig, but one I could sympathize with. In exchange for a small profit, the warlord of Earth N had given some horrendous people even more horrendous elbow room to do their work. I frowned. "Lord of Loss, do you have any idea what her powers are?" "Powers? No. We paid attention to her because she had money." "She might have a minor mutation," Sveta said. "She always wears sunglasses. It's a good clue someone has powers if they're covering something up." It also applies to the power affected, Marquis said. Was that a dig? I had no idea, and I hated that I was even asking myself instead of ignoring it. Fuck me.
The problem is, whoever or whatever she is, powers we don't know are dangerous,
Sveta said.
We risk tipping them off. There's a chance she could come back.
If we ignore it, she might find out we visited through rumors, Capricorn said. That could be enough for her to run for it. I say we go now. It gives us a chance to be on our heels.
I agree with Capricorn, but only if Lord of Loss is willing to let us step in, I said.
Good answer, Lord of Loss said. His tone had changed slightly, more serious.
It impacts your business, having us there and poking around, I said. I understand that, but they attacked all of us when they did what they did.
Back at the community center, when the gun went off and Miss Fumehood was shot, I struck a deal with you, Lord of Loss said.
We let each other go so I could help her, I said. You asked me to tell people you weren't responsible.
Our goal was to capture, hold, and release. Killing wasn't the intent. You held up your end of the deal, you made that clear.
I tried my best. I didn't have as much clout as I would have liked, being the person who was hiding her powers. I told my boss it was important, and he handled it.
It was enough, he said. Thank you. And in thanks, continuing this trend of cooperation in exchange for information and images you've shared, and because of Marquis's goodwill, you can investigate. I have trucks.
It didn't take long for us to get moving after Lookout picked up her stuff. Lord of Loss had cars and trucks. Capricorn ended up in the driver's seat again. Marquis had Spruce as a chauffeur. Lord of Loss changed into a flyer. I thought about flying myself, but I defaulted once again to sticking with the group. I took a seat in the back. The truck had a trailer attached at the back, and Cryptid seated himself in it. The little window at the rear of the truck was left open, so Cryptid's head wasn't that far from us. The first minute or so of driving was painful. The silence dragged. I didn't know what to say. No, maybe I did. Marquis gives me the impression he's the real person in charge here, I said, with Lord of Loss as the decoy king. I kind of got that vibe too, Sveta said. Oh, I keep missing stuff, Lookout said. Capricorn was silent, but he was more focused on driving. It's the little things you learn to watch out for, Sveta said. This is more of a feeling thing than it is logic. We don't have any evidence. Uh-huh, Lookout said. Sveta was sitting in the front seat. She turned her head around 180 degrees, tilting her body to one side so she could look past the headrest. I gave her my most convincing smile. Her arm released, forearm and hand dropping between the two front seats. Tendrils bent, and her hand moved up to the seat beside me, reaching for my hand. I took it and gave it a bit of a waggle. 20 minutes of driving through nowhere, with only a bit of flattened grass where cars had passed over. Cryptid reverted back to being Chris, relying on his cloaking and the fact we were facing forward and he was behind us to maintain his modesty. Were the roads busier, or if Marquis was driving behind us, it might have been more awkward. If you don't want to do the thing tonight because you're tired or upset or something, it's okay, Lookout said. It's not that important. I didn't want to. I was exhausted. I'll come, I said. Unless something happens in the next hour, it's important. Marquis's car slowed down. We came to a stop on a hill with the cars leaning at almost a 45-degree angle. It felt like they would roll down the hill with one good push. Not that I was thinking of petty, stupid violence as a way of releasing pent-up stress. Marquis. He stepped out of his car, Spruce at the other side. Marquis was disheveled in a way that looked very calculated, and it was made all the more pointed by Spruce's neatness. The hill had woods on either side, and the woods served as a barrier to give us a view of the cabin, while not letting anyone in the cabin get a view of us.
No guarantee it was empty. "Lookout, can you give us a scan?" Capricorn asked.
Not really a scan. I can do a camera shot aimed at some special kinds of interpretation.
"That works. Whatever you got." She rummaged for a bit. She had her bag at her back, cloaked, and she had stuff in her belt with all its little pouches. She found what she was looking for, aimed it, and took some pictures, adjusting various dials. Her phone had the images. Capricorn looked at them first, Sveta looking over his shoulder. Then he showed Chris and I, starting with the better pictures. Dark, with blurs where the grass caught the light, a vaguely human-shaped blur within the building, low to the ground, as if the person was sleeping on the floor. Another shot, with more darkness. The grass wasn't even visible, with only some faint striations running through it. The power line that ran along the forest floor and up to the cabins glowed, and the electronics within. There was a computer on the desk. There was more on the wall, and a great deal hooked up to the door. Several came out all white.
"What are these?"
Sveta asked.
"Tests. Ignore them. It's the kind of thing I'm trying to figure out for Secret Project 6-9 for our teammates."
"Heat and electric resolutions are good," I said, looking at the last few images. One looked hyper-detailed, many more were fuzzy. Another had fog rolling through it that didn't exist in reality. "Can we get another heat pick lookout?" Capricorn asked.
1 second. Lots of dials to adjust."
I was very conscious of Marquis's presence nearby. It was as bad as seeing Presley on the train had been. Someone reminiscent of Amy lurking in the corner of my vision. He'd been fair. He'd been fine. He'd explained my background without asking, but he'd also offered a favor. Did I trust him? No. Did that list of pluses and minuses account for a net negative to warrant how much I hated him? Could I explain why I hated him? He was, in a way, reminiscent of everything that had gone wrong with Amy. Duplicity, villainy, the fact he breached my boundaries simply by being here when I didn't want him to be, and that he'd stayed despite the conflict of interest when the ferryman had left. The others had some sense of what had happened now. I'd shared hints, but I hadn't spelled it out. I would have to explain the wretch. Maybe if I went to Dr. Darnall. "Victoria," Capricorn called out. There was a note of urgency. "Sveta."
"What?"
"Go, he's dying."
"Door's electrified," Lookout shouted.
I flew. Sveta was right behind me, struggling for a lack of good things to grab beyond the field of green. I offered her my hand. Just the force of her pulling made my sling wound hurt. I could have asked Marquis for help, and yet there was no way I would. I broke through the electrified door. Sveta was right behind me, launching through the gap between myself and the top of the door. A man, bloody, bearded, with a mullet and glasses. He had a tattoo on his arm, and I couldn't see it because he was bleeding so much. There were liters of blood on the ground, and he didn't have many to spare. His head moved as I flew over to him, and his eyes were unfocused. "My name is Kingdom Come," he said. "Help this man and help me."
"What's going on?"
Sveta asked.
"He's controlled," I said. "We're going to help you, okay, Kingdom? Stop struggling. You're making it worse."
"Can't hear you," he said. "Can't really see. If I'd known you were coming, I wouldn't have done this."
"Help," I said. "Towels, by the bed."
There were towels in the corner of the cabin. Sveta grabbed them, and I began using them to staunch the bleeding. It wasn't enough.
"They left the body like this, punishing me because I wasn't being fast enough. I couldn't bear to sit here and feel a body starve to death. Can't disconnect my power from victims like this. They won't let me. I pulled until the wires did enough damage. If I'd just waited 20 minutes.
"Stay strong," I said. "Stick this out."
"Can't hear you,"
he said, sounding far away.
I feel like I lose a little piece of me every time one of these bodies gets discarded.
The wires were in the way. I reached out, activating my force field for just a moment so I could wrench them, tearing them from where they'd been lashed. A floorboard broke to my right. It was easier when the wires were removed, but there were some that were acting as tourniquets. It was hard to know which was which, so I focused on the ones that were scraping bone. The others arrived. Marquis, cryptid in camouflaged human form, Lookout, and Capricorn. No Lord of Loss, he was too big for the room. It was Marquis who rushed to the dying man's side. I felt an anxious stab in my chest as I saw the angle of his head, the way he tied his hair back and secured it with a loop of bone. His expression, which looked entirely as serious as the situation warranted, yet seemed lacking in something, in light. I saw her in it. His tools were cruder, but they were tools. He helped Sveta cut the wires, and then began to work on the open wounds, sealing them in complex bone encasements.
They're using me, the bleeding man said. They got me. I'm a way of passing messages between dimensions, and a tool, a weapon.
Marquis redoubled his efforts. I looked away, acutely uncomfortable, then stood because looking away wasn't enough. I'd done what I could, and my presence by the man only made it harder to give care. I kept an eye out for where I could jump in, grabbed one or two things to hand them over, like the scissors on the desk. The man went on, and I tried to focus on the words.
The war is a distraction. It pulls us away from the city and away from things that matter. They're after all the groupings of capes, the big teams, the places capes rally. They want Goddess, and they're going to go after her when they're strong enough.
Who are they? I asked. Is it the same people who attacked the portal? Earth Chite?
Can't hear.
Chite? I raised my voice.
Not Chite. That's distraction.
There was a pause so long I thought the man had died and Kingdom Come had gone. Cryptid was now giving his assistance on the medical front. He seemed to know more than I do when it came to that. I glanced at the desk. Everything was missing, shredded. I opened drawers, found nothing. When we left with our victim, I doubted I'd get to come back and investigate. Not tomorrow. Stuff would change. Lord of Loss or Marquis would do their own investigation, or use someone like Spruce. Between the cabin wall and the board at the far right of the desk was a shit-ton of dust, with some discarded tissues and food particles. I used the wrench and shoved the desk away from the wall by a foot. Nothing hidden in the debris. I moved the desk back. "Let me know if you need help," I said.
"No need. He might just live," Marquis said. "We'll need to get him to a hospital soon."
"Do you need me to fly him?" I asked.
"Better to have him in a truck with me and one of our doctors beside him," Marquis said. "If he springs a leak mid-flight, he'll be gone."
It was hard to focus on him. I was glad he was helping, and I dreaded that he was here. He was one step removed from her, and my head wasn't in a rational place. Books. My bookshelf had been my refuge, and this place had some of its own. Most of the books had been damaged or abused by the transition from Bet to Gimel to N, presumably. They showed age in the same way a heavy smoker might be 40 but look 60. There were empty shelves on the far left bookshelf, but no dust on the shelf. I checked, and I found something similar to what I'd seen by the desk at the back. Dust, garbage, and papers. I seized the papers. Some financial things, some medical, and one that the woman probably would have wanted to bring with her. I read the banner at the top of the paper. I was discreet in folding it and pocketing it without Marquis noticing, before continuing my search.
"We're here with the truck!"
a man shouted from outside. I offered my one-handed assistance in helping Marquis, Spruce, Cryptid, and Capricorn get the man outside without jostling him too much. We got him into the back of the truck, and Marquis's people piled in. The chaos of the moment meant chaos in the moments that followed. Lord of Loss was sterner than he had been, ordering his own people inside. It was blood shed on his territory, and the man that had been captured, controlled as a Kingdom Come proxy, and left to die, had apparently been a citizen. For our efforts to save him, we got a thank you and an implied suggestion that we make our way back to the station. Sveta was using a small brush to get blood out of the joints of her costume. Lookout was with Capricorn and Cryptid. She hadn't been inside the cabin, but she must have been at an angle to see what was going on. A lot of blood and a lot of open wounds and ugliness. Even with the fallen camp, we'd kept her clear of a lot of it. I put my hand on her shoulder. She looked up at me, solemn. "You good?" She smiled and nodded. "Found this," I said. I showed her the paper I'd saved. She processed it, then realized its meaning. I saw her eyes widen. I handed it to the others in turn. It was my only prize, really. The other things had been receipts that I'd left for the others to find. The name on the banner along the top of the page was the same name as the remote prison for capes that they'd sent Ashley and Rain to. On the sheet itself, it had been patient numbers, a few months out of date. Some had been highlighted. The prison was an area of focus for this clandestine group, and we had people already there. Arc 7, Torch, Chapter 10. I stepped out of the bathroom at the Gimmelside GN station, doing my best to manage 2 bags. One bag had my armor, and the other had some of Kenzie's stuff. It took some hunting to find her. There were plenty of trees around the station, a side effect of the city being put down as fast as trees and rock could be cleared away. To have a very green look, all that needed to be done was to leave a slice of land and root structures intact. Kenzie had situated herself at the base of the tree nearest the entrance. She had her phone out, held in front of her. She waved as I approached, her phone still held out.
"She's back,"
she said to the phone.
"We're going to catch our train soon, so I might have to lose the phone or we might drop the connection because the cell networks are bad lately."
"You said the bad networks might be because of enemy action."
I heard a male voice through the tinny speaker.
"Yeah,"
she said. She patted the grass beside her. I set the bags down and sat. Ashley and Rain were on the other end of the video call. Ashley was off-screen, but her hands were on-screen.
"How are you?"
Rain asked me. "I've had better days, but we got info. This call is secure?"
"Oh yeah,"
Kenzie said.
"Our resident full-time tinker said you'd be better to explain the paper you found, Victoria,"
Rain said.
"If it's no trouble,"
Kenzie said. I had a look at the paper. The prison is a focus. From what Kingdom Come said, they're paying close attention to places where capes gather in large numbers. The prison where you guys are is one focus. Goddess is another, maybe because she has a lot of capes in her immediate orbit. The other big teams are another one.
"Not us, because we're not big or important,"
Kenzie said. "Yeah," I said. I would be interested in seeing how that changed or their angle for approaching us if things reached a different point.
"Feeling ambitious? Is Capricorn rubbing off on you?"
Rain asked.
"Or..."
"Did I?"
Ashley's voice came across the phone, closer to the microphone on their end.
"Don't say did," Kenzie said. "Not like it's over with. You're not gone, you're just there. You could even help us."
"We'll help however we can,"
Rain said. There was a pause, and the camera shifted as someone moved. It might have been Ashley holding the phone on the far end, or it could have been a movement that jostled the table the phone was set on. Rain added a quieter,
"Yeah, I think we'd be glad to help. It's the boredom that's worst, and this sounds good."
We'll get back to you with more information and direction then, I said. Kenzie nodded. You guys are okay?
As okay as I could be,
Rain said.
The talk at the tribunal helped a bit. They're letting me have some basic tools. Ashley can come, and I get a chance to work on her hands.
I appreciate it,
Ashley said.
4 of us live in my building,
Rain said.
We each have exits on a different face of the building, so we don't cross paths as much, but walls are thin and people are bored. There's a lot of talk.
I have a roommate,
Ashley said.
You could call her family. Having her around helps some, but it also hurts some.
That's family, I said.
Yep,
Kenzie said.
I suppose so,
Rain added.
If these updates to my hands work at all, I shouldn't be so reliant on her,
Ashley said.
Patience has a way of wearing thin.
Yours or hers? I asked.
Same thing,
She said.
Right.
Rain said.
Hey, if we're helping out, what is it we're doing?
Watch out for anything suspicious, I said. Anyone who seems to show too much interest in the way things work.
That could be anyone,
Rain said.
Us even. It's an odd setup. Everyone wants to know more as soon as they're here.
Odd how? I asked.
That would be us right now,
Rain said.
It's a town almost. Every building is its own set of cells. Wide roads separating things, longer walks between facilities that matter.
Ashley added.
They spread us out so that if one person blows something up or uses a power, they can't affect more than a building or 2 at a time. 8 parahumans at most.
And they have the countermeasures, the ankle attachment, I said.
Yeah,
Rain said.
a lot of security is off-site. Everything is scheduled, so we don't have too many of us in one place at one time. Officers have guns, remotes for the bombs we're wearing, and access to security cameras stationed at irregular intervals with irregular schedules.
I hear security cameras and my imagination goes wild,
Kenzie said.
Be careful about fooling around.
Ashley's voice was almost that of a parent, warning, guiding.
If you make a mistake, it reflects on us.
Yeah, Kenzie said. Her expression was serious.
I don't want that. I want you out of there already, both of you. It will take time. You can call in the meantime,
Ashley said. Kenzie smiled.
Any thoughts, Victoria?
Rain asked. What I'm hearing, I spoke slowly as I thought things through mid-sentence, is that for any dangerous person or group to influence the prison population, it would be hard to reach enough people.
There would have to be staff,
Rain said. I nodded slowly. It's possible, and it fits better with the picture we have. It's also pretty worrying if true.
We'll look,
Ashley said.
It's easier because we see staff more often than we see other prisoners. Let me know if you need anything,
Kenzie said.
I'm at your disposal. I need you to not do too much,
Ashley said.
I'm not. School is handled. I'm ahead in most of my classes, which is easy since it's only half days, and I'm more or less getting enough sleep. Take it easy. Step away from the tinkering. Be a kid. Run in circles in a field or whatever it is kids do,
Ashley said. Running in circles in a field? How long was it since you were a kid, Ashley? I asked.
A long time,
she said.
I didn't get to enjoy my childhood as much as I wanted, and I can't remember those days very easily. I don't want one of my favorite people to make the same mistake I did. You're one of my favorite people too,
Kenzie said.
Powers have a way of taking over, and tinker powers like yours, Kenzie, they're especially bad for it.
Rain's voice was a touch testy as he said,
I like how you're saying that while I'm on our... Holy, it's been 2.5 hours that I've been working on your hands here.
Shh,
Ashley said.
Rubbing that salt into the wound. I'm kidding. It's nice to do something practical.
He sounded so easygoing, considering his incarceration. Ashley, meanwhile, seemed a bit subdued.
And familiar faces,
Ashley said. She looked at the phone's camera, locking eyes with us.
I'm glad you called, Kenzie. Just so you know, I am going to take a break from the tinkering tonight. Victoria's coming over for dinner. We're having pasta. We'll talk with my parents, who seem to really like her, my mom especially, and I can show her my workshop with everything I've been doing.
I didn't miss the pause after, or the looks exchanged between Rain and Ashley on the tiny phone screen. Bells chimed in the distance as the gates closed in anticipation of the train coming in.
Keep your expectations low,
Ashley said. Kenzie heaved out a sigh. Okay.
It's good if Victoria is visiting,
Ashley said.
More of us should have been doing that. I would have come over before if it was doable. You intimidate my parents and they don't want you over, so yeah, not doable. Really, it doesn't need to be a should thing, Kenzie said. And you all have your own expectations and ideas going in. That makes it awkward.
Is there anything I need to worry about? I asked Ashley and Rain. I picked up the bags, slinging them over one shoulder.
See?
Kenzie cut in, bringing the phone closer to her face.
You two are making it awkward. She's worried.
Wondering if I need to be worried, actually.
You're fine if it's you, Victoria,
Rain said.
Yeah, she's fine,
Kenzie said. She shook her head and smiled.
I'm having a friend over. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal to you, for one thing,
Ashley said.
Because I never used to get to have friends over, not because there's any need to be worried. Geez. My mom's a good cook. I have stuff I want to show off, and... She's not your mom, and that's not your dad.
We'd been making our way to the front door of the train station when Ashley said it. Kenzie stopped in her tracks.
Aw, man,
Rain said in the background. People walked past us to enter the station. While Kenzie and I stood still, the crowd moved on. The train pulled into the station, noisy as it approached, muffled somewhat as it passed indoors. It drowned out everything and brought all conversation to a halt. Kenzie hit a button on her phone and held it to her ear, her back to me. There were a dozen things I wanted to say or do, and I held my tongue. There was still the train ride, and it would only frustrate if I interrupted a conversation now.
Ashley, she said. Ashley, let me talk, okay? Because I have a train to catch. You're wrong. You're lying, and I'm really bothered you're lying. I'm really tired of this. That was rude.
A pause.
Yeah, well, I love you a lot, but I don't like you a lot right now. I'm going to hang up. Yeah, okay, fine.
She hung up, spun in a half circle to face me, and smiled.
Sorry. She wants you to call her at the end of the night if possible. She says she spent some time in Earth N at one point, getting the lay of the land. She can give tips on who's there.
I will. Kenzie, I have a lot of questions, I said.
Can we not make a big deal of this? She asked. There's the train to catch, and I meant what I said about not wanting you to be prejudiced or anything.
Catching the train? Sure, I said. We can do that, and I can come over. I won't break my word like that. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything vital.
I'm safe, you're safe. My parents are safe, and they are my parents, just to make that clear. I have pictures of them holding me while I'm a baby. I don't have any runaway tinkerings. There won't be any captives in the basement. Nobody's going to die or get maimed. There's nothing vital. Can we just go?
I nodded. We walked to the train, joining the tail end of the short line of people that still hadn't boarded.
We all have weird or broken families, Kenzie said. Rain doesn't have any family he gets along with. Ashley doesn't have anyone except her twin.
Twin?
Kind of. Her roommate now. Sveta only has Weld. Chris doesn't have anyone. Tristan and his parents don't talk, and he only gets to see them because he goes to church with them. Byron has it easier, but it's still awkward. You have family business I'm not supposed to poke my nose in.
Thank you.
So, it leaves Byron and me with mostly normal families. I can say the word family, and half the people in the group get a teeny-tiny surly or sad look on their face, and the other half get an oh-no look.
Which one am I? I asked.
Depends on the day, But you're a tiebreaker a lot of the time, so that's fine. What I'm saying is, everyone has these ideas going in, some of which are outright wrong, like Ashley's, and something as simple and basic as dinner with family, and it becomes this big thing.
We boarded the train. What am I even supposed to do in this situation, Kenz?
Do what you were going to do. I know you checked up on Chris and he didn't like that, and this is you checking up on me. Difference is, I'm okay with that. I'm even happy you care. Just don't go in with the wrong ideas, because that's not fair.
I considered that for a moment. I saw her looking up at me with large eyes, kinky, glossy hair in 2 balls close to the base of her neck. No judgment. I gave her a nod, and she practically skipped at the confirmation, like the moment gave her a boost that accelerated her, saw her moving ahead in the aisle to a possible seating location. We took up 1 set of 4 chairs, each of us taking 2 seats, depositing our bags and things in the empty seats. Kenzie looked around a few times before putting down her helmet and cloaking device, the visuals distorting as the cloaking adjusted to change in orientation. The seat bottom briefly disappeared as the camouflage took hold. Kenzie tapped the cloaked cloaking device, and it returned to normal.
It's not a long trip, she said. We're going to the next station.
I know, I said. Then, in the interest of finding something to talk about that won't take too long, how's school? Maybe not the right subject for a short conversation. The reality was that Kenzie was a teacher's pet, and I actually really liked school and studying, with some hope of studying in the future if I could get into classes. Despite the 10-year age difference between us, it was a pretty decent back and forth.
What kind of projects?
She asked as the train came to a stop. The station beyond the window was a temporary one. With parahuman studies, a lot of it is theory and extrapolating from what little we know. I'm really eager to see how the classes change in the future, since we know different things than we did 4 years ago.
I don't think I'd want to study that stuff, Kenzie said. I think it's super cool. Don't think I'm a jerk for poo-pooing what you like.
Not at all.
But I don't know what I'd want to do. It seems very far off.
You're in 5th grade. You've got 7 years before you have to make any decisions.
7 years? There's parts of me that wants to be an adult already, and there's another part of me that really, really doesn't.
We were stepping off the train. Not many get off at the temporary station in Norwalk, and we had some privacy. Why don't you? I asked. Is it the idea of having romantic feelings being uncomfortable? You mentioned that once.
See, it's funny you ask that, because I mentioned it in group once. Ashley asked the opposite question. She asked why I would want to. Chris asked something similar to you. He wanted to know why I wouldn't want to grow up.
And?
And I don't know, she said. She smiled. Both have issues, being here, being grown up. I think I'd like to fix things and figure myself out and get most of the way to being better over the next few years.
It's a good goal. The conversation carried on for a bit. Kenzie walking on the concrete barrier between lawns and road, heel touching toe, arms out to the side. Periodically, she'd poke me in my uninjured arm as she used me to catch her balance again. The wind was the prime culprit in her losing her balance. The portal loomed above us, the sky on the far side now overcast, with clouds seeping in through like they might through a crack in glass. Many houses had been vacated or had signs on the lawns. There weren't many cars on the road or in driveways for what should have been a settled residential area. A nice residential area. When so many houses across the city, and especially in Earth N, were prefabricated or rushed out, the houses here were 3 stories with built-in garages. Driveways were often brick laid out in patterns. Things marked it as different from the Earth I'd grown up in. Lawns were transplanted from the landscape that had been here prior to the houses going up, or the existing material hadn't been removed. The ground was uneven, rough, with dense weeds often overtaking or replacing grass. Where trees stood on many lawns, the trees were older, less cultivated, with stubborn and jumbled root systems and gnarled branches. Many had burls. The veins of gold and yellow ran through much of it, too. The middle and sides of the road were marked with serrated lines of yellow triangles. The area didn't have a dense assortment of streetlights, and I imagined the triangles were meant to catch headlights in the dark, so drivers would see the dotted yellow lines marking the bounds of the road. Fences, trees near the road, rocks at the corners of property, and other potential obstacles had their own dashes of yellow paint, stickers, or ribbons. Kenzie's house was steel gray, consisting of 3 sections, with only the rightmost having a 3rd story, and it had a garage below that taller section. The roof was peaked over the front door but sloped toward the front everywhere else. The windows were large, modern, with stained glass in frames hanging in between many of the windows and the curtains. Clear glass, gray-black tinted glass, and rose-pink. 2 cars in the driveway, with one being the van that Kenzie had used in the past to transport her tinker stuff. She had a key hanging from a chain at her neck and used it to let us in. The walls were eggplant, and it somehow didn't look terrible. Monochrome art, and art that was mostly monochrome, with really bold yellows and oranges to catch the eye, ran through the entire foyer, with more pictures going up the wall in parallel with the stairs. I could smell Italian spices, and I could hear a volatile hiss of steam from the kitchen as meat cooked.
"I'm home."
Her mother appeared in the doorway of the kitchen, apron on, color matched to the slate walls and blue decor of the kitchen I could see behind her. She used a tea towel to dry her hands.
"Victoria, it's so nice to have a guest. We don't get the opportunity that often, because we have a tinker in the house who doesn't always clean up after herself."
"Mom."
Irene pursed her lips together before giving me a bit of a smile.
"Everything went well today?"
"Reasonably well," I said. I pulled my bag around. I wanted to bring wine, but it wasn't doable since we thought we might get into a fight. I brought chocolate.
"Chocolate is always welcome,"
Irene said. She took the box.
"Ooh, very nice. Thank you. It's good to hear it went well. I'm curious about who our neighbors just past that portal are."
"I've met them, and I'm still not sure who they are," I said. "I could tell you later."
"At dinner, maybe,"
she said, smiling.
"How are you, Kenz?"
"I'm good, thank you for asking," Kenzie said. "Dinner smells amazing."
"Which reminds me, Victoria, are you hungry? I'm trying to decide how much pasta and garlic bread to make."
"I'm ravenous, actually. Errands took a while today, and I didn't get the chance to eat lunch."
"Perfect."
Kenzie spoke up.
"I don't eat a lot, and I'm pretty regular about not eating a lot. My mom got fed up with asking me because the answer was always the same."
Kenzie's hands squeezed her middle, pressing her shirt against it, showing how narrow she was. She looked at me, then saw the bags I was holding.
"Oh, put that down somewhere."
"You can put things down in the corner of the living room,"
Irene Martin said. The living room was more a lavender than an eggplant, with dense white carpet and nice-looking furniture. The lighter shade of the room worked with the way the light flowed into it. At one corner of the room, a tarp had been laid out. An easel was on the tarp, a wooden rack of paints set beside it. A collection of gears and bits of glass were arranged on one half of the coffee table on a newspaper. The paper, gears, and glass were dusty.
"Mom's art,"
Kenzie said, indicating the easel.
"She's terrible at a lot of the artsy stuff until she gets practice in, and then she's really talented."
"That's not nice to say, that I'm terrible,"
Irene said from behind us.
"It's true, though. You're really, really good at stuff when you learn it. You're an amazing cook. You had some awesome stained glass art before, I remember it. It was better than what you have in the windows now."
"That was a long, long time ago," Irene said. "I'm surprised you remember it."
Kenzie nodded, energetic.
"I'm not a proper artist,"
her mom said, as she looked past us to the painting.
"I don't have my own ideas. I spin off on other people's. Besides, I have no patience to stick it out."
The painting was in shades of indigo through to midnight blue, 3 old women clawing at each other in efforts to reach for the sky, expressions contorted. It wasn't complete, with one old woman with a shawl over her head left undone, face left as only a midnight blue oval, hands left similarly undefined. "You painted that?"
I was. It's not done.
"It's really good." "Thank you," she said. She put a hand on my shoulder.
"I'll get back to it someday. Do you need anything?"
I shook my head at the offer.
"Julian is out to pick up some ingredients I forgot. He'll be back in a few minutes. Why don't you give Victoria a tour, Kenzie? We'll talk over dinner. I'm interested to pick your brain and learn more about what you're doing."
"Sounds good," I said. Kenzie led me up the stairs to the top floor. Black and white photos showed Julian and Irene together. Here and there would be one of Kenzie.
"I'll show you my room."
Irene was an interior decorator, if I remembered right. I was left with the feeling that the house was being presented as a kind of showcase more than it was a lived-in place. The wall colors were striking, the artwork eye-catching to a distracting degree, with bright reds and yellows in otherwise muted rooms, and the style was unerringly consistent across the rooms I'd seen. I felt like being in this house for too long might give me a headache.
"Bathroom, if you need it," Kenzie said. "My dad's study. He sometimes goes in there to smoke with the fan blowing it out the window, but it stinks, so we keep the door closed. My parents' room is at the end of the hall, and this is my room."
Every room thus far had been cool blues and purples with monochrome flooring, artwork, and tiles, a few points of colorful definition aside. Kenzie's room was unpainted, the walls plastered with art. Her bed was made in a way that made me think she'd done it herself, rather than have either parent do it, and there were 2 desks and 1 bookshelf, all strewn with papers and pieces of things. Plastic bins held a few dozen random pieces of electronics each. I could smell the food cooking downstairs. I was ravenous.
"You said you moved around a lot. Is it nice to have a place to stay and make your own?" I asked. "It so is," she said, bouncing on the spot. "Team poster, there I am."
It was a poster of the Baltimore PRT. Mayday was on it, though he wasn't in the leader position. He took the second position of the line that formed where each adult member of the team stood behind the right shoulder of the person in front. The wards were a numerous bunch, not as organized as the Protectorate, with some sitting or crouching in front of the lined-up heroes, others gathered on perches behind the members of the group at the rear and far right of the line. I could see Kenzie. She looked tiny, a singular lens dominating her mask. Her arms were very skinny, and her hands were buried in gauntlets that made each hand look the size of her head, each with a lens on the back.
"There you are, as optics, with camera hands?" "I called them mug shots. They weren't very good, and they never let me use them outside of training. If you squint, you can see my flash gun."
"I can. That's really cool," I said. "The old team."
"I miss them. There's Avian, Stun Gun, Keychain, Blush, and there's Houndstooth. And that's Mayday, you see, and Turtle Shell, Arrowbat, and some I never even got to have conversations with. They were always busy."
"I recognize a lot of those names," I said. "It's a good poster. You managed to find it after everything happened?"
"My mom and dad paid to have people get stuff from the house, but the poster didn't make it. There was a picture in a magazine they kept, though. I took it and blew it up. It's not as sharp, and details are misplaced where I enhanced the quality a bunch of times and the computer guessed wrong, but it's pretty good."
"There are a few things I wish I'd been able to salvage," I said. "Others I managed to get. A poster."
"I got this, too. It's not the original, but it was in the background of a picture on a memory card, and the program kept the lettering from on the frame."
I had to walk around her shelf of plastic tubs to see. Alone on one empty space of wall, there was a picture frame with a very thick frame, the actual picture so small I could have put my hand flat against the glass and covered it. It was Irene, not as expertly put together, but very tired, with a swaddled Kenzie in her arms. The picture wasn't black and white, like so many family and individual pictures in the house, and thick letters spelled out the name Kenzie below the image.
Kenzie? My name. I never liked having to explain it. I'd always have to spell it out.
I like it, I said, but I like Kenzie too. She nodded in a very aggressive, overly done way before leading me around the room.
More old team stuff, see? I had an optics trading card.
A swipe card, I said.
Yes! You know about swipe cards! That's cool.
Can I?
Yes, for sure.
She seemed happy, enthusiastic. The card was framed, but the frame was attached to the wall with a string, and it could be flipped around to show the back. The stats were on it, along with the ability. People who played on console would have the cards at hand, being able to swipe the card like one might a credit or debit card, summoning an ally or generating an effect.
I was a support card. Not a lot of people used me because I couldn't be summoned into a fight,
Kenzie said.
Kind of a bummer.
Amy had been a support card for that game, I was pretty sure. The effect had been downplayed a lot, but her card had still been popular because there weren't that many heals. Most of what I knew had come from Dean, Chris, and Dennis talking. Gallant, Kidwin, and Clockblocker. I have one too, I said. Mine wasn't anything special, despite my being popular-ish at the time.
That's so cool. Let me see. I think I have other stuff. Old merch that I found. It's so hard with the world ending and everything.
She rummaged. I looked at the other wall decoration. Group therapy seating chart. Kenzie connected to Sveta and Chris. Chris to Damsel. Damsel to Rain. Rain to Tristan. Tristan to Sveta, forming a circle. There were notes. Between Ashley and Rain was hands and not rich. Between Rain and Tristan were regret and teenage boys. Between Tristan and Sveta was weld and hero, and so it went. Other notes cluttered margins, seemingly more about groups of 3 or group therapy in general, with topics of past discussions in tiny scribbled font and hatch marks or symbols here and there. The note that caught my eye was Chris and Ashley. There was dark, switch places, and then a question mark by note I couldn't make out without bringing my face closer to the paper. Yamada said they have a lot they can talk about, but what? Doesn't say.
My seating chart,
Kenzie said, with an energy and suddenness that made me jump.
Don't get me started. Really, truly, don't. Because I could talk forever about the group, and I want to talk about other stuff.
I won't, don't worry.
I have other merch that was from a bag of plastic things that was the size of my head. They were selling each bag for $20, when before it would have been like $4. I wanted Baltimore PRT stuff. I found mine.
It was a plastic disc with an image embossed into it. The kind of thing that might have dropped out of one of the glass cases with a quarter and a crank from outside grocery stores and mall entrances. Optics. There was one for houndstooth, and one for a cape I didn't recognize in the slightest. It's great that you were able to find mementos like that, I said. I held up optics to tilt the disc and let the light and shadow hit it in a way that made the lines clearer. I wish I had more of these sorts of things.
They were good days?
Kenzie asked. I nodded. I have regrets about things I didn't pay enough attention to, but they were good days.
I think it's pretty important to hold on to the memories. Oh, that's a great reason for me to show you this.
And then she was off, through the door with only a half-second glance to check I was following. When I wasn't fast enough behind her, she reappeared in the door, all excitement. Lead the way, I said. So far, not too bad. She was a kid. I glanced back at the room, which didn't match the rest of the house at all, and closed the door behind me before following. Kenzie waited at a door that led from the front hall to the garage.
My workshop, she said. Don't trip on any wires or things could get messy. Too many things you could knock over if you were stumbling around in the dark.
It was, as garages went, pretty standard. Concrete floor, wood, exposed wiring. Tinkertech was spaced out throughout the garage, with a table housing most of the completed works, another with tools and what looked like the project of the now, and 2 large cubes, one of which I recognized as the projector box.
Teleportation project discontinued,
she said. She had her phone out and in hand, screen illuminated, and waved it in the general direction of one box, which looked like a cube-shaped egg had cracked, revealing the internals, which featured a vague, foot-long approximation of a human skeleton in it, if the skeleton was made of metal boxes and electronics.
There's the time camera. You know that one.
I do, I said. I noted that it was open and in pieces. You're updating it?
Fixing, maintaining. Stuff breaks down constantly, so it takes more time.
I had to ask. You're not working too hard?
Bed by 11, she said confidently. I don't always sleep when I'm in bed, but I'm still in bed by 11.
The sleeping is the important part, I said.
Catching the bad guys and kicking enough ass that we get famous and everyone loves us is important, she said. Nobody says, "Gee, Kenzie, you went to bed so nicely 2 months ago." They say, "Wow, you built a camera that can see someone's innermost desires. How much do I have to pay you to keep mine quiet?"
There was a gleam of mischief in her eyes when I looked her way. She looked down, checking her phone. What's your usual asking price for staying quiet?
Oh, it depends on how horrendous it is, but it's not usually about money. Big burly guy has a secret dream of being a ballerina? I'll go easy. I'll tell him he needs to give me a hug and go take a dancing lesson, pursue that beautiful dream. If he's stubborn or scared, then I'll make him take me out for a frozen treat once a week instead. Use those opportunities to turn the screws on him.
Is that how it works? I asked. She played at being serious as she looked down at her phone, tapping some keys.
Yep. If it's a less beautiful innermost desire, like, I don't know, skinning people, then I'd set the price at $10 million or something. Then I'd turn them in anyway.
Eminently reasonable, I said. I bent down by the table, noting the various lenses and segments of metal with holes in them. There were computer chips that had been cannibalized, and others that had been rebuilt into Frankenstein abominations. Where do you get the money for these parts?
Parents, she said, some scavenging. There was a while where people were getting really bad computers that had been scavenged from Earth-Bet and cleaned up, except a lot of those computers were total garbage. Every garbage day I could go out with a wagon and get at least 2.
I nodded. I couldn't really parse the logic of some of the layout, organization, or what had actually been built. At a certain point, stuff ceased to become computer chips and became 3-dimensional arrangements of pins. There was one that used magnets to suspend a part in between 3 other chips.
I was joking, by the way, about the Desire camera. I tried that, and it didn't really work. I'd need a ton of scans to even know where to start.
I figured, I said.
This is the camera I'm working on for Tristan and Byron, she said.
She gave a box a pat. Whatever was inside, it was a pale energy that licked the clear lens.
It's missing stuff.
Out of curiosity, what sort of thing would that see besides them?
No idea. But if I can figure it out, I think I can leap from it to other things. It might open doors, if I can just figure out how to see into the keyhole. What those doors look like really depends on what Byron and Tristan are.
At my apartment, I have papers on stuff like where the physical bodies of breakers go when they're in breaker mode, or offloaded consciousnesses in non-standard brains. I'm not sure if any of it would help in terms of inspiring tech, but maybe it could help you make some educated guesses.
That'd be amazing. I don't know if I'd understand it at all. Could you explain what I don't get?
I'd love to, I said. Really, I enjoy the heck out of that stuff, and I'd love to try teaching it.
Awesome, she said.
She nodded, all energy and hasty nods, as she was ready to jump straight to the next thing. She had her phone out, setting it on the table next to her, and she gave it a spin, so it twirled in a circle for a moment.
I want to help them.
Me too. I want to help a lot of people. The phone stopped. Kenzie angled her head, staring at the screen. Something up? I asked. How awkward would it be to come all the way here, only for us to get pulled away for cape duties or to help one of the others? Kenzie's family seemed strict, and they might look poorly on a change in plans. Still staring down at the screen, she said,
"Upstairs, I said something about memories and mementos. This,"
she gave a box beside her a pat. It was as tall as she was, but narrow. A pillar, more than anything.
"is my diary."
Your diary? She looked away from the phone, giving me another hurried nod, her eyes wide.
"Basically."
That's bigger than your time camera.
"It's kind of like the projector box, but it's more purposeful,"
she said. She pulled a shoebox from the shelf and put it on the table. The thing was half filled with what looked like the kind of memory stick that was plugged into a computer to give it more random access memory. She fished around and pulled one out.
"See? I take this and stick it in, make sure it's on, and..."
The box lit up. Images filled the room. The group therapy meeting. Rain's hair was a bit shorter than it had been when I'd met him. My gaze lingered on Jessica, who stood at the edge of the scene. I felt a pang seeing her face.
"Each card has notches, see?"
she asked. She held up a card, showing me where there were dabs of paint at regular intervals. Pink, purple, pink, red, black, pink. Baby blue, yellow, red, yellow, blank, baby blue, yellow, red, purple.
"Each is a scene."
She cycled through the group therapy session. Much of the focus seemed to be on Kenzie and Sveta. That's a lot of diary entries, I observed. A shoebox half filled with cards, each card only a little longer and thinner than a lighter.
"Well, I'm cheating, kind of," she said. "Some of it's the past, but some is the future. Stuff I dream of or fantasize. It's nicer to have it visual like this than to just have it be random thoughts racing wonderings, you know?"
"Dreams?" I asked.
So like this one, if I click forward a few times..."
Sveta and Kenzie talking, hanging out, more talks, Sveta looking upset, Kenzie giving Sveta a hug. Then Kenzie, Weld, and Sveta together in a domestic scene, Kenzie sitting on a couch with a blanket around her.
"Those last few didn't actually happen,"
she said. "How do you keep track?" I asked.
"Color codes. It's pretty intuitive for me, but I came up with it, so I don't know.
She plugged another one in and hit the bottom of the top a few times before the first images had even snapped into existence. Her and Mayday, Mayday's hand on her shoulder. Kenzie stood beside her projected image and looked up at Mayday. I walked around to look. Realistic.
"Yep."
"Did you tell Mrs. Yamada about this?"
"Oh,"
Kenzie said, looking surprised.
You
didn't."
"I mentioned that I was keeping a diary, and I was trying to put my dreams and hopes down in a more tangible way. I just didn't mention that it was visual."
"Why not?" I asked.
"I worried she might make me stop, and I don't want to. This is a nice thing to do when I'm feeling down."
I walked past her, looking at more of the scene. She clicked through it, stopping at an image of herself as optics, the lenses on the gauntlets glowing bright. Her costume was torn, the lens on her mask broken, and she was bleeding.
"It's kind of stupid, isn't it?"
she asked.
"I save everyone, and then things are finally okay. The weirdness between me and others stops."
"I don't think that's stupid," I said. "You don't have to show me, you know. If you want to keep it private."
"I don't really believe in privacy," she said. "There's a lot in that box, if you want to look at any."
I walked over to the shoebox, peering inside.
Maybe skip the ones with hot pink, unless you really, really want to. I'm still figuring that stuff out."
"No hot pink, got it," I said. I looked, trying to think of how to put my thoughts into words. She was showing me this for a reason. I pulled out a card. "Red?"
"Hurt."
"Purple?"
"Action scene. Put it in."
"I'd feel awkward. If this is your diary, it's too personal."
"I'm an open book," she said. "Put it in. I can't remember what one that is."
I popped out the one that was slotted into the top of the machine and put the other in. Kenzie crashing onto pavement, heels of her hands scraping, face distorted. An older boy stood behind her, black with a shaved head and a school uniform on.
The lighter side of this is, I had to make a lot of funny faces before I got some expressions right.
Bully? I asked.
Yep. I had a hard time with other students in Baltimore, mostly because I'm weird and kind of really broken.
I clicked through, Kenzie fighting back.
Didn't happen. I wondered what would happen if I did that.
Another scene, Kenzie at the office in front of school administrators.
That did happen. I got in so much trouble, even when I didn't do anything except try to not get shoved around. I didn't hit back that often.
Another scene, Kenzie and the boy hugging, while a school administrator stood by with arms folded, looking grim.
I saw that happen on TV, and I wondered, best case scenario, if that happened, we hug, we make up, find common ground, and they protect me. I like that one. It's simple, almost maybe kind of believable, isn't it?
Maybe, I said. But someone who'd push around a girl a year or two younger than him can't be very nice. I feel like you deserve better than that. She shrugged.
Thank you for saying so. It feels like a relief, almost, to see these and go back to them now and then. Like I can make sense of everything if I can recreate it and look back on it.
Does it feel like things don't make sense? I asked.
Oh yeah,
she said.
Put another one in?
It feels invasive, I said.
I'm okay with that, she said. All's fair when I do it to others. Quid pro pro.
I picked out one card, turning it over. I asked earlier about resources, and it looks like you ran out at some point.
Huh?
I might be reading this label wrong, but it looks like you have a lot of cards where there are gaps or breaks between the color dabs, so you have 2 sets of scenes on one card.
That's not right,
she said. She approached, reaching for the card. She took it.
Yeah, no, you got it wrong. White's a color, it's just easy to miss against the white label background.
Ah, I said.
You can figure it out if you know what the labels mean. Yellow, purple, red, white, baby blue, green. Purple is action, red is pain, right? I went over that. White is an ending. Baby blue is me being younger. Green is happy. So in this scene, I probably get in a fight, I get hurt, and then I die. Then I'm reborn or reincarnated. There's a lot of colors, so it gets confusing.
I blinked a few times, taking that in, rereading the colors to verify the meaning. She smiled, pushing the card into my hand.
Put it in. We'll see if I'm right.
I closed my hand around both the card and her hand. Did Jessica know about that too?
We talked about it. Not that I made realistic images or anything, but that I was exploring that stuff.
I nodded. Are you okay now?
I'm happy about the lookout thing, and the team is mostly together. I miss Ashley and Rain.
Are you putting white dabs of paint on chips these days?
No, and even if I felt like it, there's no time, she said. There's other exciting things to do. It's really okay.
What if, I said, what if I told you to tell me the kinds of things you're working on when you're doing projects like this? You could tell me if you made anything with white dabs on the label.
Maybe, she said. What about pink paint?
I saw that light of mischief in her eyes. I scrunched up my nose. Hand-holding?
Kissing,
she whispered. Yeah, I'll give you advice when you get there, I said.
Sometime between a few years from now and never, she said.
She ran a hand along the top of her projector box.
Okay, I can tell you stuff.
Perfect, I said. I put the chip back in the box, then poked through it. It's a lot. How long do these take to put together?
15 minutes, maybe, she said. Half an hour if I'm doing something like watching television while I work on it.
15 minutes per chip, or 15 minutes per
scene, she said. It's meditative. I have other stuff, like some chatbots that put out friendly messages in response to the right trigger phrases, and I've been trying to befriend some birds and things in the neighborhood, but that's been less satisfying lately.
Seems like it's all variations on the same theme, I said.
It's...
She stopped talking at the sound of a knock on the door. It was Julian. Can you set the table? He asked.
Yeah, for sure,
she said. She turned back to me.
I want to show you preliminary stuff after dinner.
I'll look forward to it, I said. I followed her out of the garage and into the hallway. Hi, Mr. Martin.
It's good you could come, he said. How's the arm?
Sore, but I'd put up with the pain just to have it out of a sling and be able to use my arm. The only reason I don't is that I'm pretty sure it would cause long-term damage and slow the healing.
Follow those doctor's orders,
Irene said. That's the plan, I said. In Julian's face, I could very much see what I sometimes described as a solemn expression on Kenzie, but it was his default expression, and it read more like the dignified and not cheerful part of being solemn, while I tended to interpret Kenzie's expression with a deep sincerity. Was that unfair? Maybe it was a bad read, one way or the other, and father and daughter were more similar than that. She's not your mom, and that's not your dad. I remembered Ashley's words. I'd promised to set aside judgment and give Kenzie's family a fair shake. There were things that were weird, but sometimes people were weird. Weird that the only pictures I'd seen of her were of her being held as a baby and her in the last year or so. Weird, but not unheard of when so many people had lost homes or possessions on Gold Morning and in the months following. How's the work, Mr. Martin? I asked. Things must be hectic.
Things are a nightmare, he said. Vacancies, a shift in population, trying to sell properties only for the power to be off when people are visiting. Has there been any news about who did it or how?
We know how. When it comes to the who, we've been closing in a bit.
How wee is this?
Irene asked, stirring red sauce with a spatula. Actually, it's very wee. Our team has been making headway. Kenzie has been a massive part of that.
Thank you,
Kenzie said, perfunctory. She offered me a tight smile as she set out napkins, forks, and knives.
I'm not surprised, Julian said. She's something.
Penne with spicy Italian sausage and tomato basil pasta sauce, Irene announced. Julian?
Julian took the plate.
You'll have to tell us what happened with this, what do they call them? Corner worlds?
Corner worlds. We went out this afternoon. We had a chat with Lord of Loss, Marquis, and a few others. It was, as those things go, pretty friendly.
Some unfriendliness, but that was mostly from locals,
Kenzie said. Definitely, I said. Anti-Cape sentiment. It's bubbling beneath the surface.
I've heard it,
Julian said. He took another plate, setting it on the table.
I don't join in. It would backfire if I did and it came out I have one for a daughter.
And, it's kind of wrong, huh?
Kenzie asked.
Sit,
Julian said.
Huh?
Don't be a pest. Sit. Table's almost set.
I sat. Kenzie went to get a jug of water and a jug of something else, bringing them to the table. It smells amazing, I said. Can't wait.
My mom's a great cook,
Kenzie said.
Now, if I remember right,
Irene said,
you're from a family of parahumans?
Tough topic, no go, Kenzie said, as she put salt and pepper shakers on the table.
No go,
Irene said.
School? Work?
Between both, but I studied parahumans before Gold Morning.
And she worked on the patrol block, Kenzie said. Capes and portal stuff.
Irene laughed a bit.
It starts and ends with the powers with you.
It does, I'll admit that.
It's all so dangerous, isn't it? Julian asked.
Dad!
Sorry, I said I wouldn't, and then I brought it up, he said.
I took one chair. Irene sat across from me, with Julian beside her. Kenzie didn't sit, instead picking up her plate. Kenzie? I asked.
Do me a favor. Don't make a big deal of it.
She took her dad's plate and set it where hers had been. Her own plate went in front of her dad. His expression changed, solemn and grim both.
Eat your own dinner,
her mother said. Kenzie marched around her dad, situating herself between both parents, and picked up her dad's plate. She deposited most of the contents on her mom's plate, with pasta, sausage, and red sauce spilling over onto her mother's lap. Her mom pulled her hands away, her face screwing up for a moment before she forced it back to something almost normal. She didn't touch or wipe at the food. "Kenzie," I said, standing.
"Sit, please. It's just family weirdness, okay?"
"This doesn't seem okay at all. What's going on?" The fork scraped against the plate as she distributed food and stirred it up. Her meal was mixed into her mom's, some of her mom's meal shoveled onto her father's plate. There was a fair bit of mess. Irene started to stand, getting in my way of getting to Kenzie in the process. Kenzie almost yipped out a "no." There wasn't a better word for the tone. "You shouldn't tell us what to do," Irene said. She grew more incensed, impassioned. Her fingers gripped the table's edge. "You need to eat your own dinner." "It's done. It's not worth fighting, Reen," Julian said. He looked almost defeated. He touched his wife's arm and she stopped. He stroked it and she sat down, still clearly seething. Not that Julian was calm. His jaw was tense. Kenzie scraped more, metal on ceramic, before setting the plates in position. I rounded the table. I took hold of Kenzie's wrist before she could do more. "Stop!" Kenzie looked at me and shot me a grin.
They weren't supposed to embarrass me tonight. They were supposed to be normal, and this was supposed to be nice."
"What's going on?" I asked. She reached into her pocket for her phone, hitting a button before tossing it to me.
"Caught 'em. Always do."
It was a camera feed. It showed kitchen. I walked into the camera's zone, where pasta and sauce had been prepared, then looked for the camera's source. The face of one cabinet, painted blue. No bumps, no dots, no markings. It was smooth to the touch.
"Then eat what you are going to serve me," Kenzie said. "You can get up from the table when you've eaten it or when Victoria's left."
Neither of her parents moved or touched their utensils.
"Yeah, I didn't think so,"
Kenzie said. "What did they do?" I asked.
"Doesn't matter. Our food's fine," she said.
She picked up a fork and stabbed a piece of pasta on my plate.
"We should eat."
"No, Kenz," I said. "We need to talk about this."
"You said you were hungry, and she really is a good cook," she said.
"I lost my appetite," I said, my voice soft. I wasn't lying either. The gnawing of hunger had become a pit in my gut instead. She set her fork down with force.
"Okay."
"Can I get more of an explanation? This isn't okay at all."
"In the garage?"
she asked. I nodded. "Okay." She pushed her chair away from the table in a way that pushed the table toward her parents. She started to walk toward the garage, my hand on her shoulder to guide her and support her, and then she stopped, turned toward the two who were stone still, eyes downcast.
"This was supposed to be a nice dinner, and it was just, what? You invited her here because you thought I'd be distracted?"
She laughed, one note, smiled wide.
"I'm never going to be distracted. I'm always watching, okay? So stop. Be better."
Neither adult moved or spoke. Irene visibly seethed, nostrils flaring. Kenzie stepped into the garage, me right behind her. She kicked a plastic bin of nails and sent the contents flying across the garage.
"I'm sorry my parents are such fucking embarrassments,"
she said before slamming the garage door.
Arc 7, Torch. Interlude 1. This could be fixed. This wasn't as bad as it could have gone. What was she supposed to say? It made her heart hurt. It bothered her because they were stupid and short-sighted, and it threatened to ruin everything. That and what they'd done to the food. She had to calm down. Being upset only made things worse. She was angry, even pissed, but as that feeling faded, a door between her and her stupid-ass idiot parents, it left her with an ugly, all too familiar feeling in her middle. That didn't help either. "Kenzie," Victoria said behind her. Kenzie turned around. Victoria hung back near the door of the workshop. Kenzie stood in the middle of everything. "This could be fixed." "What's going on?" Victoria asked. She made her voice so gentle, so caring, that it made all the anger and hurt from elsewhere feel worse. I can explain. Okay. Before you do, I have to ask, are you okay? Victoria asked. Kenzie smiled and nodded. Victoria was a threat. Not an enemy threat, but a problem and a danger. If she talked to others, said the wrong things, then everything could blow up and out of control. Are they okay? Victoria asked. She put a hand on the doorknob, opening the door a crack. Mom and Dad were still at the table. Kenzie saw only a glimpse of them, and her phone burned a hole in her pocket, promising a clearer, more immediate view of them. She was so used to checking, and she had to work to convince herself there wasn't a need right now. They weren't important now that the damage had been done. She needed to fix the Victoria problem her parents had made first. They're okay? Victoria asked again. That's a really easy question with a hard answer, Kenzie said. Victoria didn't move. They're not going to get hurt or anything. They're okay like that, Kenzie elaborated. Her heart was racing. But, if I was going to start explaining, I'd start by saying that they're not okay. There was this time, I was talking to Jessica, and I said they're bad people. It's not that they do bad things, because, duh, they do. It's more that they're bad at being people. I said that to Miss Yamada once, and she liked it. Bad at being people how? Stuff's missing, I guess. Like it is with me, but different stuff. Kenzie's instinct was to reach for something. This could be fixed, but fixing couldn't happen on its own. Left on their own, things broke down, and one problem became 100 million problems. Fixing needed tools. She had lots of tools. It was enough that, considering the possibilities, made her thoughts a mess. What camera? What perspective or images? What data? What combination came together and made everything mostly okay again? I'm on your side, Victoria said. The statement interrupted Kenzie's thoughts. I know, Kenzie said. I wouldn't have invited you over if you weren't. Would it help to step away? Go for a walk, maybe? Kenzie shook her head. Her workshop was hers. Her tools were close by, and it made her feel more secure. Tools. Kenzie jammed her hand into her pocket. Victoria stepped away from the door towards more open space, like she did any time she wanted to be able to use her wonky force field. She was spooked and weirded out, which was totally 100% okay. Kenzie knew as well as anyone that her parents could be spooky and that the whole thing could be weird. It's okay, Kenzie said. Nothing bad. It's cards. Cards? Kenzie drew the case from her pocket. It had held a cheap sewing kit once, but it was the perfect size to hold 3 of the memory cards with a foam backing. You had that earlier today. Yup, Kenzie said. She held it out, giving Victoria her best reassuring smile. Here. Victoria took the clear case with the 3 long cards within. For the diary? Kenzie nodded. There's no paint on these. That's because I know how it all goes, Kenzie said. Pencil scratched on paper. Her headphones were on with music playing, and the tiny television on the corner of her desk had a show on that was probably meant for older kids. There was violence and fighting, so she tried not to pay attention to it. Love me, you know you wanna love me. The music on her headphones pumped, the tune happy and poppy. The girls in her class had been talking about it. She liked most things, so she used that sort of thing to decide what she listened to, on the off chance that she could talk to them about it. It was good. Normally she would have sang along to it, but she was distracted. There was safety in numbers. The pencil scratched on paper. Finishing a long division problem, she moved on to the next because as long as she was doing this, she wasn't being a pain, and she could mostly ignore that feeling in her belly. She could smell dinner. It was harder to not be a pain and stay out of the way when she had to go to the dinner table. Pencil to paper, tongue pressed between her lips. The 7 didn't go into 1, but it went into the 14. She counted, eyes going to the ceiling. Her head bobbed with the sound of the music, even though she wasn't paying attention to the words. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The 7 went into 14 twice. The door to her room opened. Dad leaned in and said something, and she hurried to put her headphones down, hands wrapped around them, with fingers still covering the parts where the sound came out. Dad looked annoyed. "Dinner's in a few minutes," he said. She nodded. "You're doing homework?" She nodded again. He stepped into the room, and she looked down, sliding the book across her desk. "Division. Do I need to check your work?" She shook her head. "Speak up, Kenzie. You have a voice. Use it." "No, I did today's homework already. I was doing some work from later in the book." "Wash your hands and get ready for dinner." She nodded. He went back towards the kitchen, and his movement was marked by a waft of cigarette smoke, pungent. It smelled better than dinner. More bad feelings squirmed through her belly. She tore the notebook paper out of the pad, then popped open her binder, slotting it in at the end. It was easier to stay in her room and be quiet, and better still if she was still doing homework, because it was hard for anyone to complain about her doing homework. There wasn't enough work to do to fill the whole afternoons after school and before bed, so she'd started to work ahead. A lot of it was dull or confusing, but after a while she'd started to make a game of it. It was her hope that she could finish the entire 3rd grade math textbook before Christmas. Binder closed. Books put away in her bag for school tomorrow. She turned her music and television off, then turned off the lights in her room. The bathroom was empty, the coast clear. She closed and locked the door, then got one of the metal wicker baskets from the shelf, moving the hand towels inside to the edge of the counter before putting the basket upside down on the bathroom floor. It worked like a stepping stool, giving her the height she needed to reach the taps, which was harder to do since the new counter and sink Mom and Dad had put in. Sleeves pushed up, hands thoroughly washed and dried, sleeves rolled down. Towels went in the basket, which was dusted off before it went back on the shelf. Then, because she was looking for reasons to delay sitting down to dinner, she gave the bathroom what Mom called a once-over. She saw the glint of drops of water on the counter, hurried over to the basket to get one of the hand towels, and dabbed them up before folding the towel back and putting it in the basket. Her nose wrinkled as she walked down the hall, past the kitchen, and through the corner of the living room to the dining room. She made sure nobody saw. The table was one that could seat 6. Mom had been proud of that when she picked it. But there were only 3 of them for the very big table. Her dad had a chair at one end, her mom had a chair at the other, and she had a chair in the middle, each of them off to either side, where she had to turn her head to see them. She took her seat, fingers clutching the end of her skirt, toying with the pleat. "Creamy Parmesan chicken gratin," her mom announced as she sat down the plate. Despite her best efforts, Kenzie couldn't keep her nose from scrunching up as she gave the dish her best dubious look. It looked like vomit with a crust on top. It smelled like vomit with a crust on top. She stared down at it while Mom set down the plates for Dad and then herself, before returning to the kitchen to get something. "Eat," Dad said. She got her knife and fork and held each clenched in one fist, waiting until her mom returned. "Eat while it's hot," her mom said before sitting down. She began to pour drinks while Kenzie set to working on her dinner. It was like when nachos were overcooked in the microwave and the cheese boiled and got super hard. The difference was that she still wanted the nachos when they were overdone. The dinner knife refused to cut the hard crust. Pressing down on the hard portion made the runny goop in the middle ooze out onto the plate, right in front of her chin, and the smell was worse. Her dad was having trouble cutting up the food, too. She opened her mouth to say something, and between the smell and the feeling that had been worming through her belly for the past hour, a barfy feeling surged up. She stopped herself before it became the actual leaving the mouth barf. She couldn't stop herself from making the sound. Her mom's chair scraped the floor. Kenzie's shoulders drew forward, her head down, while she tried to breathe as little as possible. "I worked really hard on dinner," her mom said. One hand rested on the back of Kenzie's chair, the other on the table by her plate. "Just eat, Kenzie," her dad said. "You don't have to eat it all, but eat." "I would like her to eat it all," her mother said. "I slaved away in the kitchen for hours with the expectation that my daughter would appreciate my work." "All right, Irene." Kenzie gripped her utensils. She made a renewed effort to cut her food. She was startled enough that she dropped the utensils. The knife clattered to the plate while her fork fell, clattering to the floor. "Oh, there's no gratitude." "I'm sorry," Kenzie told her mom. "We give you everything. Nice clothes, nice food, a hairstylist, a nice big house, and there's no appreciation." She looked to her dad for help. "Listen to your mom. We need you to try harder when it comes to these things." She moved her chair back so she could go down and get her fork off the ground. Her mom reversed the course, pushing the chair in hard. "Where are you going? What did your dad just say, Kenzie?" She froze. "He told you need to try, and your first thought was to get up from the table?" She'd wanted to get her fork. That was all. She was cornered. There was nothing she could say or do when Mom got like this. She could only try to listen. "Eat the dinner I made for you," her mom said, and her tone was dangerous. She didn't have a fork to eat with. She couldn't cut it, and she wasn't sure she could bring herself to eat it if she did cut it. Her mom's hand found the back of her neck. Her face was pushed down onto the plate into the creamy chicken, whatever. "We said we wouldn't discipline her physically, Irene." Her grip tightened on the back of Kenzie's neck. "What do you want me to do, Julian? It wasn't a cheap or easy dinner to put together." "I know," he said. Kenzie's shoulders drew further together, and she huffed out a breath, the breath forming a briefly lived trough at the runny cream in the bottom of the plate. "My mother never cooked for me," Mom said. "I had an au pair. I would have loved for my mom to put in that effort." With the second utterance of loved, her hand moved, moving Kenzie's face with it. The movement brought face against the raised lip of the plate, making the far end of the plate come up. Food moved. "Ungrateful." Another movement. Face sliding against slick plate, another push against the lip of the edge of the plate, bringing the other end up. This time, though, it came down sharply, striking the table. It cracked, and Kenzie felt a shock of pain at one side of her face. Her mom released her. I can't, her mother proclaimed. "It's fine. Plates can be replaced. If she doesn't want to eat it hot, she can eat it cold." "I didn't work hard at it with the idea that it would be eaten cold, Julian. What's the point of introducing our daughter to a variety of cuisines if she's just going to throw it back in our faces like this?" Kenzie's face hurt. She pulled her face away from the broken plate and looked down in bewilderment, because the dish had changed. It wasn't just the fact that the plate had broken and the placemat below was visible. The dish had been a beige yellow-brown before now, and there was a shock of crimson running through it. "Oh my God, Julian," her mother said. "She's bleeding all over the table!" Kenzie flinched as her dad's chair scraped. Her mom flopped down into her chair while her dad approached. With a brusque movement, he turned her face up so he could see. With her napkin, he wiped away what she figured was the worst of the vomit food. The napkin was crimson when he pulled it away, which made her heart leap in her chest. She'd never bled before. She'd been grabbed hard enough that she'd had bruises, but mostly it had been shouting. "Take care of it!" her mom said. "Just seeing how deep the cut is." Kenzie's mother started trying to cut the food on her own plate. She gave up, throwing the knife and fork down with enough force that they traveled a third of the way down the table. "If you're going to do that, don't do it at the dinner table." "Press your hand down here," he said, moving her hand into place. Kenzie did, and felt the sting of pain at her cheekbone. His hand was firm, grabbing Kenzie by the arm, taking her into the living room, down the hallway, and into the bathroom. "I don't know, Julian," her mother said from the hallway. "I don't know what we're supposed to do." "I don't know about you," he said, his voice pitched to be heard, "but her antics in this mess has caused me to thoroughly lose my appetite." "Yes," Kenzie's mother said. "Let's step away. I'll take you to Screwball. We'll have burgers and shakes, like way back then." Kenzie's eyes widened. Screwball was a place with the best burgers. They had ice cream floats that were Kenzie's favorite thing. "And you'll stay," he said, his voice quiet, just for Kenzie, and stern. She felt a kind of outrage well in her chest at that. "Stay? You'll only agitate her if you're there. And you really, really could have done better tonight." The outrage faded to about half of what had been, mixed with confused, choked guilt. "Keep that there," he said, pressing a wad of white bandage down to the part that hurt. "Hold it until the bleeding stops. Then I want you to clean up and put yourself to bed." She didn't dare reply. Her heart was pounding. The bright crimson of blood she kept seeing in places startled her in a way that stabbed right to the middle of her heart. And tonight felt like one of those nights where there was nothing she could do that was right. She only nodded. Julian huffed out a sigh, going back to the hallway. Kenzie remained where she was, seated on the lid of the toilet, a bandage pressed to her cheekbone, still, inoffensive, quiet, up until the door slammed. If they came back to mess, they might get mad. One hand pressed to the bandage, she started to clean up. The smell of dinner still made her want to hurl as she cleaned up the plate and began to clear the table, so she grabbed one of the towels from the oven, holding it so it pressed against the bandage and covered her nose and mouth, keeping the smell from being so strong. It was slow, with one hand keeping the bandage and towel in place, but she cleared the table. All the food went together, and she put it in a Tupperware before putting the Tupperware in the fridge. She cleaned up the pots and bowls as best as she could with everything stuck on. The sound of a car outside made her stop, frozen in worry. Not them. She carried on, everything put away, but the sink was hard to clean things. She took things to the bathroom so she could use the bath and shower spray on really hot. It worked, even though it meant a lot of trips. Everything she'd washed went on the drying rack. More things went away as best as she could figure. She had to do this before, though it hadn't been quite this messy or even 100 millionth as smelly. On one of her trips she stopped, and she stared down at the trail of dots on the floor. She checked and saw that even with the towel and bandage pressed down, the blood had run down her arm to her elbow, dripping off of the point. There was some on her clothes. The blood was scary. Almost worse to have to face than dinner. She made herself fix it. Wet towels from the basket in the bathroom. The blood didn't get soaked up as much as it had streaked, and more kept dripping down. She used a new towel to stop it. It was a feeling like drowning. First being cornered, now drowning. She cleared everything up as best as she could, her heart pounding, head swimming, and then went to her room to get herself ready for bed. She changed into the pajamas with the ducks, brushed her hair 20 times on each side with the brush, and retreated to bed, every light off, covers pulled tight around her. The house was quiet. The only sounds were inexplicable creaks and grunts from the house itself, a drip of water from one of the sinks. Her heart wouldn't stop pounding. Her face wouldn't stop hurting, even as she pressed the towel hard against it. Sleep wasn't a possibility. Her normal bedtime was 9, and it was only 8, according to the clock on the wall. She'd watched the hands of the clock. When the clock was close to 9, she heard another car. She tensed. This car pulled into the driveway. It was them. Her heartbeat raced. She pulled tight at the covers, paralyzed, and closed her eyes. If she pretended to be asleep... Her mother's voice was faint. Something about the mess on the floors. The volume rose as if one thing after another was being found, each making things worse. Each made her draw tighter and tighter into herself. "Oh, the towels!" Her mother's voice wasn't that far away. The bathroom was only a few steps from Kenzie's bedroom door. The door opened, and her dad was there, and as she squinted, pretending that her eyes were closed, he didn't even look normal. His face was cold and scary as he marched toward her. He grabbed her by the arm, hard enough it would bruise, and hauled her out of bed, out of the bed that was sleepless but warm and safe, into the hallway, the noise and madness. Kenzie looked between the still scene and Victoria. "That's them," she said. "I might have gotten some details wrong, though." "I'm so sorry you had to deal with that," Victoria said. "Isn't it funny?" Kenzie asked. She smiled. "We're supposed to get powers when stuff like that happens, but I couldn't even get that right." "You did nothing wrong. You didn't deserve any of that," Victoria said. Kenzie shook her head. "I guess not. Not all of it." "Do the others know about this?" You've told Mrs. Yamada." Kenzie drew in a breath, then sighed. "Yes and no." "What's yes and what's no?" "They know what my parents were like. They haven't seen those diary dioramas. You're the first. But I've told them the stories. Ashley started being nice to me after I did. I didn't tell them that things were better now because I have powers and my parents are scared, which I guess is true. I feel like you're telling people a lot of things that are only technically true. Real truths are hard if they are all the time truths," Kenzie said. "Sometimes it's nice to pretend things are better than they are. You know?" "Yeah, I know." Kenzie hesitated. And then she reached up to her hairpin with the hearts. "I haven't shown anyone this except Mrs. Yamada and only a few others who had to see because of circumstances." She double-tapped the hairpin. There was a faint tingle as things shifted. The projection at her face dropped away. Victoria approached, bending down. "Kenzie?" Kenzie shrugged. "Really, truly, I hope you don't mind my saying it, but the scar is barely visible." The projection was down. The hairpin had one job, to cast a projection on one area of Kenzie's face. Her hand moved up to her cheekbone and found the groove. It was about 1 inch long. "I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't shown me," Victoria said. "I notice," Kenzie said. "Okay. You do what you have to do, but I want you to know I don't think that it's bad at all." Kenzie fidgeted, messing with the remote control. "Before, when the power was cut off to your devices, you told me there wasn't anything." "I looked over my shoulder so you only saw half of my face. I didn't want you to see it and think differently of me." "I wouldn't." "I know that now. I didn't know for sure then." "Okay," Victoria said. She paused. "What happened between them then and now? With your parents? Can I ask?" "A lot happened," Kenzie said. Can I show you? It's a lot extra. You can show me. Kenzie fidgeted with the remote before switching the diary diorama to the next scene over. School. The boys kept talking to each other, looking her way and laughing. Twice now, they'd sent someone over to talk to her and ask her questions. The first time, she'd ignored it. The second, she'd given a fake answer, but the fake answer only seemed to egg them on. Lunch was almost over, and she wasn't sure what to do. So many other kids acted like school sucked. Oh, school was awful. Even the television shows acted that way. But it wasn't. School was nice. Except when the boys were bothering her. Oh no. Janesha was talking to the boys now, and where Janesha went, other girls followed. It sucked because Janesha was super stylish with new clothes every week, and Emily was really, really pretty with super black skin. Not just brown, but so black it looked unreal. She mixed it up with electric blue braces, and her mom let her wear makeup, and she always looked so freaking amazing, even though her clothes weren't all that. Kenzie would have liked to be their friends, but instead they were hanging over there with the boys, looking over at her every once in a while and laughing. She was really tired. Her face still hurt when she touched it. Her arm hurt where her dad had grabbed her, and she was hungry because neither her mom or her dad had made her breakfast before sending her to school. They were still mad at her. She wanted it to be all over with, and she didn't want it to be over, because once the school day was over, she had to go back home. It was Emily's little sister that the group sent over. "Kenzie, right?" the little girl asked. She was barely out of kindergarten, but she had beads in bright primary colors worked into her hair at regular intervals. Kenzie nodded. "And you're Lizzie?" "Liz. What happened to your face?" Kenzie forced a smile onto her face. "A bear." The little girl looked skeptical. "A bear?" "My mom and dad told me to go put the garbage out, and I did. And there was a bear on the street, going through the trash cans. Bam! Slash! It got me! I ran and went inside." "You told Leon it was an axe murderer." "Because I didn't think he'd believe me about the bear." "There aren't any bears in the city, though." "Exactly," Kenzie said. The little girl looked confused. She turned to go report to the others. "Liz?" Kenzie said. "I really like your hair." Liz gave her a weird look. "You and your sister are always super stylish and cool. I wanted to let you know that." "You're weird." Liz had been walking, but now she ran back to the others. Today sucked. It really, really sucked. The teacher called for everyone to go in for afternoon classes before Liz made it back to the group. Kenzie joined the crowd and was re-entering the building. Liz reached the others, and there was a pause. Then laughs. There were a lot of things Kenzie couldn't seem to figure out, like making friends or how to deal with her mom, or even why saying something nice could lead to her being called weird, but she got this, at least. She could tell the difference between people laughing at her instead of with her. Her hand went up to her cheekbone, covering the rectangle of bandage there, and she ducked her head down, walking along the wall so nobody was walking to her left. She'd gone the entire morning without any teachers noticing, but her behavior, as she made her way into the classroom, had Mrs. Johnson notice. Before she could duck into the classroom, a finger tapped her on the head a few times before pointing. She waited in the hall. "Everyone settle down. I'll be with you in a moment," Mrs. Johnson ordered. The door shut. "Kenzie, honey," Mrs. Johnson said, "what happened to your face?" It was the fourth time she had been asked. She tried to find the words, like the jokes she had told the other kids. She tried to find the white lies she had come up with when she had had the bruises, or when she'd been super tired and cranky, or when she had homework she hadn't done, despite being a super good student, because she hadn't the chance at home. It didn't even have to be a convincing lie. She could tell the teacher anything, even the bear story, and because the teachers didn't care enough to press her, they had the other kids to look after. They'd accept it and go on with their day. Then she could go on with her day, and things would keep on being normal. Even the axe murder story would work. She could probably even make up an even sillier story. A silly animal like an elephant, and a funny weapon like a lawn dart. She could tell Mrs. Johnson and laugh, and Mrs. Johnson would roll her eyes and take her back into class with a smile on her face. All words failed Kenzie, and she broke into tears instead. The chair was too big for her, and the blanket was scratchy. It was the woolly sort that could be used to scrub dishes, warm, but not nice. Someone had given her their jacket earlier, a shiny badge on the front breast, and it bunched up in an awkward way behind her. She would have sat forward to try and rearrange it or fix it, but then the blanket on her lap might have fallen to the ground. She'd talked about a lot of things, sometimes telling the same story over and over again until she'd gotten annoyed with how forgetful they pretended to be. Then she'd gotten to the point where she had started to doze off, and they'd left her alone. The problem was she'd started to doze, but she hadn't made it all the way there. She was just tired and half asleep without really being able to fall asleep. Adults milled around her, and every time someone showed up, she was nervous it would be one of her parents, and that she would be in trouble. When the superhero showed up, she thought it was a dream, because she was half asleep, and it was a man with wings built into his blue and red costume, connecting wrist to ankle. He had a weird cape thing, too, and a mask with a headband built in. "Hi," he said. "Hi," she responded. "Can I sit?" he asked. She nodded with a fierce sharpness. He took the seat next to her. She shifted position, grimaced, and he seemed to notice. He helped with the bump at the small of her back, and then he took the blanket, refolding it, draping it across her lap in a way so most of it wasn't on the ground. "Snack?" he offered. He produced an assortment that were probably from the vending machine. She touched and then took the bag of chocolate-covered pretzels. "I'm Aerobat," he said. "I'm Kenzie." She opened the bag. "You know, superheroes like me go out in costume every night. A big part of what we do is to try and help people in trouble. So as part of that, we'll visit the police stations like this, or we'll go into hospitals." "I'm not that important," she said. "You never know," he replied. "Can I try one?" She held the bag out for him. He took a chocolate-covered pretzel. That's good," he said. She took one herself, tried it, and nodded. "Very good. Thank you." Part of what we do when we reach out to people who need help is we try to let them know that if they ever need help, they can call us, especially if it's because of powers or weirdness. He had a resealable baggie. Inside there was a business card with a propeller icon, like the one on Aerobat's chest. There was a sheet of stickers, temporary tattoos, a white pen with a logo on it, and a trading card. She held it against her chest with both hands. "The other thing we try to do," he said, "is we ask people if there's anything we can do to help. Is there anything you need, Kenzie?" She had to think about it. "Could I have a hug?" she asked. "Oh, kid," Aerobat said. "I would really love to give you one, but there's a whole thing that's going on elsewhere, and we're being told to limit physical contact until it blows over." "Okay." He hesitated before venturing. "What do you say I hold your hand instead?" She nodded again. His hand was huge and warm. There was a bit of gravel in the fabric somehow, but he didn't seem to notice. It dug into her finger a bit, but she didn't want to point it out in case the guy let go and left. A little while passed before a woman approached. She was white, short, and not especially thin. "Hi, Mrs. Yaris." "Hi, Arabat." "June's a friend," Arabat said. "It's her job to make sure you're safe and happy. You and a lot of other kids. She's gotten good at it." "I wish," Mrs. Yaris said. Her tone softened as she looked at Kenzie. "I manage." "I don't really get it," Kenzie said. "What do you think happens next?" Kenzie shrugged. "The police had a lot of questions for me. I think my parents are going to get a ticket, like when my dad speeds, and then I'll go back." "Part of what I do, Kenzie, is I make sure that the young people assigned to me are comfortable and safe. When we don't know for sure if the situation is a good one, we temporarily assign people to homes." Kenzie digested that. "What do you think?" Arabat asked. "Please," Kenzie said, barely audible. "Her teachers sing her praises, she hasn't been in any trouble, and her grades are stellar." Mrs. Yaris was doing most of the talking. Kenzie hid behind the woman, looking up at the men. One was bearded, thick black hair in a topknot. His chest was barrel-shaped with the hooded t-shirt he wore straining across it. A tattoo, black ink on black skin, was only barely visible. Letters. She only saw "wall" at the end. The other man was skinny, with a button-up shirt done up all the way. He had a receding hairline, a line of beard going from lower lip to chin, and lips that didn't quite meet. Just a bit of teeth showing when his expression was normal. "Kenzie," Mrs. Yaris said. "This is Keith and Antonio." "It's nice to meet you," Kenzie said. "Go on in. Make yourself at home," Mrs. Yaris said. "Keith, Antonio, you have my number. It's emergencies only, or else my phone would be ringing off the hook. We have your number, we have the number for child services, the hospital if we need it. We should have everything," the big guy said. "I know this wasn't quite the time frame you were hoping for." "I'll manage," the skinny guy said. "Thank you for everything." Kenzie was wide-eyed as the adults carried the bags. There were 3 big black garbage bags with her stuff inside. Clothes, old school stuff, projects, and art she liked. She had her toothbrush and all the other bathroom stuff. The house was smaller than hers, but it was nice enough. The outside walls were plastic, and the plastic had been bent back in one place. The garden was a bit messy, but there weren't any super major issues. On the fridge was a grid that looked kind of like a calendar, but there were 3 rows of about 10 spaces. A pocket on the bottom had a bunch of laminated symbols and faces inside. She picked out one. It was an angry face, like the sort that sometimes appeared on phones, red face with flame rising around it. "That," the big guy said, "is our mood tracker. It's to help us figure out how the others are doing. I can reach in and I can take... let me find it. Here we are. Excited. And I put it by my name up top." The big guy was Keith then. The other guy was talking to Mrs. Yaris. Kenzie fished around in the pocket. She found one with Z's floating around its head. Tired. She was tired after everything. "Perfect," Keith said. "Maybe we'll do something easy and simple tonight, and if you're tired, you can go rest. That way, you being tired won't be so much of a problem. See how it works?" Kenzie nodded. "Anything you need, you can talk to us, okay? Antonio's busy with a project for work, so he'll have days he has to focus on that, but outside of those times, we're here to help you." "Okay," she said. "What do I do then?" "You do your best at school, and you'll help out here and there around the house. We have a chore wheel by the mood chart here, see? Every day we'll turn it 1 notch clockwise, and everyone has a new different chore by their name." "Goodbye, Keith," Mrs. Yaris called out. "Goodbye," Keith boomed out the reply. He was loud in a way only big people could be, and he smiled as he lowered his hand from the wave. Antonio returned. "Do you want to see your room?" She nodded. It was a room. The garbage bags went onto the end of the bed, and aside from them, there wasn't much at all. "We were thinking," Keith said, "sometime today or in the next few days we could go shopping. You can buy whatever decorations you want from your room, even paint, and we'll make this space yours." "I'd like something for the fridge and living room, too," Antonio said. "Ooh, good idea," Keith said. He looked like some of those boys in class when they were excited over a favorite game, but he was being really nice about things. "I might not be here for long," she said. "If my parents get out of trouble, I might go straight back to them. Maybe you shouldn't buy me things." "It's worth it," Keith said. "Anything that helps, anything you need, just let us know." She could tell. Mrs. Yaris had told them something. It wouldn't be that her parents were getting out of trouble anytime soon. If it was, she wouldn't be put here like this, and these two men wouldn't be talking about things so far in the future. It would be a while before she saw her parents again? If she ever saw her parents again? A light, fluttery feeling settled in her chest, and she almost didn't recognize it. She wasn't sure there would be a smiley sticker in the pouch to represent it. A careful, uneasy relief. She was worried, fidgeting. The shopping bags were unloaded. She'd carried a big one. Keith was the chef, but Antonio had managed the shopping list. He was bossy, but Keith seemed to like it, so that was okay. He wasn't nearly as bossy with her, and that was 100% okay with her. Cheeses and vegetables and fruits and meats. "Do you want to help?" Keith asked her. "Okay. Here, take this. Put it in that cabinet over there." She did. Onions in the lower cabinet by the fridge. "Give this to Anton." Meat, taken to Anton. Anton put some in the fridge and some in the freezer. She wrung her hands together. "Did your hands get sticky?" She shook her head. "Can you put this cereal in that cabinet over there?" Keith asked. "Excellent. We're getting this done lightning fast." She resumed wringing her hands. She fetched a few more things and then came face to face with Keith, who was kneeling on the floor. "Antonio," Keith said, "can you hand me the mood tracker?" Antonio pulled the thing from the fridge, grid and pouch and all. "The day before yesterday, you seemed upset. Then we went out to eat and everything was good, wasn't it?" She nodded. "The day after, we had spaghetti, and you were quiet. We watched a movie, which you seemed to like." "I did." "And today, it feels similar. You're quiet and you're bothered." She shrugged. "You don't have to say what, but maybe if you dug around in this pouch, you could find a face to represent the feeling you're dealing with right now." She hesitated. Then she dug. She found the face, one of the ones she had almost convinced herself she wouldn't ever use. It was an ordinary face, coffee brown, with a blue tint around the top that faded away by the halfway point. Sweat drops, eyes wide open with no pupils, and two tiny hands at the sides pulling at the cheeks. She saw the looks on their faces, and she regretted her choice. Concern and something bigger, something that made them pull away. "Thank you for letting us know," Keith said. "It's usually around dinner, huh?" She shrugged. "Usually dinner was always a big thing." "Well, we can't eat out all the time, you know," Keith said. "I know. My mom always suspected people of spitting in her food if she didn't make it herself or see it being made." "I don't think that happens very often," Keith said. "I wouldn't worry about it, but this stresses you out big time, huh?" "Yeah." "What if," Keith said, "you decide dinner?" "Isn't that more stress, having to make choices?" Antonio asked. We'll have something that's almost always delicious, that we can't do wrong, Keith said. We have the ingredients for a cast iron pizza, right? We do, Antonio said. We have pepperoni, we have peppers, we have mushrooms, ham, chicken, pickles, and everything under the sun, Keith said. What do you say, Kenzie? You can decide what we put on the pizza. We'll make it as crispy or as soft as you want, and you tell us what we do, and we'll do it. She smiled. You bought chocolate sprinkles and chocolate sauce. I think we could try that, Keith said. I think we should eat something healthy, Antonio said. Keith stood, crossing over to the fridge where Antonio was. He wrapped his big arms around the skinny man's body. One tiny pizza with chocolate sprinkles, chocolate sauce, marshmallows. Yes, Kenzie said, very seriously. Definitely. As a treat for after the pizzas with healthier ingredients, Keith said, his face an inch from Antonio's. Deal, Antonio said. Keith gave Antonio a kiss. Kenzie smiled. Let's get everything put away and then we'll start experimenting, Keith said. Can you put the mood chart back up on the fridge and then I'll give you the diary to give back to Antonio so he can put it on the fridge? She nodded. The chart went back up on the fridge and the spaces were empty because the magnets hadn't been holding them up. She saw Keith looking at her out of the corner of her eye and reached into the pouch to pick out a smiling face. She didn't feel 100% of the way back to smiling, but she kept that picture of a smile, putting it on the chart. Keith tried to hide it from her, but she saw the clenched fist, the happy little fist pump, before Antonio gave him a hug and blocked her view. A gentle shaking stirred her from her sleep. Her eyes popped open. Oh, hey, Antonio said. He stood over her bed. Her bedspread had the space opera pattern they'd picked out, while shopping 2 months into her stay. A lava lamp in the corner was casting out illuminated shadows across the room. Keith slept in her bed, the book he'd been reading before dozing off dangling from the one finger that was wedged in between pages. Kenzie had dozed off after Keith, and now lay in bed, her head on his arm. I wanted to wake up my husband so I could bring him to bed. He sleeps like a log, doesn't he? Kenzie nodded, smiling. I woke you up before I woke him. I'm sorry, Antonio said. It's okay. I'm sorry I haven't been around quite as much, Antonio said. I got promoted a year ago and I'm still trying to get up to speed with my peers. I don't mind. I'm figuring out a lot of things too. Neither of us have any experience being parents. Keith at least has some experience babysitting. I hope we're doing okay. You're doing perfect, she said. I don't think we are, but I'm really happy you think so. If you need anything at all, I hope you'll tell us. We want to do right by you. How could she even tell him? Just the fact that he'd said that was so super duper important. I need something, she said. 2 somethings. What somethings? I don't want to be Kenzie. I'm so tired of people getting it wrong. That's a really complicated thing, actually, he said. There are rules. Things as simple as you getting a haircut get really complicated when we have to check a lot of the time. Because I'm not yours? Because, he started. I don't know. But it's 11 at night and I've been up since 5. We could discuss that another time. Okay, she said. I'll ask in the meantime. Make sure it's okay. What's the other thing? Can you not take him away? Please? Keith slept in a slumped-over way, his ass on the bed, his feet on the ground, his back and head against the headboard and pillows. His arm had a faint mark where her face had been smushed up against it. Antonio reached over to touch Keith's face. Please, she said. Please, 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 please. I'll compromise with you. 15 minutes. I'll come back and I'll take him to bed. If he sleeps like this, he'll have a bad back in the morning, and then he won't be able to do anything with you." She nodded. "Okay. Deal? Deal." Antonio reached over to give her a pat on the head. He left, dimming the lights on the way out, so the lava lamp was the only light source, and left the door ajar. She'd never felt so relaxed and safe as she did right in this moment, but the fact she felt so okay worried her. An inexplicable, terrible fear welled up inside her, worse than the dread smiley that only ever went up on the fridge as a joke when it was Antonio's turn to cook. The more she loved these moments, the more she was afraid of losing these moments. The love was uneasy, tentative, like a baby horse taking its first wobbly steps, gradually getting better at it. The fear was a feeling like someone had a big, fat crayon inside her, scribbling madly, defying the lines the color was supposed to go inside, except it wasn't color, just black. She let her head rest against Keith's arm. Victoria paced. "He doesn't have a face," Victoria remarked. The still image of Keith lounging against the bed, the children's book precariously at one fingertip, was incomplete, the face left unrendered. Everything else was as realistic as anything, from black hair to cuticles to pores. The face was an artist's palette, a mixture of colors in vague patches, not the artist's canvas. "No," Kenzie said. "Why?" "Because," Kenzie said. "He asked me not to." "We're the worst foster parents." Kenzie mouthed the word "no" silent, her eyebrows drawing together in anger. They liked to sit on the swing near the barbecue. If she situated herself right in her room, then she could eavesdrop. It was nice, a lot of the time, because it meant that she could hear them being goofy with each other, or if they were stressed out about money, she could avoid asking for things. "We're terrible," Antonio agreed. "You in particular." Kenzie, upstairs, shook her head. "I admit it. I'm far, far worse than you. You at least had the decency to be a workaholic." "I am not a workaholic, Keith." There were murmurs, then laughter between the two. Concerned, Kenzie sat by her window, knees drawn up to her chest, remaining silent. "I'm too fond of that girl. She's wickedly smart, determined. Everyone remarks about how she's as cute as a button, and she reads for fun. If I could get you pregnant..." "You're trying your hardest." "I'm serious. I'd want a kid like her. I'd be the embarrassingly proud dad if my kid was half as great as she is. I am psyched to wake up every day and get to spend time with you two. I want to do that more." "Keith, you can't." "We can talk to people about options. They haven't mentioned the bio parents much, but they were incarcerated, and it seems like some bad stuff went down. We could figure out what the requirements might be, make sure we've crossed our Q's and dotted our I's, right? We'd be the absolute worst foster parents if we took the first foster child to pass through our doors and then half a year later started asking about adopting them." The absolute, unequivocal worst. Kenzie's eyes were wide. She had no idea what she was supposed to do with this feeling, but she knew she had to do something. She said. The teenagers continued talking. Her attention was on the one at the end of the bench, who was alone and silent. "What?" the teenager asked. He turned his head and gave her a once-over. "Go fuck yourself." Remember when the grade 9s spent time with the grade 3s and the grade 4s were with the grade 10s and so on? He turned his head her way and gave her a deeply aggrieved look. "The buddy you were assigned told me that you're really good with computers." "I'm okay. Why?" "I need help with my phone." "Fuck off. he said. I'll do anything, she said. He looked at her. You're too young to be useful to anyone. I'll give you my lunch money. How much? He asked. She fished in her pocket, counting change. That's not going to do it, he said. I get $1.25 every weekday except Pizza Day Wednesdays, where I get $2.50. I can give you some money every day until we're square. $20, and it can't take any longer than this lunch period to do. She nodded fiercely. Come on, library, he said. They left the schoolyard and entered the school building, hanging a right until they were in the library. The library was one big room, and it had windows that overlooked the very spot where they'd just had their conversation. He plunked himself down in front of the computer. Phone. She handed over her phone. Unlock it. She did. And what do you need done? He asked. I need it so I can search the web. She watched as he clicked the icon. The internet browser didn't turn up internet, but instead it was a page with a talking car, suggesting some safe, pre-vetted search terms. You got helicoptered, the guy said. I don't know what that means. They've got a program running on your phone. Controls the internet, messaging, contact lists, and also transmits your location so they know where you're at every second. Okay, that's fine, but I want to be able to search the web and look for stuff. You're a little young for porn. Ew, no interest. Thank you, mister. Not that. He turned his head to look at the clock. I can give you a fix. It's going to require that you change your background. I like my background. Look, he said, here's my fast, quick, and dirty solution. We change the background to blue and gray. We install a web browser obscure enough that these programs don't know to control what you see, and downloads are also blocked. Yep, she said. File transfers usually aren't, he said. Let's try downloading it onto the school computer, then using my cable, we move one file. It took a minute. There. You have a browser now. Do they check your phone? All the time. They pay a lot of attention to what I watch and what I listen to, what I'm searching for online. That's horrifying, the teenager said. It's great because they care. If they check, we have to be careful. What we do here makes it so the circles behind every icon are dark gray. Then with our freshly web surfing program, we click, hold, and we get options. We give it a custom icon, the Space Invader pixel monster, and we change the color to dark gray. She watched as the icon changed from a folder online to an old game sprite. The sprite became invisible against the background provided. Click that space and the web browser will pop up, he said. She bounced on the spot before giving him a hug. Okay, fuck off, and give me my money. She forked over the money for that day. She had the access she'd wanted. A world of information now at her fingertips. She went straight to the bathroom, taking a seat on the toilet so she had some privacy. The typing was laborious, especially since she knew she didn't have much time. Just a couple of days ago, she'd overheard them possibly taking her for keeps. She needed to lock it in somehow. It felt wrong that she wasn't doing anything on her end while they were there doing something so monumental. She entered her first search term. How do I show someone I love them? She looked it over, fixed the typo, then submitted. She read, studied as hard as she had ever studied math or sciences. When she wasn't in class learning or doing, her phone was out. There were too many roads to go down. Key phrases like, making relationships last. Kenzie's foot scuffed the floor of her workshop. Oh, Kenzie, Victoria said. Yep, she got it. In my defense, I was 9, and I was really, really oblivious, Kenzie said. She smiled. I wanted to do my part and make something really awesome happen, so the coolest, most awesome person in the world might adopt me. It was going to happen either way, if it was going to happen. So I've been told. There was a long pause. Neither was eager to press the button or move the diorama over to the next scene. Victoria checked on the dining room. Neither had moved. Kenzie was tempted to resume surveillance, but still, it didn't matter. Surveillance was like the safety in numbers from way back in the day, a thing to dive into so real life didn't seem so real or important. If I'd color-coded these, the next scene, set of you can probably guess, would be pink. Victoria nodded. I'm going to skip it. I hope you don't mind. I definitely don't mind. Kenzie hit the button twice. The image flickered, holding the first for only a fraction of an eye blink. Then the aftermath. Kenzie winced. So embarrassing. Jesus! Jesus! Kenzie backed away, eyes wide. Her eyes went wider as she saw Antonio enter the room from the adjunct bathroom. Her fingers clutched her nightie. Are you okay? Antonio asked her. Yes, she said, but she looked at Keith, saw him freaking out, and backed up a little more. Keith, you're scaring her. I'm more than a little scared myself. She woke me up and I thought it was you. Baby, Antonio said, sit down on the bed, deep breaths, okay? She's the priority, remember? If you get freaked, she's going to be freaked. She was freaked. Definitely freaked. Everything had turned sideways, and she wasn't 100% sure on why. Keith sat back down on the bed. I'm going to take her back to bed. We're going to have a chat while you catch your breath, okay? Keith nodded. Come on, Kenz, Antonio said. Let's get you put back to bed. She was shaking as he took her hand. She let him lead her down the hall to her room, glancing back to see Keith with his head hanging, eyes wide and alarmed. Oh, boy, Antonio said. Oh, boy is right, Kenzie said, her voice about as small as she felt. I didn't know. I don't know how this happened. A lot of people, they go to this because it happened to them. It didn't happen to me. Then where on earth did you get this idea from? She was back in her room. Her phone was over there. She could point it out, explain it, but kids talking at school. Oh, Kenzie, hon, there's no need. Personal space is personal space, and that's just for him and me because we're married, understand? She nodded, firm. Her heart was still pounding, and she had a sick feeling in her middle. I think, and I'll ask Keith, but I think it would help everyone if we talked to an expert on these things. What do you think? Can't hurt, right? She shook her head. Can't hurt. I think I'll look into that first thing tomorrow, then. Can I give you a hug? She nodded. A hug was the best thing in the world when she felt as horrible inside as she did now. It almost made the horribleness melt away. He kissed her on the forehead. Scoot down. I'll tuck you in. She scooted. He tucked her in. She didn't sleep. My favorite person ever wouldn't make eye contact with me, Kenzie said. Her legs kicked where they dangled from her chair. Her toes scuffed the ground. The next appointment Anton, that was his nickname in the house, that he could get, was a week from the incident. What happened? Victoria asked. It didn't help? They weren't talking in the usual spots where I might be able to eavesdrop. And for the first time since I got there, Keith was going to work instead of working from home. It meant that they were talking on the phone. Everyone was more distant, and there was this big meeting with a therapist and child services to talk about things, coming at me like a big train. Kenzie flicked through the scenes. Diorama images of her with the phone, her with the baby monitor that Keith and Anton had kept in case they ended up fostering a baby. I just wanted to know what was going on. So I downloaded the same app they used to lock down my phone and watch my browsing. I put it on their phones, and I hid that application like the teenager from school hid the icon on mine. I didn't control his browsing, but I did make it so I could watch their texts. She'd set herself as a parent, and consequently, the helicopter app let her monitor where Keith was. She opened the door as he pulled into the driveway. He seemed startled to see her there so suddenly. "Hey, Kenz," he said. There wasn't the same heart in the words that had been there in the earlier days. No hug at the door. A hand on the shoulder instead. She'd read the most recent messages. She knew what weighed on his heart. "This is the kind of thing where if it goes wrong, we can't ever foster or adopt." "It's not going to go wrong. We'll explain." "Anton, I'm really worried." "This is the kind of thing where we need to be upfront with services for her sake and to cover our asses. Honesty is the best policy." They wouldn't ever adopt her. They wouldn't ever adopt anyone. They were some of the best people and parents she'd known, and they'd lose the ability to ever be parents. Because of her. She'd considered running away, but she worried that would make things worse. Cornered, trapped, drowning. Everything was off. Things at school were off because she was trying to put on a veneer of normal when she felt anything but, practicing being ordinary and casual so she could be ready today, and people thought it felt forced, which only made her feel the need to practice more. It was a feedback loop that had led to her being called creepy. She wanted to scream and throw things, and she wanted to curl up into a ball and eat her feet and keep eating until she was nothing. "I brought snacks," Keith said. "I don't know if that's appropriate, given what we're doing." "I don't know either," she said. "All you have to do is you tell the truth. I'm not going to ask you to say or do something more, yeah?" She nodded. He smiled. He reached over and mussed up her hair. She tried to fix it. "Help me get the snacks out?" She hurried to get the bowls for the chips and the chocolate-covered peanuts. Antonio showed up a few moments later and decided a smaller number of snacks would be more fitting for the occasion. Too much, he opined, was a party, and this wasn't a party occasion. The child service workers arrived, with the therapists in tow. "I'll talk to her alone, then we'll trade off," the man said, looking at Mrs. Yaris and the other woman. Kenzie tossed the remote up into the air and then caught it. She looked at the still image, herself and the therapist. She'd found a picture of the therapist in a book and used it to render a composite, which helped her make things accurate. "What happened?" Victoria asked. "I studied," Kenzie said. "Keith and Anton were looking up resources, and I read all the resources, best as I could, to try and figure out what I needed to say to fix things." "They thought you were coached?" "Yep. They thought I was coached. And they decided to separate us temporarily. New house, new foster parents. That's the point where I had to take a bad situation and make it 100 times worse." "Kenzie, that's my thing. That's me. Anyone else, they like someone and they have this stopper inside them. They think, oh, they love this person. They love them a lot, so they'll do this thing, and that thing can give them this gift, and bam, that's enough. Bam! But that's not me. When I love people, it overflows, and it makes a heck of a mess. I don't know where to stop things, and when things start slipping away, I reach out harder." She hit the button. "Kenzie, there are 10, 12 reasons you shouldn't be here right now. You can't keep doing things like this." "I wanted to see you." "Kenzie," he said. He knelt down in front of her. He put his hands on her shoulders like he was trying to minimize contact, only palms touching fingers and thumbs splayed out. "I would love to see you. The best chance at getting back to normal is to take a break, stick to our routines, and avoid making waves." His co-workers were looking. She swallowed hard. "You're supposed to be in school. There was an assembly, and you're not supposed to be here, and it just raises questions." She reached, grasping for some kind of answer or way to try and fix things. "Kenzie," he said, At the bookstore 2 days ago. Was that you? Her mouth opened and then closed. No, she lied under her breath. How in the world did you know to find me there? Luck, she said, her mouth dry. How did you know I was here and not working from home? She shook her head, mouthing a word that if she'd been asked, she could have said what it was. She saw the look in his eyes. Weariness, fear. It wasn't a new look. It had been there from the time she'd entered his room, and it had gotten worse every time she'd opened a door, knowing he was there. The statements she'd tried, to make it sound like they were on the same wavelength, over and over, they'd had the opposite effect. Andrea, Keith said, what do you have on your plate? Nothing big. Kenzie's teeth chattered. Could I get you to do me a massive favor? I need Kenzie dropped off at school. I think I can do that. I'll get you the address. She watched him leave the room, and she saw the look in his eyes. He was gone. She might see him again or talk to him again. She could get every detail, read every instant message, see every web page he visited, but he would never be her dad again. Every point of light in the room flared. A kaleidoscope, a lens flared across her field of vision. Even the edges on the desks where the sunlight drew highlights on glossy black finish became impossibly bright. The images sorted, and she saw a world turned upside down, with land instead of sky and vice versa. The land looked like food coloring did when dropped into water, but it was solid and stable. The parts of the world closest to her were inhabited, marked with messes of glass and machinery that stuck to surfaces and walls. The institution, the infrastructure, the weight of the army, all, when she zoomed far enough back, were part of a singular monolith of a gravity that sucked all energy from her, leaving her gasping. You all right? Andrea asked. Kenzie shook her head. Come on, baby, Andrea said. Let's get you where you belong. Home? She asked. Or my foster home? Andrea looked back at Keith, and Keith nodded. The elevator was distracting. The gold watch on Andrea's wrist, it had a crystal display. Energy, light, lenses, geometry, everything had a meaning, and that meaning was like the safety in numbers. She'd wanted to ask 1,000 things about Keith and Antonio, and she bit her tongue instead. Something was wrong. She'd been broken to begin with, and something had outright cracked. Andrea dropped her off at the new foster house, and Kenzie hurried inside without a word. She almost hyperventilated as she went straight to her room. Her phone. She pulled it out, slammed the door behind her, and went to her bed. In the background, she could hear Andrea calling to her foster mom. She found her bag, and she dug the card out of her bag. Only one temporary tattoo left and a business card with a number on it. She called, head bowed, phone pressed to her ear so hard it hurt. This is Aerobat. This is... You held my hand. You gave me your card. Please help me. Before I use this power to do something I regret even more. I didn't want to do something I regretted. Kenzie echoed the line of thought from the memory that seemed so vivid as she stared at the diorama. Which, I did do. I got lonely or scared and I tried to get in touch. I scared them more, which is why no faces. They don't want me simulating them or using them in pictures. I figured it's the least I could do. I'm so sorry. The funny thing is, I'm mostly better. I've been working on things. I have a hard time with boundaries, but I can learn some good basic rules to stick to, and I stick to them really hard. I'm figuring out the team. I love you guys. I'm kicking ass. I've got some great projects on the go. It would just make her start crying like a baby, and she needed to get Victoria on her side, make sure that the wrong things weren't said and that things didn't get out of control with the group. If she could just explain her side, Victoria would see, and then things could go back to normal. Just like going to see Keith at work had been a way to just show him she cared, to reconnect, and then to have things be like they used to be. Or how saying just the right things to the therapist would make that whole incident go away. Kenzie smiled. Is that the end of the slides? Kenzie clicked, even though she didn't want to see. She smiled at the scene. It was Keith and Antonio. Antonio had given her a gift, a bag with pink on it, because he hated that she, like so many other foster kids, were packing her things up in black garbage bags. A goodbye before she left for San Diego. She started. Her voice cracked. They have 2 kids now, a boy and a girl, 9 and 13. Foster kids that they adopted. They made it through Gold Morning. They're out there somewhere, and I don't look too hard. Oh, Kenz. Kenzie's legs kicked. She smiled at Victoria. Victoria froze, staring. Had she slipped? Kenzie tried to think if she'd said or done the wrong thing. Kenzie, Victoria said. Kenz, that's got to be the worst thing in the world. There are lots of horrible things in the world, Kenzie said. She looked down, smiling. It's not my favorite thing, though. Then why are you smiling when you're talking about something so upsetting? Kenzie started to answer, then stopped. Too easy to be flippant. She needed Victoria on her side. That meant being honest. I always smile when I'm upset or bothered, Kenzie answered. She swallowed hard. That's just how I am. It's easier than crying, and it doesn't bother people as much. What do you do when you're happy? I don't smile, I guess, Kenzie said. Victoria seemed momentarily lost for words. She was, no doubt, recalling 100 past events. But, Kenzie bounced a bit on her stool, I have my parents back, and I know you're going to say stuff. I get it. It's weird. They're a little messed up. It's a lot messed up. Okay, Kenzie said. Yes, but I have this entirely under control. I have a hard time believing that. I've had it under control for over a year now. I went looking for family and I found them. They pretended at first that they didn't know who I was, but the people in charge of the gates had some good ways to quickly check stuff. Powers? Something like that. I was more focused on other stuff, like the family reunion. Anyway, I came to live with them. They had to take care of me because I'm their daughter, and they were pissed. When they're pissed, they do stupid, stupid things, and I got those stupid things on camera. You subjected yourself to abuse to get blackmail material? Please tell me nobody else knows about this and condoned it. Nobody else knew about this and condoned it. Mostly they just think my parents are scared. They did their thing and told my parents to be good or else, but they don't know about the video footage I got. I originally planned to get 2 weeks worth, but I didn't have the guts. I ended up making it 5 days of footage of them, and I've gotten more since. Victoria leaned and checked that the parents were still at the table, then spoke in a low voice. You know police aren't really able to prosecute much, right? They'd prosecute some of this stuff. Victoria drew in a deep breath. Kenzie cut in. I know what you're going to say. Really, truly, it's not that bad. I showed them the recordings and I told them they could go to jail or they could live with me and follow my very fair, very sane rules. They can quit at any time. If I die and it looks suspicious, the recordings get released and their lives are over. Kenzie, Victoria said, and now she sounded horrified. You can't do that. But isn't rehabilitation the main thing we're trying to do? Isn't that the whole freaking point? This is better than prison because it's targeted. They're like a dog that was spoiled rotten and doesn't know how to be loyal or good, and a dog that was kicked and beaten a lot that's learning to be nice to people again. They love each other too, and I think that matters. Kenzie, they're mostly there. They are. They just hate my guts. They hope I'm going to die. They're way more rehabilitated than they would be if they were anywhere else, and if the badness in them seeps out aimed at me every once in a while, and they try to give me a mild case of lead poisoning, I'm okay with that. No, Victoria said. No, and fuck no! It's what we do! We put ourselves on the line and we fix the bad guys. No, Victoria said. The moment you get a concussion, you're going to be vulnerable to them trying something or whatever. There's no way this is healthy for you. Living like this, watching over your shoulder, you're going to utterly destroy yourself. Kenzie swallowed, and then she said, I'm doing okay so far. Victoria shook her head. You can't live like this. You can't live that close to people that ugly and not be affected by it. It'll eat you alive. We've got to get you out of this house. Kenzie looked down, then back towards the door, where her family was on the other side. Then I don't know what to do, she said. Help? Absolutely, Victoria said. I'm going to call some people. You call Ashley. She's one of your favorite people, right? And she gets this. She figured stuff out, or she had guesses. She got a lot of it. We'll figure this out, Victoria said. And I'm not going anywhere. Kenzie nodded, her expression solemn. Can I give you a hug, or... More than anything, Kenzie wanted one, even a one-armed hug. But Victoria was a friend, and the rules were that she didn't hug friends. That threatened to cross boundaries. No, Kenzie said, and she wished with all her might that Victoria would hug her anyways, because that wouldn't break the rules if Kenzie wasn't the one doing it. It would make things feel so much better. There was no hug. Victoria listened when she said no. Victoria got out her phone. Kenzie got hers, checking on her parents on her way to dialing the number. Ashley. Ashley picked up on the other end. How bad was it? A goofy grin crept across Kenzie's face that she couldn't wipe away or get rid of for what felt like minutes.
Gary Knives was trying to save a world, and he was failing. 26 million people. The world had ended 2 years ago, and as of last week, there were still 26 million people trying to survive on Earth Bet. The attacks had hit the portals, and some of the most accessible avenues between Earth B and Earth G had been wiped out. He was pretty sure that they hadn't been able to process more than a few million in the last week. Over 20 million people were out there, ready to file through with the things they could carry or pack. Many had been forced to relocate to other portals after months of waiting for their turns at the portals in Earth B or equivalent areas in Earth B's New York. Many found themselves at the back of the line at whatever stations they were forced to move to. Some would get on trains. Here, they had to get on trucks, because the portal was too narrow for anything else. The narrowness slowed things down more. The only light was from spotlights, and for a moment, every spotlight was on a giant robot with a glass face, a giant eel swimming in the fluid within. Metal and strange technology gleamed in the instants before the spotlights changed focus, some turning to the convoy that followed the giant robot. The parahuman who managed the robot stood atop the thing, waving at someone on the ground as if he didn't have a care in the world. Gary saw more of the trucks come through. Most were logging vehicles with benches fixed to the back, every bench crammed with people, shoulder to shoulder, knees often touching the people on the bench in front of them, bags crammed beneath them. There was no exterior to the truck, nothing to break the intense wind that whipped through the area and stirred up the dirt and dust. Many of the people on benches faced off to the side, looking at the world they were being brought into. Some looked directly at Gary, who was beneath a canopy tent, open on 4 sides because the wind that blew across the city was liable to blow any tent with walls down. He was surrounded by foldable tables, computers, communications gear, and plastic crates. Jean Wynn from Mortaria told him that people were getting sick over there. He'd seen people come through looking pale, underweight, and listless, but up until recent days he'd chalked it up to the weather on the other side, the rationing, and the wounds that many had sustained to their very soul, to lose the universe they called home. He wanted better for them. He did. Earth G was better than what they were coming from, but it wasn't nearly good enough. He'd made his bid to run the city, and he'd been ousted because he wasn't willing to cheat. Now he felt the acute lack of leadership in this situation. This was so far from being good enough. "Ed!" Gary bellowed, double-checking the monitor in front of him. This was triage at this point. There weren't any locations that were actually ready to take people in, so he had to send them to the closest thing to ready, but there were other factors. The plaza at Block 19 was most capable and had the most capacity, but security had been called there 5 times in the last hour. Tess, the woman in charge, had called for some parahumans to help keep the peace, and Gary knew that she hated the people who ran around in costume. He had Ed's attention, and now he had to make a call. "Take the convoy to Block 3! Ed was atop a concrete tower by one of the gates. The man moved the illuminated batons he held, indicating the direction to Lot C. His partner would be on the radio, taking in others, ready to indicate the rest of the direction. Gary hoped that the plaza would be peaceful enough to accept new people, because there were already messages coming through saying that there would be another convoy in 2 minutes. 60 people could be packed into the back of one logging truck. 10 trucks had come through with the giant robot and its eel. Not even a dent. This convoy marked 600 out of an estimated 20 million. Trucks passed. He recognized one of them as a military supply truck that had jackknifed and rolled while carrying civilians just 2 weeks ago. A mechanical failure. People had died, and the image of that same truck carrying both civilians and bodies covered by white plastic sheets had been burned into his mind's eye. Now it was back on the road, because they were short on vehicles that could carry large numbers and traverse some of the rougher, broken terrain on the far side of the portal. He saw mothers and fathers who couldn't even bring themselves to look hopeful as they made it through the portal. He saw others, more heartbreaking, who came through with light in their eyes, until they saw the distorted portals looming along the horizon. There was no doubt they'd heard about them, but to see it? He was thankful that it was late evening and that the portals weren't that visible. He didn't have to see the expressions change. The giant robot with the eel inside stepped aside, the hand raising to give the person on top a platform to stand on. It lowered, putting the parahuman on a level with his teammates, the shepherds. Gary wasn't the only one who was watching their every move. Reasons differed. Children looked because costumes were brightly colored, personalities standing out in bold relief. Men looked because they worried, like Gary did, or, he assumed, because their eyes were drawn to young ladies in dresses that showed bare legs and left no illusions about chest size. Women, he had no idea why women stared. Probably the same things. "Are they getting in the way?" Heather asked. Gary shook his head. Not so far. Heather was Gary's relief, meant to be available if he took a break, with a 5-hour shift due to start when he wrapped up his evening to get his 5 hours of sleep. That would have been an hour ago, but there had been so much to do he hadn't been able to conscience stopping. She could have stood down, taken the extra opportunity to rest, but she was working in the background, supporting and double-checking his work for mistakes, because mistakes happened when people were as tired as they were. Given the fatigue and everything else, it would have been so easy for them to be at each other's throats. Even if they'd both followed the routine outlined, stress, proximity, and fatigue could easily have seen them at each other's throats. It didn't happen. They worked well together, he felt. He had 0 complaints, and she hadn't suggested she was upset in the slightest. As trucks slowed to round a corner, heading off to Lot 3, people were hopping up on the sides of the trucks, bags in hand. Water and some basic food to greet the newest refugees and look after those in need. The heroes were still caught up with their discussion. The shepherds were one of 2 hero groups present, the other being a loose assortment of the parahumans that had been guarding stations. The other stations were closed so all available personnel and parahumans could focus on getting people out of Earth B. The shepherds broke from their huddle. Each of them moved with a direction that suggested they knew exactly where they were going. Nobody came his way, though he was supposed to be in charge of this station and the connecting nodes. Nobody went to Ari, Mortari's representative on scene, technically the person who was supposed to have the final say from the higher-ups. Had they gone to Ari, Gary would have felt snubbed, but he would at least have felt like the parahumans recognized that people were working here, trying to get stuff done. Had they come to him, or even if they'd gone to Ari, they'd have been told to stay clear of Lot 19 until things settled down. Gary could have told them where they would be useful. He could taste acid in his mouth, and his swallowing was hard. It was nothing to do with powers, and nothing to do with medical problems, not this time. It was his body's unique way of telling him that he was stressed out. "Ed," he called up to the tower, "see if you can't get any of the shepherds on the radio. We need to know where they're going." "Right," Ed called back.
"One hand doesn't know what the other's doing,"
Heather said. She was half his age, liked by just about everyone, and, despite the fact that everyone here was supposed to be on the same side as they tackled this crisis, it didn't work out that way in practice. She was one of the few he could count on as being unreservedly in his corner. For much that reason, the talk and grumbling about hands and the struggle to get people to cooperate was a common refrain between them. Shepherds are doing their own thing. Whoever they're supposed to be that used to be wardens are keeping an eye on things.
"The thinkers,"
Heather said. "Sure, if you want to call them that. No leadership, no communications. They come, they do their shifts, they leave, they act as if they're insulted if we try to ask for details or if they can appoint a liaison. Those thinkers don't think," he said.
"And then John Druck and Mortari and the organizers on the far side in Earth Bet,"
Heather went on. Gary checked the timers. His main window was an overhead map of everything with lots marked out, and an 8-bit bus ticking along the map millimeter by millimeter. It was supposed to be black, but it was now ticking back and forth, an alarming red. She leaned close. "Late?" "Help me out, Heather. See if you can't find Ari and figure out if he knows where we're getting tripped up tonight. People keep showing up later and later, and they're getting processed slower."
"I think we're all tired, Gary."
"Feels like more," he said. "Find Ari?"
"Yeah," she said. "Don't fall asleep."
"I've got coffee." A thinker near the main portal relieved the detestable girl with the rats. The heroes did their own thing. Other factions were serving their own leaders. Druck's labor, Mortari reporting to Wynn. They left a share of maybe 20 or 30% who were citizen volunteers serving under him. He'd organized the volunteers and set the systems in place to train them. Backbone was a team of people that he'd once hoped would be able to go back to Earth B and start cleaning things up enough that they could start resettling it. He'd hoped that they'd be able to go home. It was the numbers that slipped through his fingers and drove home how out of reach it all was. 600 bodies out of 20 million. 20 to 30% of the 3,000 people here were his, or were supposed to be. But so many of them believed in the shepherds, felt the shepherds' views aligned with their own. Gary knew they didn't. The lights flickered, spotlights going off, then coming on one at a time, unevenly as the power came back on. He could hear the distant machinery buck into action as generators came online. He looked around his tent, spotting his bulky flood flashlight in the moment before the power went out for good. The generators only ever really bought them a second. Blind, he went to the flashlight, hitting the button to turn it on. There were battery-powered lanterns in one of the totes. People nearby came to him like moths to a candle. He was one of the only proper sources of light. The others were patrol, officers, and others with flashlights as part of their standard operating gear. Those lights were more for personal use. Gary's supply was the kind of thing meant to light up work areas. He passed them out until he saw a face he recognized, and then delegated. "Where's Ari?" he called out. He got mixed, inconsistent answers. "The Shepherds?" "Full patrol," came a nearby report. He had no idea what that meant. He tried asking about terminology before, too. Up on the tower, Ed had battery power for a floodlight. "Conserve batteries," Gary called up. "Only half on at a time, until we know what's going on." His computer had a battery of its own, and the machine it was hooked up to gave it a satellite feed. In a vast sea of darkness, with much of the city unlit at this hour, people were retreating to Gary's tent. It was a primitive instinct, like cavemen retreating to the shelter of the campfire. The instinct made it hard to check his computer. It couldn't be easy. The stalled convoy was moving again. If it had stayed put, then at least they could get organized and ready before it appeared. "We don't get a break just because it's dark. Another convoy is coming through, and it looks like 800, he called out. "There are construction helmets with lights mounted on them in the tent with the barricades. There should be flares. We need enough light that we can point them in the right direction and keep them from driving into anything. Go!" People ran to do as he ordered. Others were moving the opposite direction, clustering closer. Why wasn't Mortari leading? Why couldn't the heroes be here to offer up one of their magical solutions? As if thinking about them had summoned them, he saw how the girl with the rats was part of the crowd, and her eerie, terrible mask with its bent nose was made all the worse by the dim lighting that came from low, below the neck angles. "I'll help," she said, "even though I'm on break." Then she turned to go. When he'd been in 4th grade, an abysmal teacher had left him so stressed out that he'd gotten an ulcer. It was the kind of person he was. He could remember the ambient pain across his stomach, the distended way he'd felt, as if the stress had gathered inside him and was stretching his skin, and he could remember the acid taste in his mouth. That teacher and that experience had shaped him, driving home a distaste for authority figures who couldn't lead. He hadn't had an ulcer since 2 years ago, but something psychosomatic made him feel echoes of those old sensations and tastes when he was acutely stressed. He'd been feeling the acid in his throat and mouth and a dull pain in his stomach for a while now. It felt more pronounced now, to the point it probably exceeded what he would feel if it was real. "People with headlamps on each side of the road," he shouted. "Make sure they know where the road stops. The rest of you, if you don't have business in this tent, there's lights going up under the concrete towers. Go there or go get water and hydrate our refugees." "He's saying he wants you out of our tent," Heather shouted. She was back, or she'd turned around when everything had gone dark. The shouting didn't help with the acid taste in his mouth. Most people left the tent. The ones that stayed were recognizable faces, people he didn't mind seeing. Not his, not 100% like Heather was, but they were friendly enough. "Ari's occupied. He's tied up in policy stuff." Gary shook his head. "Well, I don't envy him, but I think if he was going to be this busy, Mortari could have sent more people here." "Wholesale agreement here, Gary," Heather said. The headlights of the convoy were visible. "Make sure they come in slow," Heather called out instructions. "We don't have enough light." He looked at his monitor. He hated it, especially since there was no sign that 19 had resolved its disputes, but this was a big load of people, and he couldn't conscience overburdening others with an influx of refugees when 19 was mostly empty. "Block 19, he said. 19! Heather shouted, her voice high. Others passed it on, and on the concrete tower, illuminated batons touched tips to form a chevron shape. "Careful." The trucks were overburdened. People were almost falling off or walking alongside because there wasn't enough space on the benches. The wind was fierce, as it so often was around the portals, and the trucks were having a hard time driving in straight lines as a consequence. What was this? 1,000 people? It was supposed to be 800 at most. Even if every single waypoint was ready, stocked, and fresh, there wouldn't be a good place for him to stick 1,000 people. He left his canopy, waving down the lead driver. A hero sat on the roof of the vehicle, a man with a costume that had some technological aspects hooked up. Purple fluid glowed like it was under a blacklight, running through tubes to bracelets and something he wore along his spine. When the guy smiled, the saliva in his mouth was more glow-in-the-dark purple. Gary tried to ignore him. There were things to do, answers to get. What's going on? 1,000 people? 1,100. Fuck me, Gary said, his voice pitched low so that any kids on the back of the truck wouldn't hear. Come on, man. They're sardines over there. Logistics are a nightmare. Sir, seriously, just bring them over here and set them loose into the woods. It's gotta be better than what we're dealing with on the other side. We've got to give them ID, make sure we aren't letting dangerous people in. We give them a bit of money to start off because they almost always have immediate needs. If we do like you're saying, they'll be second-class citizens. These guys are all people we vetted ourselves. We don't know your standards, he said. Can you split up the convoy? You'd be parting some people from their belongings. Gary turned to Heather, who was standing back, a walkie-talkie to her ear. She mouthed the word Ari to him. It took a minute. People were restless, and all the more restless because there were so many refugees coming through on foot who weren't staying in one place. The thinkers were walking around and through the crowd, checking people. That was supposed to be some solace, he imagined. They'd see any weapons or traps. Ari says we can split up the people. Have people get their belongings if they can. Trucks should get into position, moving slowly enough that we don't run over anyone. 1 to block 19, 1 to block 6. The trucks began to move at a crawl. A mile an hour, if that. People hopped off or moved to the other truck, or made sure they had their bags. If this took too long, Gary knew, the next load of people would arrive. Backups and jams led to dissent, which led to violence and people who had only frustration as their first exposure to Earth G. It set bad precedents. Things were still creeping forward when a sharp sound cracked through the air. His first instinct was to think it was something like the truck jackknifing. A mechanical failure. A backfire. He heard the screams. The parahuman that had been pitched atop a truck hit the ground, luminescent purple blood splattering the ground around him. There were more shots. Get down! He shouted, but so many people were shouting or shrieking at the very tops of their lungs that he couldn't be heard. It was a noise and a sudden onset of chaos that made it hard to see straight. He did what he could, motioning, indicating direction. The blood had sprayed in one direction, the parahuman knocked from his perch by a shot from the west. He had people take cover by the base of the truck, backed to the wheels. People hugged the bed of the truck, using the benches and luggage as cover. The next battery of shots came from the east. It had to be automatic weapons fire. A planned maneuver to give them no place to take cover. Flanking gunfire from 2 separate directions with serious firearms, even the blackout. Had it been planned? The idea filled him with a terror that somehow had more certainty than the bullets coming from the opposite direction. The tents! He shouted, and nobody could hear him. The tents! He started towards the tents, crossing open ground, and a shot hit the dirt a foot from where he stood. He beckoned, urging. Here, at least, there were plastic totes filled with equipment and supplies, enough that a bullet wouldn't necessarily pass through. He saw the woman with the rat mask. She ran low to the ground, straight towards the source of gunfire. People followed him. People got shot for following him, because they were exposed, and each person he saw fall was a wound in the fabric of his very soul, because he was responsible. Not wholly for their deaths. People would have died regardless. Not wholly as leadership here. Others were supposed to be here to take charge. He was trying. But between and through some alchemy of the two, he was responsible. "Hurry, hurry!" he shouted. People weren't screaming as much. They went to the tent, ducking inside. He found his back to one crate heavy enough his weight resting against it didn't budge it. It would be cover if it was placed in a better spot. His face distorted with effort as he dragged it across dirt. Someone else had put a hand on it, helping. "Stack crates if you can!" People did. He did what he could to help, when he was close enough to reach, but he and most of the others prioritized keeping their heads down. When crates were lifted up, it was by groups of 4 people who were careful to use cover. One of the heavier crates was being emptied, so the bin could be placed high and then filled. Assailants who lurked in the deep shadow around the portal station emptied their guns into the camp, placing their shots in the vicinity of people who had yet to take cover. Gary watched people die. All ages, all creeds. He felt a stabbing pain in his stomach like he had been one of the people shot. 10 times worse than anything he remembered of the ulcer he'd had as a child. Someone was calling his name. He looked back. Ed was at the door at the base of the concrete tower. He had guns, rifles. They fired 1 shot, then needed a multi-step process to reload. They were meant for hunting and maybe for self-defense, for the vast majority of instances that a single bullet would serve for. Not for an outright battle. He had been in 1 fistfight in his life, with his brother when he had been 12 and his 11-year-old brother had called him gay. He knew his guns, and he used them for fun, but he had never been one of the people who had dreamt up scenarios where he might have a justifiable excuse to use one or be a hero. Ed pressed the gun and a box of ammunition into his hands. In this situation, he felt the furthest thing from being a hero. Every second, someone was dead or set firmly in that direction. Ed was handing out more guns, favoring people he knew. The stockpile, weapons meant for refugees, kept more for their barter potential and in case of what had once been thought of as a worst-case scenario, that the refugees might riot here in this camp. There were only 10 of them with shitty rifles. He didn't want to do this, but he couldn't ask it of anyone else. He knew he could land his shots if he could see his target. It would be hard to see. "If one of us shoots, we all shoot. Hold your fire unless you think you can make it count," Ed said, only audible because his mouth was almost against Gary's ear. He spoke to the group, 2 people at a time, in much the same fashion. Gary stared at the scene. Flashlights had fallen. Yellow construction helmets with lights attached to the front lay in dirt. There were places the beams sliced across sprays of blood that had formed fluid balls or layers atop the dirt, rather than soaking into it. He was so rattled he couldn't count the arms and legs he saw strewn across the area around the trucks. It wasn't that they were dismembered, but that the light and the darkness chopped things up, so only one thing was visible at a time. Too many moved, still hurting. But it was impossible to get to them if the guns weren't dealt with. Beyond those isolated beams of light, there was so much darkness. There were no flashes in the darkness as the automatic weapons fired. "Go," Ed said. They broke away, using a hill for cover as they circled toward the group with the guns. It felt like a suicide mission. They would each fire once. At best, they could drop half of the people on this side of the station. Then what? The opposition would fire. Even with cover, they'd have no chance. There would be no returning fire. But to do nothing? Every second or third step he took, he tripped, because the ground wasn't even, or there were obstacles. He thought the noise of it might disturb the shooters, but the sound of the guns drowned everything out. Only darkness, absence of light, only cacophony, overabundance of sound. Only the cold feel of a weapon in his hands, hot feel of his arms against body, armpit sweaty. Foot and boot, his awareness so sharp and out of place that he was aware of toes rubbing together. Swimming in sweat, like it had dripped off his body and filled his boots. They hunkered down around one stone that stuck out of the hill. No heroes in costume, no mortari, no light, no help. "Ready," Ed said. They got into position, guns pointed in the direction of the sound.
"Fire,"
Ed said. There was a hesitation after the word, as if the tried and true universal ready, aim, fire that had been imprinted in the collective consciousness had been broken, and that, in itself, created the doubt. At least, that's what it felt like to Gary Knives. The fact he might be shooting at someone was lost in the moment, because he couldn't see them. He couldn't hear them. They were disembodied, and if he'd straddled any fence at all, for all that he'd lived a most non-violent life, the outrage he felt put him firmly in the universe where he pulled the trigger. The guns were so loud, louder even than the semi-automatic ones that fired 8 or more bullets in a single violent splat sound. His jaw clenched so hard that his temples hurt. Then, fumbling, he worked to reload. The next wave of semi-automatic fire was directed at them, hitting the rock they were using for cover. Gary slid down to the ground, crawling around the rock. Peeking around the corner at the very base of the rock, he took aim as best he could in the near pitch darkness, and he fired. The shot provided a hint of illumination. There was a figure striding towards them, a man in a kit mask with no holes for eyes or mouth. By his posture, he didn't seem to care that people behind him were shooting past him to try and hit Gary's group. Others saw, and they opened fire. The man darted around, jumping a half-foot to the right, a foot to the left, a step back, 2 steps forward. Teleportation, or something like it. No bullets landed, because he was relocated in the instant before anything, friend or foe, could hit him. He hopped up onto the rock, boots scruffing, drawing a knife from his belt. No, Gary thought. "Run!" He barked out the word. Half the group, Gary included, ran. The other half tried to fight, with try being the fundamental idea at play. Gary's third rifle shot was aimed at the man in costume. The first attack on the man's part missed, because he relocated mid-swing, avoiding a bullet. He swung back the other direction, however, then back again, almost careless in how he swung back and forth. Ed's friend, Shane, died. Ed kicked out, hit only air as the man relocated to a spot just to the left. A knife plunged into Ed's chest. Gary fumbled to reload, dropping his ammo. They'd left their cover, and they were still under fire. Soon was hit in the midsection and sat down hard, falling back because they were on a slope. Even in the dark, the whites of his eyes were visible. Gary found more ammunition, slotting it into the side of the rifle. The man with the knife had 3 bodies near him now, and the dark silhouette on a dark background was fixating his attention on a 4th person, who was trying to run for it. That person, another of Gary's volunteers, wasn't nearly so camouflaged in the dark. His blue shirt stood out in the gloom. The knife-wielding parahuman didn't get his hand on that person, but only because the people with the semi-automatics landed a killing blow before he could get there. Gary ran. A loud noise and an intense gust following the movement of aircraft bowled him over. He skidded on the slope below him. A giant robot, and not the one with the eel inside. Anyone would have recognized this kind of design. Sleek, green with gold trim, with enough lights on it that it seemed to glow. The craft landed a short distance from where the shooters had been. The flashes as the machine attacked were brilliant, though Gary wasn't in a position to see what had caused it. The parahuman who nobody could touch was approaching Gary's group. A sharp whistle from behind gave it pause. A man in green scale armor with gold trim, a faint beard on his chin, a spear in hand. He swung the spear, and the head detached, swinging like a flail with what had to be a 30-foot cord or wire. The parahuman disappeared, reappearing at a point close to the base of the hill, just out of reach of the flail. The man in green armor swinging the flail again, but this time the head came loose. It disappeared into the darkness. An explosion rippled through an area at the foot of the hill. The spear's head had detonated, and the parahuman stood at the periphery of the explosion. His arm went up to his nose and mouth. "You can't touch him," Gary shouted. "He killed 3 people."
"More than 3,
the man in green and gold armor said. He held his spear shaft like one might hold a rifle. It bucked like it had fired something, but it was silent, and there was no light nor smoke. Another explosion, but this was more of a firecracker, detonating before it made impact with the parahuman's head.
"There,"
the man in green said.
"Who can give medical attention?"
Gary couldn't. One of the people Ed had conscripted could. He went to the man in green armor's side. The parahuman at the base of the hill was coughing violently, now at his knees. Gas. The situation was resolving. The gunfire had ceased with the arrival of the big craft. Other capes were down in the town below, including the giant robot with the eel in it. They weren't. He refused to let them be important. Gary could only see the carnage, the massive loss of life. People who had come here hoping for better. They hadn't even had a chance. How unjust a thing was that? How galling. They'd had no part in Gold Morning. They'd had no part in the waits or the delays, the plodding efforts to move people through when people were getting more sick or more desperate every day. By whim and the movement of greater players, they had lost their lives. He dropped the gun. It wasn't needed, and it wasn't him. He wasn't the kind of person who could give medical care. He made his way down the hill and towards the station, where the road emerged from the portal and concrete walls with a few towers for vantage points helped to secure the area. The people within guided people coming through to other locations. The lights of Dragon's craft illuminated much of the area. People were in a daze as they tentatively emerged from the shelter of the tents and the surrounding crates. They stared around them at the bodies. The trucks had taken enough gunfire that tires had popped, and small things like door handles and side view mirrors had broken away. "If you're able-bodied, try to find the wounded among the dead," he called out. "We need clean water. Get it boiling so it's sterile for the wounds. Jim, use the coffee machine with no coffee grinds. It handles large quantities." Jim got moving. "Kath, blankets. We have rescue blankets in one of the totes. Recruit help. See if you can find them. They might be under other crates. Lay the ones we aren't using for people on the ground. Dominic, you..." He stopped as he saw Heather. He walked around her body, the words failing him. So many eyes were watching him, looking to him for leadership. They saw him crack a little in the moment. He'd let them. He clenched his fist, like he was grasping something in front of him, then let it fall. He thought he might cry, but he stopped himself from going that far. So many. "What do I do?" Dominic asked. The poor fucking kid. He was only 16, and he was trying to hold it together and help. It helped Gary to pull himself together. "Radio, let other people know what happened. We're gonna need people for..." So many. Attacked and shot for no clear purpose. It caught him off guard. The ground rumbled as the giant robot landed nearby. Mechanical arms reached out to the nearby power poles, and the power came back on. It wasn't a good thing when it brought the losses into sharp relief. Dragon and Defiant emerged from the craft. "I'm Dragon. This is Defiant. And this is my ship. We can take wounded in her," Dragon said. People tentatively drew nearby to the two heroes and their giant robot.
"It was an act of war,"
Defiant said.
"More brazen than the other recent attacks. They've been testing the waters, going after areas they see as vulnerable.
There was a pause.
I'm so sorry for your losses,
Defiant said.
You're in charge here, Gary?
Dragon asked. She knew his name?
You were a candidate for mayor,
she explained. He started. His voice was small. That was the thing. He wanted to show emotion, but he couldn't show that emotion, because he would break down. Ari was in charge, he said. From Mortari.
Ari Burke, I assume?
She asked. He nodded. She knew the names so easily. His, Ari's.
Ari's dead,
she said. Her head turned.
Does that put you in charge?
He started. He shook his head slightly. I guess.
Let us know if you need anything. Until we get other instructions, we're going to tend to the wounded and shuttle them to hospitals. We'll take routes that let us keep an eye out for trouble. When the refugees start coming through again, we'll take some with us, if they're willing to settle a location a little further afield. Jean Wynn already signed off on it.
There it was. The magical solutions. Getting to be a hero. Jean Wynn was a parahuman. He was 95% sure. And she got her own magical solutions. There was no acid taste in Gary's mouth as he digested that. It had been a long, long time since he'd felt this bitter about something, and his body hadn't conjured up that strange sensation. It felt too far away when the here and now were in such brutal, bloody relief.
This is horrible,
Dragon said.
Seriously, anything we can do to help, let us know. We're putting ourselves on the line by showing our faces, but I don't think we can conscience holding back any longer. We can help with this.
Help? Gary asked. Why? I mean, if you want to help, let me ask you. Why did this happen?
Greed and wrath,
Defiant said.
People want this world and the resources it has, everything it's connected to, and the possibilities it offers. They're willing to hurt others to get what they want.
Gary shook his head. It's you. Defiant looked confused, but Dragon said,
I don't think that's especially fair, Gary. Heroes as a whole are doing their best. Defiant and I haven't been showing our faces, but we come with potential solutions to key problems. Give us a chance.
Parahumans took the world from us, Gary said. They took the sky. Our greatest hero turned out to be the greatest monster, and we don't get any answers about why. Haven't we been giving you chances from the beginning? How much worse do things have to get? He'd barely remembered that he had people watching. Like always, people in costume drew intense focus, and so his debate was drawing more attention than an argument already would. It surprised him that people were nodding along as he talked.
We're doing the best we can, just like any of you,
Defiant said. I think we're owed better than this, Gary said. He gestured. Emotion seeped into his voice, unwanted. This isn't good. I was a candidate for mayor. I heard things. I saw the photos and videos. There are things out there. Sure, they aren't as strong as Endbringers, but we're fighting them with a fraction of the number. There are worse things out there. Tinker devices gone haywire, Sleeper, monsters who look like men and women, and now war? There were murmurs of agreement.
Perfect is the enemy of good, Gary,
Dragon said. The good guys ran. Where are the shepherds? Again, he had to remind himself of where he was, but he did so too late. Here. The people here weren't necessarily his. 20 to 30% of the people at this station were people he'd recruited or people who worked alongside him. Ostensibly, they were largely in support of recolonizing Earth B, but the shepherds had linked their group to the Go Back to Better cause, and that ran contradictory to something fundamental in Gary's view of the situation. They hadn't earned that publicity, only rode the wave of popularity as the movement found traction. To speak against them was to potentially lose his own people. His own people drowned out Dragon's initial response. joining their voices in growing outrage to Gary's. Some weren't as loud as the others, but all the same, it surprised him.
They were stopping a third group,
Dragon said.
They left discreetly when they got word that there were trespassers. We didn't think it would be that bad. The flanking party was unexpected.
You got it wrong, he said. We put our trust in you when you come to a place like this. But I've been here a week, and the shepherds have barely said a word to me. They barely communicated with Ari. They left tonight, and I had to send someone after them to try and open channels of communication. I didn't get a chance, and now dozens are dead.
That could be how they operate. Let's not get carried away,
Defiant said. No, Gary said. His voice was firmer. No.
I talked to them,
Dragon said.
They didn't want to tip anyone off that something was wrong. They thought they would deal with this discreetly.
People died. A horrendous amount of people died, Gary Knives shouted. At horrendous, his voice cracked like a teenager's. He'd been a politician, a businessman before that. Had anyone laughed, he wouldn't have blamed them. He might have stomped off. But there was only silence. When he turned to look, people gave him encouraging nods. He went on. In Gold Morning, Broken Triggers, the monsters you try to keep secret from us, here.
They got it wrong. We're only human, Gary. We're trying our best.
No. You make yourselves out to be more than human. You have more. You put on costumes, and you dress yourselves up, but you know, the shepherds not talking to any of us and going it alone isn't an isolated incident.
Defiant and I had our reasons. If you'd sit down and talk to us, I could tell you about our ongoing projects and how we can start making great strides.
I don't want your answers, Gary Knives said. Your solutions, if they properly worked for us, then we'd be leap years ahead of other worlds. Instead, when the power went out and people flocked to the light of the monitors and flashlights, I was left imagining that we were primitives gathered around the light of a fire. That's where we are.
You exaggerate,
Defiant said. Dragon laid a hand on the man's arm.
I want to open a dialogue,
Dragon said.
But there are wounded.
Gary looked at the wounded who were being tended by the paramedics. People that had been on site already, ready for refugees to arrive, and people from nearby areas who were starting to filter in. Many were paying a wary eye to Gary and his standoff with Dragon. It's not where we are overall, but it's where we were that moment. You want to open a dialogue, but you weren't here. The shepherds weren't here. In my limited interaction with parahumans, I keep on noticing, over and over again, even the good ones will hear you say that you forget our names, and we all sort of blend into each other, again and again. There's a disconnect where we don't even rate.
I remembered your name, Gary,
Dragon said. Gary shrugged. He looked around at the fallen, at the wounded. The critically wounded were already being taken care of.
The power may go out when I disconnect to take people to the hospital.
Dragon spoke, her voice carrying. Flashlights, Gary called out, giving the orders. Lanterns, same as before. Don't conserve battery. Back to work, to the impossible numbers, and to the hills with peaks that seemed to climb out of reach as he ascended. But different now. People avoided the shepherds. They cleaved closer to him. People had felt lost, confused, scared, and his explanation had been an easy one to accept. It made sense. For one thing, it spoke to justifiable fears that every single person harbored even before the first and best of the parahumans had wiped out land masses and extinguished a good portion of the population. They were angry, and the snippets of conversation where people voiced their anger were audible here and there. He could have stopped them, and he didn't. In the wake of this tragedy, of so many hurt and killed, they needed someone to blame, and this was an instance of blame that had been a long time coming. Dragon's ship disconnected from the local grid, and Gary Knives and his people were left in darkness. From the safety of the darkness, Someone threw something in the direction of the shepherds. The girl in the moon costume raised a hand and stopped the thrown object in the air. The girl in the moon costume raised a hand and stopped the thrown object in the air. He could have said something to the thrower, but he didn't. Silence became murmurings, and before the murmurings became a roar, the shepherds left for another patrol of the area. They didn't return to the main camp.
Gary tried not to begrudge people for the lines, especially when it was an effect of population saturation in small areas, but he hadn't eaten earlier, and the service hadn't had food. Not with people going lean for the coming winter.
He stood among people in clothes with cement on the pant legs or paint on the edge of a sleeve. Mud-caked boots flowed seamlessly into mud-caked pants in places. He, in turn, wore a black suit, black tie, and a somber expression. "Mr. Neves?" The person asking was narrow, Asian, with a very pointed chin and short hair. He wore a red tie with a gray shirt. "Can I help you?" "Question is more along lines of whether I can help you," the man said. "I heard some of what you said to Dragon 3 days ago." It was hard to think about. Images of blood and bodies weighed heavily on his mind. He closed his eyes before fixing his focus on the food behind the glass displays. "Were you there?" he asked to maintain the conversation. "No. Word of what you said reached me second-hand. Could I buy you lunch? I'd like to talk about things." "Ah," Gary said. "I've just come from a funeral, my second today. She was a friend. I'd like some peace and quiet to grieve." "Of course. Could I give you my card? You can call me at your convenience." Gary nodded. The man was quick to present a card. Erwin de Young. The English writing of the name was mirrored by what he presumed was the Korean translation.
Mediation and public relations.
The remainder of the card was in fine gold script, Korean letters to go with the Korean name. He reached the end of the line, paid, and then waited for his food. He tried to think of what he could do for Heather and for the others. His thoughts went in circles as he considered gestures, worried about whether the gestures would flop. Donation drives were difficult when everyone anticipated a difficult winter. He thought of statues and symbols, and nothing fit. Heather had always been a doer, not someone who put emphasis on things. Ed had been practical and would have said something about any statue. The refugees who'd never gotten their second chance, because they'd often didn't matter. How did he even pay respects to that? He was pissed, and he couldn't even express it. He'd tried to write 2 articles before abandoning them, and there were no people to speak to that understood things quite like Heather had. In one corner of the cheap little diner, a television showed Jean Wynne addressing the city. Gary's fingers tapped against his leg. The card was within his pocket. Looking back, he saw the man in line and signaled him. "My lunch is already paid for," he said. "But if you want to talk, you can sit with me. My thoughts aren't what they should be." "I don't blame you. These are confusing times. I'll join you as soon as I have my meal." He sat, setting his sandwich and fries down on the table, the card turned over in his hand while he waited. Erwin sat across from him.
"You're a mediator? In PR?"
"Are you a politician, Gary Knives?" Erwin asked. "No, not anymore," Gary said.
"Then no, I'm not a mediator or a PR person. Not anymore. Despite that, I could be said to resemble one, because I have the skills. Maybe the same is true for you."
"Maybe. It's still cryptic." "You're right. There are too many secrets," Erwin said. "That's why I started paying attention to you. You're honest. You've had the position and opportunities to see things clearly, and I think you and we are similar in where we stand and how we feel." "How is that?" "Angry," Erwin said. "Lost. But you tapped into something and you talked to Dragon and people were willing to listen. I can tell you what you need to know. I can provide some direction, even make some radical suggestions. We could use that anger and loss, the righteous indignation, along with the very clear view of where we currently stand. Bronze Age barbarism and Stone Age huddling around fires for warmth. Given my background, I have something of a talent for spotting bullshit, Gary said. I'm genuine. You're burying the idea of radical suggestions in between promises and hope. Irwin nodded slowly. He drew his phone from his pocket and searched for a minute, nibbling on his sandwich as he went. He turned it around and pushed it forward. As his hand left the phone, he pointed. Gary looked. Jean Wynn was still on the television. On the phone, a woman in costume. Stop me if this sounds familiar. A supervillain by the name of Citrine worked under a mastermind by the name of Accord, who was on multiple lists but skirted prosecution because he was very clever and very careful. Gary nodded. He suspected, but... His lips pressed together. Accord wrote booklets. Booklets spelled out things like city planning, economy, efficient feeding of the many, logistics, environment. That sounds familiar, Gary said, saying the words slowly, as if he were trying them on and then deciding to keep them. I've seen these booklets. As have I, Irwin said. From what I read, thinker plans go sour. Things that parahumans create fall to pieces as a rule. They create problems first and foremost. Is that your plan, then? Do you wait until disaster strikes Jean Wynn, then swoop in to make your next bid at leadership? I don't know. I may retire. There are enough things to do. I keep it in mind as a possibility. What if I told you it wasn't possible? Irwin asked. Keeping it in mind? For disaster to strike, what if I told you that Accord's plans will work? Through texts he wrote, and Jean Wynn's slavish adherence to the terms of those texts, he will turn things around with a minimum of casualties. People will be fed as well as you could hope. We'll be able to defend ourselves, get set up in terms of shelter, and things will be good. Isn't that positive? She'll hold her seat. It would be madness to remove her from it if she was doing so well, which she will. So she'll continue forward. There should be no disasters at all beyond unavoidable external events, and she'll handle them with aplomb. Like the events earlier this week? The handling of it went technically correct. Resources were moved, people hired and fired, the mercenaries tapped as an external resource. People higher up in government are applauding her. People on the ground feel safer. Then the threat is she does too well? Government by parahumans. Once established, it's hard to shake. There will be no opportunity, no missteps, no character weakness. The biggest skeleton in the closet is her past. Irwin picked up his phone. He fiddled for a moment, then set it down. Gary looked. It was Sierra Kiley, one of the other past contenders for the mayorship. She too had stepped down. In the picture, she stood talking with the leader of the Undersiders in Citrine, Jean Wynn. Gary nodded. The game was rigged. It so often is. But being down doesn't mean you're out. I looked for you and approached you because I think I have a plan. You would mobilize on the ground and swiftly rise to power. You want me to use the dissent against parahumans? That's a sliver of it, Irwin said. I think you can get enough people behind you that they can't ignore you. That would be your first step, and you're already on your way. What's the last step? What's your end goal? That is a very complicated question, and it depends on a lot in coming weeks, Irwin said. But we go back to what I said about the radical. Gary frowned. Think, Gary, what do these other Earths want? Why do they threaten war and pick at our weaknesses with increasing viciousness? They want the territory, a world of resources, a network of portals. And we give it to them. We promise leadership without parahumans in charge. stacking the deck. We turn to an established government we're on friendly terms with, and we invite them in. We become a vassal state. Who are you thinking of? Gary asked.
Nobody. That would be a decision for you to make without my input. If I told you one or the other, you would think I'm working on their behalf. There are options. It's an idea that takes some getting used to, but if you're thinking you'd like to go home, perhaps a middle ground solution would be to open communications and borders with a world that has hints of our old amenities and culture.
It was an idea that took some getting used to. It was ominous, uncomfortable. He looked at the television. The idea of Mortari failing to see the megalopolis through the winter was terrifying. The people that would die, the desperation. The idea of Mortari and Jean Wynn succeeding like Irwin had described. Doubly terrifying. The notion of banding together with another Earth was tempting, if it meant a steady supply of food in the winter. More people that could fight off attacks like the horrendous one earlier. I can see the beginning. I could perhaps see the end, Gary said. What would fill the gap? For that, you need ammunition in the chamber, Irwin said. The man smiled. I have a list. He picked up his phone. He found a page and showed it to Gary. A list of people with stories to tell. Horror stories about parahumans. Stories that stroke anger. You could pick the right stories at the right time to hand over to the press, see if they bite. You use these narratives to build something. Stories about people in positions on teams. Stories about the monsters. Stories about those who had re-engineered their identities. You've been keeping this up to date, Gary observed. The most recent was from 4 days prior. A family, it looked like. Julian and Irene Martin.
This was a production of Ward by Parahuman Audio. Ward and the Parahuman stories are written and owned by J.C. McCrae. You can find the original text and support the author at parahumans.net. For more of the Ward audiobook, as well as other community works, please visit parahumanaudio.com. Music for this chapter was by Evan Witt. Find out more at wittynotes.com. Editing by Samurai Buko. Narration by Robert Rain Ramsey. Find more of their work at our website. Thank you for listening.